A dog in Durer's Etching, The Night, Death, and the Devil by Marco Denevi, 1966, translated by Alberto Manguel. The Knight, as we all know, is back from the war. The 7 Years' War, the 30 Years' War, the War of the Roses, the War of the Three Henrys, a dynastic or religious war, or a gallant war, in the Palatinate, in the Netherlands, in Bohemia. No matter where, no matter when, all wars are fragments of a single war. All wars make up the nameless war, simply the war, the war. So that although the knight returns from travelling through a fragment of the war, it is as if he had journeyed through all wars and all the war. Because all wars, even if they seem different when seen from close to, seen from a distance, only repeat the same infamies and the same clamour. So, let us not be scrupulous about names or dates. Let us not worry if out of the Plantagenets and the Hohenstaufen we make one wayward family, if we mix lansquenets with grenadiers, crossbowmen with archers, or if we muddle our geography and mix cities with cities, castles with castles, towers with towers. And so returning to the night, we were saying that, at last, he is back from the war, back from a link in the chain of war, believing the war to be the very last link, not knowing that the chain is endless, or that it has an end but being circular, that time makes it turn, as if it were endless, for he left young and brave, and war returns him old, wizened, and bald. Although this is nothing new, war lacks imagination and repeats its tricks. So the knight, like all knights who have been through a war without falling into death's trap, is unshaven, grimy, smelling of sweat, blood, and filth. His armpits infested with fleas, a rash burning the insides of his thighs, coughing greenish phlegm marbled with scarlet threads, speaking in a voice made harsh by frost, fire, hard-drinking oaths, cries of terror and courage. He can no longer utter 2 words without swearing. He has forgotten the florid language of his childhood when he served as a page at the court of some margrave or archbishop. He has forgotten the beautiful manners and graceful bows with which he charmed the ladies, because now he no longer asks women for love. He asks them for wine, food, a bed. And while his soldiers rape the girls, he drinks alone, in silence, until the soldiers come back yawning, and then he slams his hand on the table and curses. He curses the little kings fleeing pale and tattered on panting horses, those kings who will return in triumph as soon as the battle is over, dressed in cloth of gold, under a golden canopy, in the midst of an army of pennants and banners. He curses the popes dressed in ermine, who from the height of their gestatorial chairs sprinkle holy water on the scarlet seals of alliances and coalitions. He curses the emperor whom he once saw walking between spears erect as phalluses at the sight of that damsel of war. And the knight jumps to his feet, knocks over his chair, knocks over the table, the glasses and the jug of wine. A violent quarrel flares up. The tavern, or whatever, is burnt to the ground, the innkeeper beaten, and the troop led by the knight rides on once more. And now it passes through a forest in the moonlight, but the knight no longer curses, no longer makes a sound. He rides on, silent, his eyes staring deep into the night, and one by one the soldiers stop talking. They fall asleep in their saddles, each dreaming alone, with his head fallen on his breastplate, one hearing perhaps a distant music, the music of his childhood, in the village, in the Duchy of Milan, or in Catalonia, while another hears voices which call to him, the voice of his mother, the voice of his wife or his sweetheart, and another cries out and awakens with a start. But the night doesn't stop. He doesn't turn to see who cried, as if the cry were the cry of a bird in the wood. He rides on, with his eyes fixed upon the darkness, the moon polishing his armour, and the soldier behind him, the one nearest to him, the one carrying a tattered flag burnt by gunpowder, a flag now hanging over the rump of his horse like a filthy rag. That soldier, a blonde youth, very much like a minstrel, suddenly has a strange thought. He thinks that perhaps the knight's armour is riding empty, that the knight has vanished, and all that is left is the armour, like a hollow iron doll, or that perhaps the armour has overpowered the knight, sucked him up like a sponge, sucked his blood, crushed his bones, and now is an empty, fleshless shell riding on. And he imagines this because he has never seen the knight without his armour and his spear, without his greaves and his gauntlets that point to the north of war, without his howling helmet, beneath which lies a tangle of hair, but hair that perhaps belongs to a faceless beard, hair that is perhaps the helmet's stuffing, perhaps the whole armour is stuffed with hair. And the thought makes the blonde soldier laugh, because it occurs to him that the knight may have dried up in his armour a long time ago, that the armour became empty a long time ago, and they, the soldiers, never learnt the truth. And they, the soldiers, have tramped behind this empty armour from battle to battle, defying death, in the firm belief that the knight would protect them from death. And as the blonde standard-bearer laughs, like a sleepwalker or a drunkard, the knight hoists himself on the edge of his stirrups and utters a curse, as if guessing the reason for the standard-bearer's laughter, trying to show him that deep down, inside the armour, he is still alive, or maybe to rebuke him for dreaming. And the blonde soldier shrinks in fright until he realizes that the knight has not even awoken, that he isn't cursing because of his laughter, but because the trees in the forest, which up to that moment seemed frozen under the moon and under the winter snow, have suddenly burst into flower and are covered with fruit, which is to say, even though the image is old, and you have all understood, that the trees have flowered with the blossoms that the heat of war brings forth in all 4 seasons, in good and in bad weather, in fertile lands as in wastelands, that the trees have been covered with that fruit which is always in season, always ripe for plucking or picking. I mean the enemy. I mean the unquenchable enemy who waits patiently, stubbornly, hidden in the shadow, blurred by the fog and the smoke. And then the slumbering horses turn in a flash. But all this has already happened. All this is over now, and the knight has returned to his castle, without the clashing of metal, of horses, and of men that followed him in his journey through one of the provinces of war. He has left behind the shouting. He has freed himself forever from the soggy camps, the plundering, the ambushes, from hunger, terror, lack of sleep. He has kept nothing of the war, except his horse, his panoply, his spear with the fox skin at one end to stop the blood from dripping down and soaking his hand. He has kept the smell of sweat and filth, the lice, the rash, the exhaustion, the feebleness, old age, and memories out of the loud tableau of war, like that youth, fallen on the grass, face skywards, sinking both his legs up to his knee in an uncaring river, the Rhine, the Tajo, the Arno, and the water passing by the body, lifting the legs, softening and tearing at them until it carries them downstream, transformed into ravelled threads, first crimson, then pink, finally grey and ochre. Oh, like those 10 gallows in a dark and empty square, a body hanging from each one, 10 dangling objects with their tongues out, and the wind made music with the bodies, while in the steeple a bell sounded one same hour out of time. Or like the old man, crouched to empty his bowels on the hard ground covered in frost, and suddenly collapsing over a blossom of blood and feces, the ancient rose of dysentery. Or like that lofty tower, square and built of bricks, rising against a row of cypresses, the jet of burning pitch spewing from one of the battlements, falling on the knights dressed in white tunics with a red cross on their chests, on the knights who were all so refined and beautiful, and who had attended Mass only a short while before, a Mass conducted by an archbishop, studded with precious stones, and the black crater dug by the boiling pitch, the hole smoking and crackling like a pan on the fire, until he, our knight, became aware of a sweetish smell, a smell of frying and burnt cloth, and felt a sting, and saw that a little piece of meat had landed on his hand, a little piece of flesh from one of those knights who a short while before had heard Mass and commended themselves to God, because that is what the war had been for him, though perhaps for the little kings it had been something else, and something else again for the popes and the emperors, perhaps a game of chess played at a distance, each of them locked up in a city, in a fortress, in a palace, until the game is over, and they come out and meet and shake hands like good sportsmen and split their share of harvested land. But now the knight has jumped off the chessboard of popes and emperors. Now he returns to his castle, to his wife, whom he left young, and whom he expects to find as young as when he left her, to the sumptuously laden table and the warm, well-made bed, to the falcon that used to perch on his gloved fist on the morning of the hunt, to the lute he once plucked, singing at a court in Provence or Sicily the roundelays of Cino de Pistoia, to the castle where he will at last cast off his armour like a dried scab, where he will take off his helmet like an alien head that could do nothing but swear and seek the track of the enemy's army. He returns to his castle, where the little kings whom he saved from the ignominy of defeat will cover him with honours, where the Pope and the Emperor who moved pieces on the chessboard of war will make him Duke or Count Palatine. And then, turning a bend in the road, he sees upon an untouched hill his untouched castle. He sees around it the fields and the peasants bent over the soil. He sees a dog, a domestic dog, a stray dog belonging to no one, a dog running among the stones, stopping here and there to sniff the traces of other dogs. And confronted with the idyllic picture of the castle, the peasants and the dog, the knight thinks that just as he cannot grasp the true key to war held fast in the hands of popes and emperors, and furiously coveted by little kings, these peasants, bent over their furrows, are denied the knowledge of the terrible task of war which has been his for so long. Because for these peasants, war will have been a blurred rumour, the glow of a fire in the distance, the marching of troops down the road. And as for the dog, the knight thinks, it did not even know there was a war. It did not even know there was plunder and murder, blessed by the Pope, an emperor who made spears rise like fallacies. It would have carried on eating, sleeping, coupling with other dogs, and ignoring the fact that far away, where the knight was fighting, the frontiers were being undone in order to be done up again in another pattern. Indeed, the dog would never know that a vicar of Christ was being dragged bleeding through the streets, or that an emperor was kneeling day and night outside a door that never opened. It would never know that the flower of Christendom had been fried alive in pitch and oil, and that a chime of hanged men toiled the hours on a dark and empty square. Because for the dog, the thunder of war made the same terrible noise as the thunder of a storm, and had the dog seen the damsel of war, it would have barked at her as it would bark at a stranger, or wagged its tail if it had found her friendly or been given some food. And now the knight feels proud of being a knight, of having been one of the pieces on the chessboard of war, of belonging to history, even though his name will not appear in history, even though only the names of the popes and emperors will appear in the annals of history, and in smaller letters, the names of the little kings. And the knight feels sorry for the peasants who do not even belong to history, and amazed at the dog, contemporary of popes and emperors, who will never know there have been popes and emperors, who will never even know there have been knights. He feels a kind of awe seeing this dog who comes to greet him as it would come to greet a peasant or an emperor, without distinguishing one from the other, who comes to greet him without suspecting the disasters and heroic deeds that girdle his armour, and following his thought, following this train of thought that begins with a dog, the knight thinks that perhaps the last links in the chain are not the popes or the emperors, because in the same way that the dog ignores what the peasants know, in the same way that the peasants ignore what the knight knows, and in the same way that the knight ignores what the little kings know, and the little kings what the popes and emperors know, in the same way the popes and the emperors ignore what only God knows as a whole, and in the perfection of truth. And thinking this of war, believing that for God too, war is something different from that which popes and emperors see, fills the knight with hope. Hope that in God's mind, history will include the knight's name. Hope that if the pope and the emperor, masters of the game of war, will make him, the knight, a duke or a count in recognition of his bravery, then God, the master of the game of popes and emperors, will absolve him of the murders, the rapes and the plunders in recognition of his suffering, his hunger and his lack of sleep, and will receive him in paradise. And this hope makes him smile. It comforts him and makes the past ills of the war seem worthwhile, when all of a sudden, just as hope is comforting the knight and making him smile, the dog, running to meet him, stops in its tracks in front of a wall, digs its paws into the ground, its hackles rise, its jaws part in a snarl, and it bares its fangs and starts to howl mournfully. But the knight attributes its behaviour to some insignificant circumstance. He attributes it to the fact that the dog doesn't know him and is frightened of the horse or the armour or the spear with the fox's tail hanging from one end. It's hardly surprising that this peasant's dog should be frightened of a knight dressed in iron and of a horse adorned with a headstall and snaffle, so the knight pays no attention to the dog's behaviour and follows the road that leads to the hill, on top of which stands his castle, and the hoofs of his horse are about to trample the dog, but it jumps to one side at the last minute and continues to howl, continues to whimper, and bares its teeth, while the knight remembers again his young wife, his falcon, and his love-lute, and has forgotten about the dog now left behind him, like the war. And what the knight will never know is that the dog has smelt on the knight's armour the stench of death and hell, because the dog already knows what the knight does not know, It knows that in the night's groin a pustule has begun to distill the juices of the plague, and that death and the devil are waiting for the night at the foot of the hill to take him with them. Because if the night could read what I now write, he would perhaps think, following an analogous train of thought but in reverse, he would think that just as a dog stopped there where he rides on, so knights perhaps stop there where popes and emperors ride on, and perhaps therefore the popes and emperors will ignore his heroic deeds and not make him a duke or a count. He would think that the war of knights is for popes and emperors, like the stench of death and the devil, that only dogs can smell. And still, within the circle of this reasoning, the knight would think that perhaps popes and emperors stop there where God rides on, that perhaps they play a game of chess, which God does not take into account. I mean, which God does not watch. Perhaps God does not even see their chessboard, and the sacrifice of the pieces serves no purpose in God's eyes, and the knight will not be absolved of his sins, nor admitted into paradise. I mean that if the knight reasoned in this manner, he would think that perhaps for God the realities that trap men form a web which cannot trap God, in the same way that the knight had passed through without seeing the web in which the dog became entangled, even though the web was woven for the knight and not for the dog, even though the prayers, the hopes, and sufferings of men are woven for God. But the knight will never read what I now write, and he reaches the bottom of the hill, happy with the hope that his valour has woven a web that will trap the fly pope, the fly emperor, happy with the hope that popes and emperors have woven another web that will trap the fly god, while down here, on the road, the dog, who confuses the thunder of war with the thunder of a storm, continues to wage another, vaster war, in which the night confuses the barking of death with the barking of a dog.
The Corner Shop by Cynthia Asquith. Peter Wood's executors found their task a very easy one. He had left his affairs in perfect order. The only surprise yielded by his methodical writing table was a sealed envelope on which was written, "Not wishing to be bothered by well-meaning research societies, I have never shown the enclosed to anyone. But after my death, all are welcome to read what, to the best of my knowledge, is a true story." The manuscript, which bore a date 3 years previously to the death of the writer, was as follows. "I have long wished to record an experience of my youth. I won't attempt any explanations. I draw no conclusions. I merely narrate certain events. One foggy evening at the end of a day of enforced idleness in my chambers, I had just been called to the bar, I was rather dejectedly walking back to my lodgings when my attention was drawn to the brightly lit window of a shop. Seeing the word antiques on its signboard and remembering that I owed a wedding present to a lover of bric-a-brac, I grasped the handle of the green door. Opening with one of those cheerful jingle-jangle bells, it admitted me into a large rambling premises, thickly crowded with all the traditional treasure and trash of a curiosity shop. Suits of armour, warming pans, cracked misted mirrors, church vestments, spinning wheels, brass kettles, chandeliers, gongs, chessmen, furniture of every size and every period. Despite all the clutter, there was none of the dusty gloom one associates with such collections. Far from being dingy, the room was brightly lit, and a crackling fire leaped up the chimney. In fact, the atmosphere was so warm and cheerful that after the cold, dark fog outside, it struck me as most agreeable. At my entrance, a young woman and a girl, by their resemblance obviously sisters, rose from armchairs. Bright, bustling, gaily dressed, they were curiously unlike the type of people who usually preside over such wares. A flower or a cake shop would have seemed a far more appropriate setting. Inwardly awarding them high marks for keeping the place so clean, I wished the sisters good evening. Their smiling faces and easy manners made a very pleasant impression on me, but though they were most obliging in showing me all their treasures and displayed considerable knowledge as well as appreciation, they seemed wholly indifferent as to whether or not I would make any purchase. I found a small piece of Sheffield ware very moderately priced and decided that this was the very present for my friend. Explaining that I was without sufficient cash, I asked the elder sister if she would take a cheque. "Certainly," she answered, briskly producing pen and ink. "Will you please make it out to the corner curio shop?" It was with conscious reluctance that I left the cheerful precincts and plunged back into the saffron fog. "Good evening, sir. Always pleased to see you at any time," rang out the elder sister's pleasant voice, a voice so engaging that I left almost with a sense of having made a friend. I suppose it must have been a week later that, as I walked home one bitter cold evening, fine powdery snow brushing against my face, a cutting wind lashing down the streets, I remembered the welcoming warmth of the cheerful corner shop and decided to revisit it. I found myself to be in the very street, and there, yes, there was the very corner. It was with a sense of disappointment out of all proportion to the event that I found the shop wore that baffling, shut-eyed appearance and read the uncompromising word, "closed." An icy gust of wind whistled round the corner. My wet trousers flapped dismally against my chapped ankles. Longing for the warmth and glow within, I felt annoyingly thwarted. Rather childishly, for I was certain the door was locked, I grasped the handle and shook it. To my surprise, it turned in my hand, but not in answer to its pressure. The door was opened from within, and I found myself looking into the dimly lit countenance of a very old and extremely frail-looking little man. "Please to come in, sir," said a gentle, rather tremulous voice, and feeble footsteps shuffled away ahead of me. It is impossible to describe the altered aspect of the place. I suppose the electric light had fused, for the darkness of the large room was thinned only by 2 guttering candles, and in their wavering light, dark shapes of furniture formerly brightly lit now loomed, towering and mysterious, casting weird, almost menacing shadows. The fire was out. Only one faintly glowing ember told that any had lately been alive. Other evidence there was none, for the grim cold of the atmosphere was such that I had never experienced. The phrase, "it struck chill," is laughably inadequate. In retrospect, the street seemed almost agreeable. At least its biting cold had been bracing. One way and another, the atmosphere of the shop was now as gloomy as it had been bright before. I felt a strong impulse to leave at once, but the surrounding darkness thinned, and I saw the old man busily lighting candles here and there. "Anything I can show you, sir?" he quavered, approaching taper in hand. I now saw him comparatively distinctly. His appearance made an indescribable impression on me. As I stared, Rembrandt flitted through my mind. Who else could have given any idea of the weird shadows on that ravaged face? Tired is a word we use lightly. Never before had I known what it might mean, such ineffable, patient weariness. Deep sunk in his withered face, the eyes seemed as extinct as the fire, and the wan frailty of the small, tremulous, bent frame. The words, dust and ashes, strayed through my brain. On my first visit I had, you may remember, been surprised by the uncharacteristic cleanliness of the place. The queer fancy now struck me that this old man was like an accumulation of all the dust one might have expected to find distributed over such premises. In truth, he looked scarcely more solid than a mere conglomeration of dust and cobwebs that might be dispersed at a breath or a touch. What a fantastic old creature to be employed by those well-to-do looking girls. He must, I thought, be some old retainer kept on out of charity. "Anything I can show you, sir?" repeated the old man. His voice had a little more body than the tearing of a cobweb, but there was a curious, almost pleading insistence in it, and his eyes were fixed on me in a wan yet devouring stare. I wanted to leave, yes, at once. The mere proximity of the poor old man distressed me, made me feel wretched, dispirited, nonetheless involuntarily murmuring, "Thank you, I'll look around." I found myself following his frail form and absent-mindedly inspecting various objects temporarily illuminated by his trembling taper. The chill silence broken only by the tired shuffle of his carpet slippers got on my nerves. "Very cold night," I hazarded. "Cold, is it? Cold? Yes, I dare say it's cold." In his grey voice was the apathy of utter indifference. For how many years, I wondered, had this poor old fellow been incapable of his own distress? "Been at this job long?" I asked, duly contemplating a four-poster bed. "A long, long, long time." The answer came softly as a sigh, and as he spoke, time seemed no longer a matter of days, weeks, months, years, but a weariness that stretched immeasurably. Suddenly, I began to resent the old man's exhaustion and melancholy, the contagions of which so unaccountably weighed down my own spirits. "How long, oh Lord, how long?" I said as jauntily as I could manage, adding with odious jocularity, "Old age pension about due, what?" No response. In silence he drifted across the other side of the room. "Quaint piece this," said my guide, picking up a grotesque little frog that lay on a shelf amongst various other odds and ends. It seemed to be made of some substance similar to jade, soapstone, I guessed. Struck by its oddity, I took the frog from the old man's hand. It was strangely cold. "Rather fun," I said. "How much?" "Half a crown, sir," whispered the old man, glancing up at my face. Again his voice was scarcely more audible than the slithering of dust. But there was a queer gleam in his eyes. Was it eagerness? Could it be? "Only half a crown? Is that all?" "I'll have it," said I. "Don't bother to pack up old Anthony Rowley. I'll put him in my pocket." As I gave the old man the coin, I inadvertently touched his hand. I could scarcely suppress a start. I have said the frog struck cold, but compared to that desiccated skin, its substance was tepid. I can't describe the chill of that second's contact. Poor old fellow, thought I. He isn't fit to be about, not in this lonely place. I wonder those kind-looking girls allow such an old wreck to struggle on. "Good night," I said. "Good night, sir." "Thank you, sir," quavered the feeble old voice. He shut the door behind me. Turning my head as I breasted the driving snow, I saw his form scarcely more solid than a shadow, dimly outlined against the candlelight. His face was pressed against the big glass pane, and as I walked away, I pictured his exhausted, patient eyes peering after me. Somehow I was unable to dismiss the thought of that old man. Long after I was in bed and courting sleep, I saw that ravaged face with its maze of wrinkles, those great eyes like lifeless planets, staring at me. And in their steady gaze there seemed something that beseeched. Yes, I was strangely perturbed by that old man. Even after I achieved sleep, my dreams were full of him, haunted, I suppose, by a sense of his infinite tiredness. I was trying to force him to rest, to compel him to lie down. But no sooner did I succeed in laying out his frail form on the four-poster bed I had seen in the shop, only now it seemed more like a grave than a bed, and the brocade coverlet had turned into sods of turf, than he would slip from my grasp and totteringly resume his rambles round and round the shop. On and on I chased him, down endless avenues of weird furniture, but still he eluded me. Now the dim shop seemed to stretch on and on unendingly, to merge into an infinity of sunless, airless space, until at length, exhausted, breathless, I myself collapsed and sank into the four-poster grave. The very next morning an urgent summons took me out of London, and in the anxiety of the ensuing week, the episode of the corner shop was banished from my mind. As soon as my father was pronounced out of danger, I returned to my dreary lodgings. Dejectedly engaged in adding up my wretched bills and wondering where on earth to find the money to pay my next quarter's rent, I was agreeably surprised by a visit from an old schoolfellow, at that time practically the only friend I had in London. He was employed by one of the best-known firms of fine art dealers and auctioneers. After some minutes' conversation, he rose in search of a light. My back was turned to him. I heard the sharp scratch of a match, followed by propitiatory noises to his pipe. Suddenly, they were broken off by an exclamation. "Good God, man," he shouted, "where did you get this?" Turning my head, I saw he had snatched up my purchase of the other night, the funny little frog, whose presence on my mantelpiece I had all but forgotten. Closely scrutinizing it through a magnifying glass, he held it under the gas jet, his hands shaking with excitement. "Where did you get this?" he repeated. "Have you any idea what it is?" Briefly, I told him that rather than leave a shop empty-handed, I had bought the frog for £0.50. £0.50? My dear fellow, I can't swear to it, but I believe you've had one of those amazing pieces of luck one hears of. Unless I'm very much mistaken, this is a piece of jade of the Shah dynasty. If so, it's practically unique. These words conveyed little to my ignorance. "Do you mean it's worth money?" "Worth money? Phew," he ejaculated. "Look here. Will you leave this business to me? Let me have the thing for my firm to handle. They'll do the best they can by you. I shall be able to get it into Thursday's sale." Certain that I could implicitly trust my friend, I agreed. Reverently enwrapping the frog in cotton wool, he hurried off. Friday morning I had the shock of my life. Shock does not necessarily imply bad news. I assure you that for some seconds after opening the one envelope lying on my dingy breakfast tray, the room span round and round. The envelope contained an account from Messrs. Spunk Fine Art Dealers and Auctioneers. To sale of Shah jade, £2,000, less 10% commission, £1,800. And there, neatly folded, made out to Peter Wood, was Messrs. Spunk's cheque for £1,800. For some time I was completely bewildered. My friend's words had raised hopes that my chance purchase might facilitate the payment of next quarter's rent, might possibly even provide for a whole year's rent. But that so large a sum was involved had never so much as crossed my mind. Could it be true, or was it some hideous joke? Surely, in the trite phrase, it was much, much too good to be true. It wasn't the sort of thing that happened to oneself. Still feeling physically dizzy, I rang up my friend. His voice and the heartiness of his congratulations convinced me of the truth of my astounding good fortune. It was neither joke nor dream. I, Peter Wood, whose bank account was at present £20 overdrawn, who but for shares amounting to £150 possessed no securities whatever, now held in my hand a piece of paper convertible into 1,800 golden sovereigns. I sat down to think, to try to realize, to readjust. From my jumble of plans, problems, and emotions, one fact emerged crystal clear. Obviously, I could not take advantage of that nice girl's ignorance, nor of a poor old caretaker's incompetence, whichever was to blame. No, I couldn't accept this amazing gift from fate merely because, by a sheer fluke, I had bought a treasure for £0.50. Clearly, I must give back at least half the sum to my unconscious benefactors. Otherwise, I should feel I had robbed them, almost as if, like a thief in the night, I had broken into their shop. I remember their pleasant, open countenances. What fun to astonish them with my wonderful news! I felt a strong impulse to rush to the shop, but having for once a case in court, was obliged to go to the Temple. Endorsing Messrs. Spunk's cheque, I addressed it to my bankers and filled in one of my own for £900, made out to the corner curio shop. It was late before I was free to leave the law courts, and when I arrived at the shop I was disappointed, but not surprised to read the notice closed. Even supposing the old caretaker to be on duty, there was no particular point in seeing him. My business was with his mistress. Deciding to postpone my visit to the following day, I was just on the point of hurrying home when, exactly as though I were expected, the door opened. There, on the threshold, stood the old man, peering out into the darkness. "Anything I can do for you, sir?" His voice was even queerer than before. I now realized that I had dreaded re-encountering him. Yet I found myself irresistibly compelled to enter. The atmosphere was as grimly cold as on my last visit. I felt myself actually shiver. Several candles, obviously only just lit, were burning. By their glimmer, I saw the old man's questioning gaze intently fixed on me. What a face! I had not exaggerated its weirdness. Never had I seen anyone so singular, so striking. No wonder I had dreamed of him. How I wished he had not opened the door. "Anything I can show you tonight, sir?" His voice trembled. "No, thanks. I've come about that thing you sold me the other day. I find it's of great value. Please tell your mistress that I'll pay her a proper price for it tomorrow." As I spoke, there spread over the old man's face the most wonderful smile. I use the word smile for lack of a better word, but how to convey the beauty of the indefinable expression that transfigured that time-worn face? Tender triumph, gentle joy, rapturous reverence. What mystery did I witness? It was like iron frost yielding to sunshine, the thawing of grief in the dawn radiance of some unsurmisable redemption. For the first time in my life, I had some inkling of the word beatitude. I can't describe the impression made on me. The moment, as it were, brimmed over. Time ceased. I became conscious of infinite things. The silence was now broken by the gathering itself together sound of an old clock about to strike. I turned my head towards one of those wonderful, intricate pieces of medieval workmanship, a Nuremberg grandfather clock. From the recess beneath its exquisitely painted face, quaint figures emerged, and while one struck a bell, others demurely stepped through the mazes of a minuet. My attention was riveted by the pretty spectacle. Not till the last sounds had trembled into silence did I turn my head. I found myself alone. The old man had vanished. Surprised that he should leave me, I looked all around the large room. Oddly enough, the fire, which I had supposed dead, had flared into unexpected life, and now cast a cheerful glow, but neither fire nor candlelight revealed any trace of the old caretaker. "Hello? Hello?" I called interrogatively. No answer. No sound save the loud ticking of the clocks and the crackle of the fire. I walked all round the big room. I even looked into the great four-poster bed of my dreams. Then I saw that there was a smaller adjoining room. Snatching up a candle, I hastened to explore this. At its far end, I discovered a winding staircase leading up to a little gallery. The old man must have withdrawn into some upstairs lair. I would follow him. I groped my way to the foot of the stairs and began to climb, but the steps creaked under my feet. I was conscious of crumbling woodwork. There was an icy draught. My candle went out. Cobwebs brushed against my face. To go any further was most uninviting. I desisted. After all, what did it matter? Let the old man hide himself. I had given my message. Best be gone. But the main room to which I had returned was now quite warm and cheerful. What had ever made me think it sinister? It was with a distinct sense of regret that I left the shop. I felt balked. I longed to see that radiant face again. Strange old man. How could I have ever fancied that I feared him? The next Saturday I was free to go straight to the shop. All the way there my mind was agreeably occupied, anticipating the welcome the grateful sisters were sure to give me. As the jingle-jangle of the bell announced my opening of the door, the two girls, who were busily dusting their goods, turned to see who came in at so unusually early an hour. Recognizing me, to my surprise, they bowed amiably but quite casually, as though to a mere acquaintance. With such a fairy-tale bond between us, I had expected a very different kind of greeting. I supposed that they had not yet heard the news, and when I told them I had brought the cheque, I saw that my surmise was right. They looked quite blank. "Cheque?" "Yes, for the frog I bought the other day." "Frog? What frog? I only remember you buying a piece of Sheffield plate." So they knew nothing, not even of my second visit to their shop. By degrees I told them the whole story. They were overcome with astonishment. The elder sister seemed quite dazed. But I can't understand it. I can't understand it, she repeated. Holmes, the old caretaker, isn't even supposed to admit anyone in our absence, far less to sell things. He merely comes to take charge on the evenings we leave early, and is only supposed to stay until the night policeman comes on duty. I can't believe he let you in and never told us he'd sold you something. It's too extraordinary. What time was it? Round about 6, I should think. He generally leaves at 5:30, said the girl, but I suppose the policeman must have been late. It was later when I came yesterday. Did you come again? She asked. Briefly, I told her of my visit and the message I had left with the caretaker. What an extraordinary thing, she exclaimed. I can't begin to understand it, but we shall soon hear his explanation. I expect him at any moment now. He comes in every morning to sweep the floors. At the prospect of meeting the remarkable old man again, I felt a thrill of excitement. How would he look by daylight? Should I see him smile again? Very old, isn't he? I hazarded. Old? Yes, I suppose he is getting on. But it's a very easy job. He's a good, honest fellow. I can't imagine he's doing anything on the sly. I'm afraid we've been rather slack in our cataloguing lately. I wonder if he does sell odds and ends for himself. Oh, no, I can't believe it. By the way, can you remember whereabouts the frog was? I pointed to the shelf from which the caretaker had produced a piece of jade. Oh, from that odd lot I bought the other day for next to nothing. I haven't sorted or priced any of the things yet. I can't remember any frog. What an incredible thing to happen. At this moment the telephone rang. She lifted the receiver. Hello. Yes, Miss Wilson speaking. Yes, Mr. Holmes, what is it? A few seconds' startled pause, and then... Dead? Dead? But how? Why? Oh, I am sorry. After a few more words, she replaced the receiver and turned to us, her eyes full of tears. Oh, Bessie, she said to her sister, poor old Holmes is dead. When he got home yesterday, he complained of pain, and he died in the middle of the night. Heart failure. No one had any idea there was anything the matter with him. Oh, poor Mrs. Holmes, what will she do? We must go to her at once. Both girls were so much upset that I thought it best to leave. The singular old man had made so haunting an impression on me that I was deeply moved to hear of his sudden death. How strange that, except for his wife, I should have been the very last person to speak with him. No doubt pain had seized him in my very presence. That was why he had left so abruptly and without a word. Had death already brushed against his consciousness? That lovely, inexplicable smile was at the beginning of the peace that passes all understanding. Next day I told Miss Wilson and her sister all the details of the fabulous sale of the frog and presented my cheque. Here I met with unexpected opposition. The sisters showed great unwillingness to accept the money. It was, they said, all mine. Besides, they had no need of it. You see, explained Miss Wilson, my father had a flair for this business amounting to a sort of genius. He made quite a large fortune. When he became too old to carry on the shop, we kept it open partly out of sentiment, partly for the sake of occupation, but we don't need to make any profit. At last I prevailed upon them to accept the money, if only to spend it on the various charities in which they were interested. It was a relief to my mind when the matter was settled. The extraordinary incident of the jade frog made a bond between us, and in the course of our amicable arguments we became very friendly. I fell into the way of dropping in on them quite often, and soon began to rely on their sympathetic companionship. I never forgot the impression made on me by the old man, and often questioned the sisters about the poor caretaker, but they had nothing of interest to tell me. They merely described him as an old dear who had been in their father's service for years and years. No further light was thrown on his sale of the frog. Naturally, they did not like to question his widow. One evening, when I was having tea in the inner room with the elder sister, I picked up a photograph album. Turning its pages, I came upon a remarkably fine likeness of the old man. There before my eyes was the strange, striking countenance, but evidently this photograph had been taken many years before I saw him. The face was fuller, and had not yet acquired the frail, infinitely wearied look I remembered. But what magnificent eyes! There certainly was something extraordinarily impressive about the man. What a splendid photograph of poor old Holmes, I said. Photograph of Holmes? I had no idea there was one. Let's see. As I handed her the open book, the young sister Bessie looked in through the open door. I'm off to the movies now, she called. Father's just rung up to say he'll be round in 5 minutes to have a look at that Sheraton sideboard. All right, Bessie, I'll be here, and very glad to have Father's opinion, said Miss Wilson, taking the album from my hand. I can't see any photograph of old Holmes, she said. I pointed to the top of the page. That? She exclaimed. Why, that's my dear father. Your father? I gasped. Yes, I can't imagine any two people more unlike. It must have been very dark when you saw Holmes. Yes, it was very dark, I said quickly, just to gain time to think, for I felt bewildered. No degree of darkness could possibly explain any such mistake. I had no moment's doubt as to the identity of the man I had taken for the caretaker with the one whose photograph I held in my hand. But what an amazing, inexplicable thing. Her father! Why on earth should he have been in the shop unknown to his daughters? For what possible motive had he concealed his sale of the frog? And when he heard of its value, why had he left the girls under the impression that it was Holmes, the dead caretaker, who had sold it? Had he been ashamed to confess his own inadvertence? Or was it possible that the girls had never told him the astonishing sequel to the sale? Did they perhaps not want him to know of their sudden acquisition? Into what strange family intrigue had I stumbled? But whoever it was who had been so secretive, it was none of my business. I didn't want to give anyone away. No, I must hold my tongue. The younger sister had said their father was just coming. Would he recognize me as his customer? If so, it might be rather embarrassing. It's a splendid face, I said shyly. Isn't it? She said with pleased eagerness. So clever and strong, don't you think? I remember when that photograph was taken. It was just before he got religion. The girl spoke as if she referred to some distressing illness. Did he suddenly become very religious? Yes, she said reluctantly. Poor father. He made friends with a priest and became so changed. He was never the same again. From the break in the girl's voice, I guessed she thought her father's reason had been affected. Perhaps this explained the whole affair. On the 2 occasions when I had seen him, was he wandering in mind as well as body? Did his religion make him unhappy? I ventured to ask. For I was most anxious for more light on the strange being before I met him again. Yes, dreadfully. The girl's eyes were full of tears. You see, it was... She hesitated, but after a glance at me went on. There's really no reason why I shouldn't tell you. I've come to look on you as a real friend. My poor father began to think he'd done something very wrong. He couldn't quiet his conscience. You remember me telling you of his extraordinary flair? Well, his fortune had really been founded on 3 marvellous strokes of business. You see, he had exactly the same sort of luck you had the other day. That's why I decided to tell you. It seems such an odd coincidence. She paused. Please go on, I urged. Well, on 3 separate occasions he bought for a few shillings objects that were of immense value. Only unlike you, he did know what he was about. The profit made on their sale was no surprise to him. Unlike you, he did not then see any obligation to make it up to the ignorant people who had thrown away fortunes. After all, most dealers wouldn't, would they? She asked defensively. Well, father grew richer and richer. Years later, he met this priest, and then he seemed to go sort of morbid. He began to think that our wealth had been founded on what was really no better than theft. He reproached himself bitterly for having taken advantage of those 3 men's ignorance. Unhappily, in each case, he succeeded in discovering what had ultimately happened to those he called his victims. Most unfortunately, all 3 customers had died destitute. This discovery made him incurably miserable. 2 of these men had died without leaving any children, so, as no relations could be found, my father was unable to make amends. The son of the 3rd he traced to America, but there he too had died, leaving no family, so poor father could find no means of making reparation. That was what he longed for, to make reparation. His failure preyed and preyed on him until his poor dear mind became quite unhinged. As religion gained stronger and stronger hold on him, he took a queer sort of notion in his head, a regular obsession. The next best thing to doing a good deed yourself, he would say, is to provide someone else with the opportunity to give him his cue. In our sins Christ is crucified afresh. Because I sinned against him thrice, I must somehow be the cause of 3 correspondingly good actions that will counterbalance my own sins. In no other way can I atone for my crimes against Christ, for crimes they were. In vain we argued with him, assuring him he had done only as nearly all other men would have done. It was no use. Other men must judge for themselves. I have done what I know to be wrong, he would moan. He grew more and more fixed in his idea of expiation. it became positive religious mania. Determined to find 3 human beings whom by their good actions would, as it were, cancel out the pain caused to divinity by what he called his 3 crimes, he busied himself in finding insignificant-looking works of art which he would offer for a few shillings. Poor old father, never shall I forget his joy when one day a man brought back a vase he had bought for 5 shillings and discovered it to be worth £600. "I think you must have made a mistake," the man said, "just as you did, bless you." 5 years later, a similar thing occurred, and he was, so radiant. 2 of humanity's crimes cancelled out, 2/3 of his expiation achieved. Then followed years and years of weary disappointment. "I shall never rest, I can't, no, never, never, until I find the 3rd, he used to say. Here the girl began to weep, hiding her face behind her hand. She murmured, "Oh, if only you had come sooner." I heard the jingle-jangle of the bell. "How he must have suffered," I said. "I'm so glad I had the luck to be the 3rd. Is he satisfied now?" Her hands dropped from her face. She stared at me. I heard footsteps approach. "I'm so glad I'm going to meet him again," I said. "Meet him?" she echoed in amazement as her footsteps neared. "Yes, I may stay and see your father, mayn't I? I heard your sister say he would soon be here." "Oh, now I understand," she exclaimed. "You mean Bessie's father? But Bessie and I are only stepsisters. My poor father died years and years ago."
A Strange Goldfield by Guy Boothby. Of course, 9 out of 10 of every intelligent persons will refuse to believe that there could be a grain of truth in the story I'm now going to tell you. The 10th may have some small faith in my veracity, but what I think of his intelligence I'm going to keep to myself. In a certain portion of a certain Australian colony, 2 miners went out prospecting in what was then, as now, one of the dreariest parts of the island continent, chanced upon a rich find. They applied to government for the usual reward, and in less than a month 3,000 people were settled on the field. What privations they had to go through to get there, and the miseries they had to endure when they did reach their journey's end, have only a remote bearing on this story, but they would make a big book. I should explain that between Railhead and the field was a stretch of country some 300 miles in extent. It was badly watered, vilely grassed, and execrably timbered. What was even worse, a considerable portion of it was made up of red sand, and everybody who has been compelled to travel over that knows what that means. Yet, these enthusiastic seekers after wealth pushed on, some on horseback, some in bullock wagons, but the majority travelled on foot. The graves and the skeletons of cattle belonging to those who had preceded them punctuating the route and telling them what they might expect as they advanced. That the field did not prove a success is now a matter of history. But that same history, if you read between the lines, gives one some notion of what life must have been like while it lasted. The water supply was entirely insufficient. Provisions were bad and ruinously expensive. The men themselves were, as a rule, the roughest of the rough, while the less said about the majority of the women, the better. Then typhoid stepped in and stalked like a destroying angel through the camp. Its inhabitants went down like sheep in a drought, and for the most part rose no more. Where there had been a lust of gold, and there was now panic, terror. Every man feared that he might be the next to be attacked, and it was only the knowledge of those terrible 300 miles that separated them from civilization that kept many of them on the field. The most thickly populated part was now the cemetery. Drink was the only solace, and under its influence such scenes were enacted as I dare not describe. As they heard of fresh deaths, men shook their fists at heaven and cursed the day when they first saw pick or shovel. Some, bolder than the rest, cleared out just as they stood. A few eventually reached civilization. Others perished in the desert. At last the field was declared abandoned, and the dead were left to take their last long sleep, undisturbed by the clank of windlass or the blow of pick. It would take too long to tell all the different reasons that combined to draw me out into that most distressful country. Let it suffice that our party consisted of a young Englishman named Spicer, a wily old Australian bushman named Matthews, and myself. We were better off than the unfortunate miners insomuch as we were travelling with camels, and our outfits were as perfect as money and experience could make them. The man who travels in any other fashion in that country is neither more nor less than a madman. For a month past we had been having a fairly rough time of it, and were then on our way south, where we had a reason to believe rain had fallen, and in consequence grass was plentiful. It was towards evening when we came out of a gully in the ranges and had our first view of the deserted camp. We had no idea of its existence, and for this reason we pulled up our animals and stared at it in complete surprise. Then we pushed on again, wondering what on earth place we had chanced upon. "This is all right," said Spicer with a chuckle. "We're in luck. Grog, shanties and stores, a bath and perhaps girls." I shook my head. "I can't make it out," I said. "What's it doing out here?" Matthews was looking at it under his hand, and as I knew that he'd been out in this direction on a previous occasion, I asked his opinion. "Beats me," he replied, "but if you ask me what I think, I should say it's Gorunia, the field that was deserted some 4 or 5 years back." "Look here," cried Spicer, who was riding a bit on our left. "What are all these things? Graves, as I'm a living man. Here, let's get out of this. There are hundreds of them, and before I know where I am, old Polyphemus will be here on his nose." What he said was correct. The ground over which we were riding was literally bestrewn with graves, some of which had rough, tumble-down headboards, others being destitute of all adornment. We turned away and moved on over safer ground in the direction of the field itself. Such a pitiful sight I'll never want to see again. The tents and huts in numerous cases were still standing, while the claims gaped at us on every side like new-made graves. A bullock dray, weather-worn but still in excellent condition, stood in the main street outside a grog shanty, whose signboard, strange incongruity, bore the name of the Killarney Hotel. Nothing would suit Spicer but that he must dismount and go in and explore. It was not long away when he returned. It was with a face as white as a sheet of paper. "You never saw such a place," he almost whispered. "All I want to do is get out of it. There's a skeleton on the floor in the back room with an empty rum bottle alongside it." He mounted, and when his beast was on its feet once more, we were on our way. Not one of us was sorry when we left the last claim behind us. Half a mile or so from the field, and the country begins to rise again. There's also a curious cliff away to the left, and as it looked like being a likely place to find water, we resolved to camp there. We were within 100 yards or so of this cliff when an exclamation from Spicer attracted my attention. "Luke," he cried, "what's that?" I followed the direction in which he was pointing, and to my surprise I saw the figure of a man running as if for his life among the rocks. I have said the figure of a man, but as a matter of fact, had there been baboons in the Australian bush, I should have been inclined to have taken him for one. "This is a day of surprises," I said. "Who can that fellow be? And what makes him act like that?" We still continued to watch him as he proceeded on his erratic course along the base of the cliff. Then he suddenly disappeared. "Let's get on to camp," I said, "and then we'll go after him and endeavour to settle matters a bit." Having selected a place, we off-saddled and prepared our camp. By this time it was nearly dark, and it was very evident that if we wanted to discover the man we had seen, it would be wise not to postpone the search too long. We accordingly strolled off in the direction he had taken, keeping a sharp lookout for any sign of him. Our search, however, was not successful. The fellow had disappeared without leaving a trace of his whereabouts behind him, and yet we were all certain that we had seen him. At length we returned to our camp for supper, completely mystified. As we ate our meal, we discussed the problem and vowed that on the morrow we would renew the search. Then the full moon rose over the cliff, and the plain immediately became well nigh as bright as day. I had lit my pipe and was stretching myself out upon my blankets when something induced me to look across at a big rock, some half-dozen paces from the fire. Peering around it and evidently taking an absorbing interest in our doings was the most extraordinary figure I've ever beheld. Shouting something to my companions, I sprang to my feet and dashed across at him. He saw me and fled. Old as he apparently was, he could run like a jackrabbit, and though I have the reputation of being fairly quick on my feet, I found that I had all my work cut out to catch him. Indeed, I'm rather doubtful as to whether I should have done so at all had he not tripped and measured his length on the ground. Before he could get up, I was on him. "I've got you lost, my friend," I said. "Now, you just come along back to the camp and let's have a look at you." In reply, he snarled like a dog, and I believe he would have bitten me had I not held him off. My word, he was a creature more animal than man, and the reek of him was worse than any of our camels.
From what I could tell, he must be about 60 years of age, well below the middle height, had white eyebrows, white hair and a white beard. He was dressed partly in rags and partly in skins and went barefooted like an aborigine. While I was overhauling him, the others came up, whereupon we escorted him back to the camp. "What wouldn't Barnum give for him?" said Spicer. "You're a beauty, my friend, and no mistake. What's your name?" The fellow only grunted in reply. Then, seeing the pipes in our mouths, a curious change came over him, and he muttered something that resembled, "Gimme." "Wants a smoke," interrupted Matthews. "Poor beggar's been without for a long time, I reckon. Well, I've got an old pipe so he can have a draw." He procured one from his pack saddle, filled it up and handed it to the man, who snatched it greedily and began to puff away at it. "How long have you been out here?" I asked, when he had squatted himself down alongside the fire. "Dunno," he answered, this time plainly enough. "Can't you get back?" continued Matthews, who knew the nature of the country on the other side. "Don't want to," was the other's laconic reply. "Stay here." I heard Spicer mutter, "Mad as a March hare." We then tried to get out of him where he hailed from, but he had either forgotten or did not understand. Next we inquired how he managed to live. To this he answered readily enough, "Carnies." Now, the carny is a lizard of the iguana type, and eaten raw would be by no means an appetizing dish. Then came the question that gives me reason for telling the story. It was Spicer who put it. "You must have had a lonely time of it out here," said the latter. "How do you manage for company?" "There's a field," he said. "It's sociable a field as any you'd find." "But the field's deserted, man," I put in, "and has been for years." The old fellow shook his head. "As sociable a field as ever you saw," he repeated. "There's Sailor Dick and Frisco, Dick Johnson, Cockney Jim, and 100 of them. They're taking it out powerful rich in the Golden South, so I heard when I was down at the Killarney a while back." It was plain to us that the old man was, as Spicer had said, as mad as a hatter. For some minutes he rambled on about the field, talking rashly enough, I must confess. That is to say, it would have seemed rashly enough if we hadn't known the true facts of the case. At last he got on his feet, saying, "Well, I must be going. They'll be expecting me. It's my shift on with Cockney Jim." "But you don't work at night," growled Matthews from the other side of the fire. "We work always," the other replied. "If you don't believe me, come and see for yourselves." "I wouldn't go back to that place for anything," said Spicer. But I must confess that my curiosity had been aroused, and I determined to go, if only to see what this strange creature did when he got there. Matthews decided to accompany me, and not wishing to be left alone, Spicer at length agreed to do the same. Without looking round, the old fellow led the way across the plain towards the field. Of all the nocturnal excursions I have made in my life, that was certainly the most uncanny. Not once did our guide turn his head, but pushed on at a pace that gave us some trouble to keep up with him. It was only when we came to the first claim that he paused. "Listen," he said, "and you can hear the camp at work. Then you'll believe me." We did listen, and as I live we could distinctly hear the rattling of sluice boxes and cradles, the groaning of the windlasses, in fact the noise you hear on a Goldfield at the busiest hour of the day. We moved a little closer and, believe me or not, I swear to you, I could see, or thought I could see, the shadowy forms of men moving about in that ghostly moonlight. Meanwhile, the wind sighed across the plain, flapping what remained of the old tents and giving an additional touch of horror to the general desolation. I could hear Spicer's teeth chattering beside me, and for my own part, I felt as if my blood were turning to ice. "That's the claim, the Golden South, away to the right there," said the old man. "And if you'll come along with me, I'll introduce you to my mates." But this was an honour we declined, and without hesitation. I wouldn't have gone any further among those tents for all the wealth of the Indies. "I've had enough of this," said Spicer, and I can tell you I barely recognised his voice. "Let's get back to camp." By this time our guide had left us and was making his way in the direction he had indicated. We could plainly hear him addressing imaginary people as he marched along. As for ourselves, we turned about and hurried back to our camp as fast as we could go. Once there, the grog bottle was produced, and never did 3 men stand more in need of stimulants. Then we set to work to find some explanation of what we had seen, or had fancied we saw, but it was impossible. The wind might have rattled the old windlasses, but it could not be held accountable for those shadowy grey forms that had moved about among the claims. "I give it up," said Spicer at last. "I know that I never want to see it again. What's more, I vote that we clear out of here tomorrow morning. We all agreed, and then retired to our blankets, but for my part, and I do not mind confessing, I scarcely slept a wink all night. The thought that that hideous old man might be hanging about the camp would alone be sufficient for that. Next morning, as soon as it was light, we breakfasted, but before we broke camp, Matthews and I set off along the cliff in an attempt to discover our acquaintance of the previous evening. Though, however, we searched high and low for upwards of an hour, no success rewarded us. By mutual consent, we resolved not to look for him on the field. When we returned to Spades, we placed such tobacco and stores as we could spare under the shadow of the big rock where the mystery would be likely to see them, then mounted our camels and resumed our journey, heartily glad to be on our way once more. Goldfield is a place I never desire to visit again. I don't like its population.
The Hound by H P Lovecraft. In my tortured ears, there sounds unceasingly a nightmare whirring and flapping, and a faint, distant baying of some gigantic hound. It is not dream, it is not, I fear, even madness, for too much has already happened to give me these merciful doubts. St. John is a mangled corpse, I alone know why, and such is my knowledge that I am about to blow out my brains for fear I shall be mangled in the same way. Down unlit and illimitable corridors of eldritch fantasy sweeps the black, shapeless nemesis that drives me to self-annihilation. May heaven forgive the folly and morbidity which led us both to so monstrous a fate. Wearied with the commonplace of a prosaic world where even the joys of romance and adventure soon grow stale, St. John and I had followed enthusiastically every aesthetic and intellectual movement which promised respite from our devastating ennui. The enigmas of the symbolists and the ecstasies of the pre-Raphaelites all were ours in their time, but each new mood was drained too soon of its diverting novelty and appeal. Only the sombre philosophy of the decadence could hold us, and this we found potent only by increasing gradually the depth and diabolism of our penetrations. Baudelaire and Huysmans were soon exhausted of thrills, until finally there remained for us only the more direct stimuli of unnatural personal experiences and adventures. It was this frightful emotional need which led us eventually to that detestable course which even in my present fear I mention with shame and timidity, that hideous extremity of human outrage, the abhorred practice of grave robbing. I cannot reveal the details of our shocking expeditions or catalogue even partly the worst of the trophies adorning the nameless museum we prepared in the great stone house where we jointly dwelt, alone and servantless. Our museum was a blasphemous, unthinkable place, where with the satanic taste of neurotic virtuosi we had assembled a universe of terror and decay to excite our jaded sensibilities. It was a secret room, far, far underground, where huge winged demons carven of basalt and onyx vomited from wide grinning mouths, weird green and orange light, and hidden pneumatic pipes ruffled into kaleidoscopic dances of death the lines of red charnel things, hand in hand, woven in voluminous black hangings. Through these pipes came at will the odours our moods most craved, sometimes the scent of pale funereal lilies, sometimes the narcotic incense of imagined eastern shrines of the kingly dead, and sometimes, how I shudder to recall it, the frightful, soul-upheaving stenches of the uncovered grave. Around the walls of this repellent chamber were cases of antique mummies alternating with comely, lifelike bodies perfectly stuffed and cured by the taxidermist's art, and with headstones snatched from the oldest churchyards of the world. Niches here and there contained skulls of all shapes and heads preserved in various stages of dissolution. There one might find the rotting bald pates of famous noblemen, and the fresh and radiantly golden heads of new buried children. Statues and paintings there were, all of fiendish subjects, and some executed by St. John and myself. A locked portfolio bound in tanned human skin held certain unknown and unnameable drawings, which it was rumoured Goya had perpetrated but dared not acknowledge. There were nauseous musical instruments, stringed brass and woodwind, on which St. John and I sometimes produced dissonances of exquisite morbidity and cacodiamonical ghastliness, whilst in a multitude of inlaid ebony cabinets reposed the most incredible and unimaginable variety of tomb lute ever assembled by human madness and perversity. It is of this lute in particular that I must not speak, thank God. I had the courage to destroy it long before I thought of destroying myself. The predatory excursions on which we collected our unmentionable treasures were always artistically memorable events. We were no vulgar ghouls, but worked only under certain conditions of mood, landscape, environment, weather, season, and moonlight. These pastimes were to us the most exquisite form of aesthetic expression, and we gave their details a fastidious technical care. An inappropriate hour, a jarring lighting effect, or a clumsy manipulation of the damp sod would almost totally destroy for us that ecstatic titillation which followed the exhumation of some ominous grinning secret of the earth. Our quest for novel scenes and piquant conditions was feverish and insatiate, and it was he who led the way at last to that mocking, that accursed spot which brought us our hideous and inevitable doom. By what malign fatality were we lured to that terrible Holland churchyard? I think it was the dark rumour and legendary, the tales of one buried for 5 centuries who had himself been a ghoul in his time and had stolen a potent thing from a mighty sepulchre. I can recall the scene in those final moments, the pale autumnal moon over the graves casting long, horrible shadows, the grotesque trees drooping sullenly to meet the neglected grass and the crumbling slabs, the vast legions of strangely colossal bats that flew against the moon, the antique ivied church pointing a huge spectral finger at the livid sky, the phosphorescent insects that danced like death fires under the yews in a distant corner, the odours of mould, vegetation, and less explicable things that mingled feebly with the night wind from over far swamps and seas, and worst of all, the faint, deep-toned baying of some gigantic hound, which we could neither see nor definitely place. As we heard this suggestion of baying, we shuddered, remembering the tales of the peasantry, for he whom we sought had centuries before been found in this self-same spot, torn and mangled by the claws and teeth of some unspeakable beast. I remembered how we delved in this ghoul's grave with our spades, and how we thrilled at the picture of ourselves, the grave, the pale watching moon, the horrible shadows, the grotesque trees, the titanic bats, the antique church, the dancing death fires, the sickening odours, the gently moaning night wind, and the strange, half-heard, directionless baying, of whose objective existence we could scarcely be sure. Then we struck a substance harder than a damp mould, and beheld a rotting oblong box crusted with mineral deposits from the long undisturbed ground. It was incredibly tough and thick, but so old that we finally pried it open and feasted our eyes on what it held. Much, amazingly much, was left of the object despite the lapse of 500 years. The skeleton, though crushed in places by the jaws of the thing that had killed it, held together with surprising firmness, and we gloated over the clean white skull and its long firm teeth and its eyeless sockets that once had glowed with a charnel fever like our own. In the coffin lay an amulet of curious and exotic design, which had apparently been worn around the sleeper's neck. It was the oddly conventionalized figure of a crouching, winged hound or sphinx, with a semi-canine face, and was exquisitely carved in antique oriental fashion from a small piece of green jade. The expression of its features was repellent in the extreme, savouring at once of death, bestiality, and malevolence. Around the base was an inscription in characters which neither I nor St. John could identify, and on the bottom Like a maker's seal was graven a grotesque and formidable skull. Immediately upon beholding this amulet, we knew that we must possess it, that this treasure alone was our logical pelf from the centuried grave. Even had its outlines been unfamiliar, we would have desired it, but as we looked more closely, we saw that it was not wholly unfamiliar. Alien it indeed was to all art and literature which sane and balanced readers know, but we recognized it as the thing hinted of in the forbidden Necronomicon of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred, the ghastly soul symbol of the corpse-eating cult of inaccessible Leng in Central Asia. All too well did we trace the sinister lineaments described by the old Arab demonologist. Lineaments, he wrote, drawn from some obscure supernatural manifestation of the souls of those who vexed and gnawed at the dead. Seizing the green jade object, we gave a last glance at the bleached and cavern-eyed face of its owner and closed up the grave as we found it. As we hastened from that abhorrent spot, the stolen amulet in St. John's pocket, we thought we saw the bats descend in a body to the earth we had so lately rifled, as if seeking for some cursed and unholy nourishment. But the autumn moon shone weak and pale, and we couldn't be sure. So, too, as we sailed the next day away from Holland to our home, we thought we heard the faint, distant baying of some gigantic hound in the background. But the autumn wind moaned sad and wan, and we could not be sure. Less than a week after our return to England, strange things began to happen. We lived as recluses, devoid of friends, alone and without servants in the few rooms of an ancient manor house on a bleak and unfrequented moor, so that our doors were seldom disturbed by the knock of the visitor. Now, however, we were troubled by what seemed to be frequent fumblings in the night, not only around the doors, but around the windows also, upper as well as lower. Once we fancied that a large opaque body darkened the library window when the moon was shining against it, and another time we thought we heard a whirring or flapping sound not far off. On each occasion, investigation revealed nothing, and we began to ascribe the occurrences to imagination alone, that same curiously disturbed imagination which still prolonged in our ears the faint, far baying we thought we had heard in the Holland churchyard. The jade amulet now reposed in a niche in our museum, and sometimes we burned strangely scented candles before it. We read much in Al-Hazred's Necronomicon about its properties and about the relation of ghouls' souls to the objects it symbolized, and were disturbed by what we read. Then terror came. On the night of September the 24th, I heard a knock at my chamber door. Fancying it St. John's, I bade the knocker enter, but was answered only by a shrill laugh. There was no one in the corridor. When I aroused St. John from his sleep, he professed entire ignorance of the event and became as worried as I. It was that night that the faint, distant baying over the moor became to us a certain and dreaded reality. 4 days later, whilst we were both in the hidden museum, there came a low, cautious scratching at the single door which led to the secret library staircase. Our alarm was now divided, for besides our fear of the unknown, we had always entertained a dread that our grisly collection might be discovered. Extinguishing all lights, we proceeded to the door and threw it suddenly open, whereupon we felt an unaccountable rush of air and heard, as if receding far away, the queer combination of rustling, tittering, and articulate chatter. Whether we were mad, dreaming, or in our senses, we did not try to determine. We only realized, with the blackest of apprehensions, that the apparently disembodied chatter was beyond a doubt in the Dutch language. After that, we lived in growing horror and fascination. Mostly we held to the theory that we were jointly going mad from our life of unnatural excitements, but sometimes it pleased us more to dramatize ourselves as the victims of some creeping and appalling doom. Bizarre manifestations were now too frequent to count. Our lonely house was seemingly alive with the presence of some malign being whose nature we could not guess, and every night that demonic baying rolled over the windswept moor, always louder and louder. On October the 29th, we found in the soft earth underneath the library window a series of footprints utterly impossible to describe. They were as baffling as the hordes of great bats which haunted the old manor house in unprecedented and increasing numbers. The horror reached a culmination on November the 18th when St. John, walking home after dark from the distant railway station, was seized by some frightful carnivorous thing and torn to ribbons. His screams had reached the house, and I had hastened to the terrible scene in time to hear a whir of wings and see a vague black cloudy thing silhouetted against the rising moon. My friend was dying when I spoke to him, and he could not answer coherently. All he could do was to whisper, "The amulet, that damned thing." Then he collapsed, an inert mass of mangled flesh. I buried him the next midnight in one of our neglected gardens and mumbled over his body one of the devilish rituals he had loved in life. And as I pronounced the last demoniac sentence, I heard afar on the moor the faint baying of some gigantic hound. The moon was up, but I dared not look at it. And when I saw on the dim-litten moor a wide nebulous shadow sweeping from mound to mound, I shut my eyes and threw myself face down upon the ground. When I arose trembling, I know not how much later, I staggered into the house and made shocking obeisances before the enshrined amulet of green jade. Being now afraid to live alone in the ancient house on the moor, I departed on the following day for London, taking with me the amulet, after destroying by fire and burial the rest of the impious collection in the museum. But after 3 nights I heard the baying again, and before a week was over felt strange eyes upon me whenever it was dark. One evening, as I strolled along on Victoria Embankment for some needed air, I saw a black shape obscure one of the reflections of the lamps in the water. A wind stronger than the night wind rushed by, and I knew what had befallen St. John must soon befall me. The next day I carefully unwrapped the green jade amulet and sailed for Holland. What mercy I might gain by returning the thing to its silent sleeping owner I knew not, but I felt that I must at least try any step conceivably logical. What the hound was and why it pursued me were questions still vague, but I had at first heard the baying in that ancient churchyard, and every subsequent event, including St. John's dying whisper, had served to connect the curse with the stealing of the amulet. Accordingly, I sank into the nethermost abysses of despair when, at an inn in Rotterdam, I had discovered that thieves had despoiled me of this sole means of salvation. The baying was loud that evening, and in the morning I read of a nameless deed in the vilest quarter of the city. The rabble were in terror, for upon an evil tenement had fallen a red death, beyond the foulest previous crime of the neighbourhood. In a squalid thief's den, an entire family had been torn to shreds by an unknown thing which left no trace. And those around had heard all night above the usual clamour of drunken voices, a faint, deep, insistent note, as of a gigantic hound. So at last I stood again in that unwholesome churchyard, where a pale winter moon cast hideous shadows, and leafless trees drooped sullenly to meet the withered frosty grass and cracking slabs, and the ivied church pointed a jeering finger at the unfriendly sky, and the night wind howled maniacally from over frozen swamps and frigid seas. The baying was very faint now, and it ceased altogether as I approached the ancient grave I had once violated, and frightened away an abnormally large horde of bats which had been hovering curiously around it. I know not why I went thither, unless to pray, or gibber out insane pleas and apologies to the calm white thing that lay within. But whatever my reason, I attacked the half-frozen sod with a desperation partly mine, and partly that of a dominating will outside myself. Excavation was much easier than I expected, though at one point I encountered a queer interruption when a lean vulture darted down out of the cold sky and pecked frantically at the grave earth until I killed him with a blow of my spade. Finally, I reached the rotting oblong box and removed the damp nitrous cover. This is the last rational act I ever performed. For crouched within that centuried coffin, embraced by a close-packed nightmare retinue of huge, sinewy, sleeping bats, was the bony thing my friend and I had robbed, not clean and placid as we had seen it then, but covered with caked blood and shreds of alien flesh and hair, and leering sentiently at me with phosphorescent sockets and sharp, ensanguined fangs, yawned twistedly in mockery of my inevitable doom. And when it gave from those grinning jaws a deep sardonic bay as of some gigantic hound, and I saw, that it held in its gory, filthy claw the lost and fateful amulet of green jade. I merely screamed, and ran away idiotically, my screams soon dissolving into peals of hysterical laughter. Madness rides the star wind, claws and teeth sharpened on centuries of corpses, dripping death astride a bacchanal of bats from night-black ruins of buried temples of Belial. Now, as the baying of that dead, fleshless monstrosity grows louder and louder, and the stealthy whirring and flapping of those accursed web wings circles closer and closer, I shall seek with my revolver the oblivion which is my only refuge from the unnamed and unnameable.
Lodgers by Joan Aiken. "Are you sure, Doctor?" said Rose Burdock. "You really mean that he's got mumps and she's got measles? You couldn't be mistaken?" "No mistake," said Dr. Cobb briskly. "Seen too many cases this week. Half the town's got one or the other. Bob's got the stiff neck, Titch has the spots. Nothing you can do but keep 'em warm, give 'em aspirin, and lots to drink. Wrap up their necks and ears and keep 'em isolated, because what's sure to happen is that in a couple of weeks they'll swap bugs. It's then you'll really have to worry, because they'll be a bit pulled down by the first bug, so they may take the next one harder." "How long will it last?" she said faintly. He was scribbling prescriptions. You'll probably have 'em both at home for about a month from first to last. Here, this is for Titch, every 4 hours around the clock, and these are for Bob, same, till their temperatures are back to normal. Call me if the fever goes on for more than 2 days, or if there is any delirium." "Delirium?" "Not likely, unless mumps meningitis sets in. Watch out for bronchitis or pneumonia, though, of course. Have you had mumps and measles, by the way?" "Oh, yes." "Well, you can get mumps again, so look out," he said with callous cheer, running down the front steps. Rose dully watched him go. There was a small disused graveyard beside her house. A heavy rain, followed by a sharp January frost, had left all the gravestones neatly cased in ice. They looked like playing cards laid out for patience. Patience. How peaceful, she thought, to be lying stretched out in one's bones under there, with an ice pack overhead, and went back into the house where Titch, hot and miserable, wanted a drink and to be rubbed with eau de cologne. Bob, feverish and with acutely painful glands, wanted a hot poultice round his neck to take away the pain. Both asked to be read aloud to, and both wished to be made instantly better. Rose presently dragged herself wearily downstairs for the next disagreeable duty. "A woman seen? Can I speak to Mrs. Joubert, please?" "Mrs. Joubert, this is Rose Burdock. Mrs. Joubert, I am most terribly sorry, but it looks as if I shan't be able to get into the office on Monday. Both my children are sick, one with mumps, other with measles, and my lodger left 2 days ago. I've got no one at home to look after them." Yes, of course I will. But yes, I know. Yes, I do realise that. Yes, I know Wednesday is press day. I'll certainly see what I can do. I just thought I'd better warn you in case. Yes, I will. Yes, of course. "You do remember, Mrs. Burdock," came the editor's clear voice over the wire, "that when we gave you this job, it was on the strict understanding that there were to be no extra days off, no emergencies or crises, that if you came to us, you promised never to leave us in a lurch on press days." Rose remembered the conversation extremely well. Mrs. Joubert, who had a face like an isosceles triangle on its apex, with a crest of blue hair and 2 0 signs for eyes, had terrified her so much that she had made the promise unhesitatingly, with every intention of keeping it. Besides, with a well-disposed lodger who was always at home at tea-time before the children had finished school, the future seemed secure. Who could have foretold that the lodger would be summoned to Scotland to nurse a dying mother, or that the children would succumb to mumps and measles simultaneously? "I'll do my very best, Mrs. Joubert," she said in despair. "Please do, dear, because this sort of thing really mustn't happen, you know. We've been very good to you.
Made special arrangements for you to work a 4-day week. Yes, I know. Very well, then. After the formidable click with which Mrs. Joubert rang off came the immediate peal of the front door. Oh, God, now what? Rose thought, and dragged herself to the door. If that's the meter, it means another electricity bill. It was not the meter man, but a frail-looking woman with badly waved hair dangling on either side of her face like a cocker spaniel's ears. Her face was somehow ineffectual, pale and long, with anxious grey eyes and a mouth that made efforts to be firm, but kept dropping back into a weakly placating curve. Her skin was dry and chalky, and her clothes hung on her like dead leaves after the first rains of winter. Mrs. Burdock? Her voice was placating too, refined yet shallow, as if she never took in quite enough breath. You won't know me, but I've heard of you through your professional associates. Well, through Mrs. Joubert, actually. If it's life insurance, I'm afraid I'm not interested, said Rose swiftly. And you must excuse me, but I've got 2 sick children in the house. I have to get back to them. No, you misunderstand me. I'm giving Mrs. Joubert as a reference. Actually, she's a friend of my husband's father, Admiral Colgate at South Dean. Oh, I see. In fact, Rose saw nothing. It was true that Mrs. Joubert had a weekend cottage at the village of South Dean 5 miles away, and no doubt she knew dozens of admirals there. But why should that bring this dithering woman to stand on her threshold? The fact is, we're a bit desperate, my husband and I, Mrs. Colgate went on rapidly, with what she seemed to hope was a winning smile. And we happened to hear, through the local grapevine, you know, that you might have some rooms to let in your house. We wondered if there might be a chance for us to rent them. You want to rent rooms? Suddenly, the sunlight on the graveyard's frosted grass seemed to have acquired the heat of midsummer. Mrs. Colgate's chalky face was haloed in a golden fuzz of hair. Oh, now I do see. Please come in and look at them, won't you? I'm afraid they're nothing very grand, just 2 rooms, a bathroom and kitchenette. Won't you come upstairs? We don't want anything grand, pattered Mrs. Colgate in a soft, conciliating voice, following up the stairs. She had to duck her skimpy length to get in at the spare bedroom door, for the house was Tudor, with lintels to match, and she quite tall. Nonetheless, she instantly exclaimed, Oh, how delightful! Why, this would suit us down to the ground. It's really an answer to a prayer, you see, as my husband has been disqualified for driving for 6 months, just on a technicality, you know, so silly. And he has to catch the 8:15 twice a week to town. And there's no bus to South Dean. And I'm a wretched driver in a fog, and you know how many fogs we've been having these mornings. We have been living at South Dean with the Admiral. You see, my husband's father, ever since we had to come back from Iran so suddenly, Desmond had an excellent job in Tehran. It was so sad when things got difficult there. All this flowed out in a gentle, unaccented stream as she, rather inattentively it seemed to Rose, inspected the bathroom, kitchenette, and 2 bed-sitting rooms. Quite perfect. And is there a shed or something where we can garage the car? That, Rose was obliged to confess, there was not. Her own Minnie lived across the lane where there was a slot just big enough for 1 car. But I'm afraid they won't allow any more. You can park overnight in the main square, though. That's only 3 minutes' walk. Mrs. Colgate declared that would be absolutely super, and that the whole thing was just what they'd been looking for. Only 3 minutes to the bus, too. Couldn't be more convenient. May we move in this afternoon? Don't you want your husband to come and look first? Said Rose, a little startled. Oh, no need. No need at all. He'll love it just as much as I do. There's just one thing. Rose hesitated, feeling that, heaven sent though this chance seemed, it behoved her to be honest. I have 2 children, aged 6 and 8. Oh, the pets! We love children, cried Mrs. Colgate. I've had children of my own, you see, grown now, alas. We shall be so happy to live in a house with children once more. Oh, that's, I'm very sorry. But the thing is, went on Rose desperately, that one of my children has mumps at present,
and the other has measles. And in about 10 days' time, or even sooner, they are due to reverse the pattern. Are you sure you want to face that? Have you had mumps or measles yourself, Mrs. Colgate? Bless you, yes, my dear, long ago, and so has my husband. Mumps and measles are nothing to us. We shall be happy to nurse your children for you. It will make us feel needed. I gather you go up to town every day. I feel quite certain that we're going to fit into your house very well. That's all settled then, and we'll move in this afternoon between 3 and 4, if that's a good time. Yes, of course, Rose said. I'll give you some keys. Mrs. Colgate's smile had been so continuous and persevering that it was rather a shock for Rose to observe the violent shaking of her hands as she received the keys. Poor thing. Perhaps she had arthritis, or Parkinson's disease, was it, that made her hands shake, or somebody's palsy? Who was that at the door? Called the children's voices from their separate bedrooms. It was no use putting them in together. First they argued, then they quarrelled, finally they fought. Rose went to tell them that the 2 new lodgers were due to arrive, who would be happy to read aloud, fetch drinks, and do shopping errands. Bob took the news indifferently. He had a temperature of 102. Titch's face fell. I thought you'd stay at home and look after us, she said dolefully. Honey, you know I'd like to, but I can't. I have to go to my office. But I'm sure Mr. and Mrs. Colgate will be very nice. At 2:30, the bell rang again. And it was a short, very fat man with a green eye shade over his face, who had an immense untidy bundle wrapped in a red baize cloth. Mrs. Burdock, I'm Desmond Colgate. Delighted to meet you. Can't shake hands. May I carry this little lot upstairs? His voice was startlingly high and shrill. The only thing higher, Rose thought, would be a bat's squeak. What she could see of his face, below the green shade, was almost as startlingly white and moist, like the underside of a plaice. Taking her silence for assent, he nipped past her, and locating the stairs by instinct, it seemed, went quickly up with his load. Finding her wits, Rose followed and directed him into the lodgers' rooms. Delightful, delightful, he said, dumping the cloth-wrapped bundle on the bed and crossing to the window. I'm sorry it looks out on the graveyard, Rose said, after clearing her throat. My son's room does too. I do hope you don't mind. Mind? Why should I mind? Oh, he said, chuckling. Do you mean worry about the spirits of the departed, that sort of thing? But, my dear young lady, that little graveyard is old. Why, I dare say no one has been buried in it for 100 years. Nothing spooky is going to come out of there. Dear me, no. A very pleasant prospect. Aha! I believe I hear my wife down below. You mean only recent graves produce ghosts? Rose asked, trying for a light note, as she followed him downstairs again. Spirits, my dear, spirits. Of course. They wear out in the end. Burn out, if you like, just like a candle flame. Spirits are not immortal any more than bodies. They simply have a more energy and a longer lifespan. Thank you, Laura, he added, receiving a plastic garment bag, evidently stuffed with clothes, from his wife, who stood nervously by the open front door. And of course, he added to Rose, nonplussed in the hall, it is when they have just left their bodies that spirits are most agitated, not yet knowing, you see, quite where they stand. Ha ha! His chuckle was like ice cubes falling into a glass. He retired up the stairs again with the dress bag, and Mrs. Colgate went back to their car, which was parked on the pavement outside, with the policeman eyeing it thoughtfully. I hope you don't mind our coming a little earlier, he said. Mrs. Colgate fluttered up the front steps again with the bundle of golf clubs and fishing rods and the tube of a vacuum cleaner. The Admiral thought it would be more practical to leave during the daylight. It gets dark so early these days, and then it's so hard to find things. She handed the clubs and rods to her husband, who, still in pursuit of his previous theme, said airily, waving a butterfly net, Yes, spirits, when they have just left their bodies, buzz around in quite a panic. Like wasps, you know, positively distilling energy. He bustled off up the stairs again. He could move amazingly nimbly for one so fat, calling back what sounded like, That's the time to catch them. Rose went away to her own kitchen to be by herself. She supposed she had better make the Colgates a cup of tea. That was the proper way to welcome people. She wished that she had not taken such an instantaneous aversion to Desmond Colgate. Probably he was quite ordinary and pleasant when one got to know him. He couldn't help that unnerving voice and fish-like complexion. During the weekend, the Colgates seemed to settle in very completely in their own way. They had brought no furniture. Indeed, they had no need to, for the rooms were fully furnished, but they had an incredible quantity of paraphernalia: bundles, boxes, rolls, frames, cages, baskets. As they carried these up, Rose could not conceive where they would stow all the stuff in her 2 moderate-sized rooms, and indeed, when she tapped and entered with the ceremonial cups of tea, the floor was completely covered with objects dumped higgledy-piggledy, and the owners were making no attempt to organize the chaos. They were seated, he on the chaise longue and she on the divan, each with an half-empty glass in hand. A Johnny Walker bottle stood on a box midway between them. "You see us exhausted, my dear Rose," chirped Mr. Colgate. I may call you Rose, may I not?" "Such a charming name, recruiting our strength before embarking on the next stage of our labours. tea. What a considerate thought. How delicious." But Rose noticed when she carried the cups down again that he had hardly touched his, taken no more than a courtesy sip. Was the silence interrupted by her entry a sullen silence, an acrimonious silence, a conspiratorial silence? There had been a positive quality to it. Of that Rose felt certain. And on the Sunday, as she went about her weekend tasks and tended the children, she could not avoid the irrational notion that the Colgates, mousy quiet themselves, they seemed to be late risers, were, as she swept or clinked pots in the kitchen, or merely ran up and down stairs, sitting motionless as she had first discovered them, listening to her. On Sunday evening, Dr. Cobb dropped in, unannounced. "Passing by, thought I might as well. Temperature's down yet? Never mind, it has to take its course. Keep 'em in bed, though. No getting up to watch telly. That measles bug's a bad one. Young Pete Finn, the vet's son, know what I mean? Round-faced boy," she nodded. "Took pneumonia. Died this morning. Couldn't get the temperature down." Pete Finn." She was transfixed by a pang of pity and terror. But he's such a big, strong boy. We know him well. He was a friend of Bob's." Cobb shook his head. "Didn't make it. Don't tell you this to scare you, just to warn. Well, keep on with the pills, all you can do." He made for the door fast, turned to say with a touch of inquisitiveness and something else, malice and his good nature, "Here you've got new lodgers." He jerked his thumb upwards. "They didn't stay in his father's house too long." "You know the Admiral, then?" He nodded. He knew everybody. "Patient. Haven't met the younger generation, though. Been in foreign parts, haven't they? Good thing they left the old boy, rubbing him up the wrong way. He said they were hastening his end. Behaving themselves here, are they?" "They seem fine. Why?" She was instantly alarmed. "Oh, nothing. Glad you found somebody. Only I did hear," he gestured, tipping up an invisible glass. Oh, thought Rose, that would explain the shaking hands and trouble about driving. "Both," she mouthed unhappily. He shrugged. "Only in moderation, I dare say. Could be worse. Could be heroin. Take care now. Call me at the least worry." With a carefree slam, he was into his car and away. On Monday, a prey to hideous qualms and misgivings, Rose drove to the office of Woman's Scene. She had left prepared food of every kind ready to be fed to her children, a paper tacked to the wall with her phone number, the doctor's number, the plumber, electrician, hospital, typed instructions stuck on all the household appliances. For Mrs. Colgate had asked if she might use the washing machine, the iron, sewing machine, vacuum. "My father-in-law was always terrible difficult about letting us use his things," she confided. Press week on the magazine was always a scramble of last-minute work. Rose found it impossible to leave the office before 6:30. She arrived home late and in trepidation. though Mrs. Colgate that morning had been wholly friendly and reassuring. Mr. Colgate had not been visible. "Don't you worry about a thing, my dear. It will really be a pleasure to look after your nice children, dear little things." She had seemed decidedly calmer than on the day they arrived. Her hands shook less. When Rose opened the door, her house was totally silent, and downstairs all in darkness. She flipped a switch, no light. In a panic, she ran up the stairs. Here, there was darkness too, though dim lights came from the children's rooms. When she went in to see Titch, Rose discovered the source of this subdued light. Mr. Colgate was there reading Kim aloud to her daughter by the flicker of 2 candles. His high, monotonous, bird-like voice, which had seemed, as she entered, mysteriously to come from somewhere in the ceiling, ceased when he saw Rose. Despite the dim light, he was still wearing his eye-shade. "Ah, there you are at last, my dear," he said graciously to Rose. "Then I will retire." Has everything been all right?" Rose hoped that the nervousness and dislike in her voice were not as audible to him as they seemed to her. "Just as right as it could be," Mr. Colgate declared with greater gaiety. He added judiciously, "But I believe your daughter is not very used to men." "My husband died when she was only 3. "Ah, I see. That explains it. So long ago," he sighed. "Might I ask, did your husband live here when he was alive, in this house?" "No, we moved here after his death." "Ah, too bad." He seemed disappointed. "I was asking the children about him." He took a step, and a strong, sweetish scent of whiskey and hair oil was released. Rose longed for him to be gone. She could see what seemed to have escaped Mr. Colgate's notice under the eye-shade and the dim light, that Titch was in a silent agony of terrified tears that might at any minute reach screaming pitch. "Well, good night, Mr. Colgate. Thank you so much." And as he mercifully left the room, and she heard his own door shut behind him, "My lamb, what's the matter?" Titch flung herself quivering into her mother's arms. "He's horrible. I couldn't understand a single word he said, not a word. His voice is so strange. It seemed to come from the roof. And he smells awful. Please, don't let him come in here any more." "No, of course I won't." With sinking heart, Rose wondered how this was to be achieved without mortally offending Mr. Colgate. She suspected that he might be a very touchy man. As soon as she could detach herself from the panic-stricken Titch, Rose went to visit Bob. Here the scene seemed calmer. Bob was sitting up in a bed, flushed but impassive, wrapped in a quilt, playing cards on a pastry board with Mrs. Colgate. 2 more flickering candles lit the room. "Your son has a natural aptitude for cards," Mrs. Colgate said, smiling, ducking out from under the sloping roof. "I've taught him Spider, and before he learned Napoleon, Streets and Alleys, Klondike, and the Beleaguered Castle. He learns like lightning." "Bless him," Rose stroked the tousled fair head. "It's so kind of you." With relief, she saw that Bob, though not in the best of spirits, had not been reduced to Titch's state of despair. She felt his forehead. It was very hot. He twitched away nervously from her street-cold hand. "Why all the candles?" Rose asked. "Did the main fuse blow?" "I can't say." Mrs. Colgate looked vague. "Something went wrong. But anyway, my husband and I really prefer candlelight." Rose did not. In a Tudor house largely constructed of timber and lath, candles were too great a fire hazard, and she groped her way down to the cellar and mended the 3 separate fuses that seemed to have blown. However, even when the rest of the rooms were blazing with light, she noticed, when outside, fetching her briefcase from the car, that only a dim flicker still emanated from the Colgate's windows. "I hope to God they've tidied up all that clutter," she thought apprehensively. She could hardly forbid the Colgates to use candles if such was their preference, but it did seem risky with all those obstacles on the floor to trip them. Perhaps they were straight by now, though. Later on in the evening, she was obliged to visit their room. The phone rang. It was a male voice asking for Mr. Desmond Colgate. "What name shall I say?" inquired Rose. "Hugh Morgan Sleigh, Admiral Colgate's solicitor." "I've been trying this number all day," said the voice irritably. "I'll see if they're in, but I rather believe I heard them go out half an hour ago," said Rose. As she gulped down her hasty, late supper, she had heard footsteps and mutterings on the stairs. Pondering, she tapped on the Colgate's door. Twice during the day she had tried to phone home in order to ask after the children, but had got no reply on either occasion. Were the Colgates telephone shy? The tapping produced no response, and she cautiously opened the door, automatically switching on the light. Something scurried hastily in a corner. She caught a glimpse of a smallish, whitish creature which vanished under a corner of blanket hanging from the divan. The Colgates were nowhere to be seen, and the rooms were still just as untidy as they had been 4 days ago. A guttering candle leaned precariously over the edge of a saucer. Rose extinguished it and went back to the phone. "They must be out, I'm afraid. Shall I leave them a message to call you?" "That won't be any use," he said sourly. "I suppose I shall have to come and see them to explain the Admiral's intentions." He sounded as if he found the prospect intensely disagreeable. "You might catch them at Friends, if you have any idea where to phone," Rose suggested. "More likely in a pub," he muttered to himself, not Rose, and rang off. She had intended to wait up in order to tell them about the call, and also ask about the creature. What could it have been? A ferret? A lizard? A koipu? But they returned home so extremely late that by the time they came in she had given up and, exhausted, retired to bed. She slept lightly, though, and heard their shuffling feet on the stairs after the church clock struck 1. Not a pub, then. Mr. Morgan's sleigh must have been wrong about that. In the morning, there was no sound from the Colgate area. Not daring to leave the children, both running fevers, without being certain that somebody was alert enough to tend to their needs, Rose waited as long as possible, then tapped at the door. A very long silence ensued. Rose tapped again. A drowsy voice called, "Who is it?" "It's me, Rose. I'm sorry to disturb you." After another long pause, Mrs. Colgate came flapping to the door in a faded silk wrapper that must have once been memorably ornate. Her face was chalk pale, her hands shook wildly. Rose passed on the lawyer's message, which Mrs. Colgate received without expression, and then added, "I'm sorry to bother you." Why did she keep saying that? It wasn't true. "But I've just phoned the doctor, and he says if the children's temperatures aren't down by noon, get in touch with him and he'll come round. Just phone him and he'll come," she repeated, as Mrs. Colgate continued to look unreceptive. "Phone the doctor? Oh, I won't do that. I'll run round to the surgery," Mrs. Colgate said after a pause. "I've seen it. It's in the square, isn't it?" "Yes," said Rose, rather astonished. "But you'd much better phone. He won't be there. He'll be on his rounds. They'll have to find him." "I'll go," repeated Mrs. Colgate. "I like fresh air." "You won't forget, will you?" There was something so odd about the woman that Rose was deeply troubled at having to leave the children in her charge. She went on. I don't like to seem a silly, fussing parent, but since the news about poor little Peter Finn's death—" "Peter Finn's death?" Mrs. Colgate looked a little more intelligent. "The vet's boy at South Dean. Such a sweet boy. He used to wash our car, and my husband taught him to play cribbage." Mention of the vet reminded Rose of something. "By the way, do you have a pet? When I looked in here last night, I thought I saw... The thing is, I hadn't really reckoned. The house isn't very big." For several moments, Mrs. Colgate remained quite silent, her face non-committal. Then, as if after reflection, she said, "A pet? I thought when I went up about the phone call I saw something like a ferret." "Oh, you mean my sister's Chinese rabbit," Mrs. Colgate said, as if suddenly enlightened. "Don't worry, I'll take it back to her today." And she added, "We don't like pets at all, don't worry," she finished absently. Rose nodded, left the house and ran to her car. She was very late, and it was beginning to snow. On both the following evenings, the lights were all fused when Rose arrived home. Some activity of the Colgates apparently put an excessive strain on the wiring. Mending the fuses, Rose resolved to ask them about it when she had a little more time. But there were so many things on her mind as well. The children's still soaring temperatures, the unsorted mess in the Colgate's rooms, visible whenever they briefly left the door open. What Rose to help them tidy it? The intermittent snow, which made driving a terror to Rose, never confident in the car at the best of times. The hectic going to press, non-stop action of the magazine. Then, on Wednesday evening, there came a call from the police. "Mrs. Burdock, Sergeant Grimble here. I believe you have a Mr. Colgate staying with you who owns a white Cortina, registration DDR 01439J. Would you mind telling him he's parked it illegally in Mary Lane, and unless it's removed within half an hour, it will be towed away at his expense?" Oh, yes, I'll tell him. Very kind of you to tip him off," Rose said to Sergeant Grimble, who was an old friend. And he said, "Confidentially, they keep leaving their car in all sorts of crazy places. You'd better warn them, or they're in for trouble." "Oh, good heavens," said Mr. Colgate irritably when Rose relayed this message to him, somewhat watered down. "I must say it is a great pity we are not permitted to put our car in the graveyard next door. There would be plenty of room among the trees. This town is so awkward and confusing at night, as the streets are so poorly lit." Ironic that he, with his preference for candlelight, should complain of that, Rose thought. He went on, "Quite often in the morning, other people have parked so inconsiderately that it is almost impossible for us to locate our car. My poor wife had to spend several hours today searching for it." This explained Bob's complaint. "We didn't get our lunch today till 4, Mum. Need these Colgates stay. I don't really like them." "Oh dear, love, nor do I much. But they are keeping an eye on you, and they've paid a month's rent in advance. What don't you like about them?" "Everything. And his puppets are the absolute end." "Puppets? He makes them out of china or something. They clink. He showed me a couple this afternoon when we were playing cards. One moved by itself. Horrible. We played canasta, and he said if I won, I could have one of the smaller puppets. But I wouldn't want one. They give me the creeps. Anyway, I didn't win." On Thursday morning, early, Mrs. Joubert sent for Rose. The magazine had been safely put to bed. There was time to draw breath. Rose hurried to the editor's office, wondering what fault or omission of hers had come under scrutiny. She could think of several possibilities in the last few desperate days. But this summons was of a personal nature. Mrs. Joubert came to the point directly. "I've just been talking to my housekeeper at South Dean. She tells me she heard the young Colgates had rented rooms in your house." Young Colgates? Rose would hardly have classified them as that, but she supposed that compared with the Admiral in his late 80s, they rated as young. "Yes, that's right." "Well, get them out at once. You can't let them stay in your house." But Rose stammered, utterly taken aback. "They gave you as a reference. That was why I let them come." "Like their impudence. They'd no right to," Mrs. Joubert said incisively. "My dear, they nearly drove that wretched old man mad. He said they were hurrying him towards his end. They are an appalling couple." "What's the matter with them?" "Well, they drink like fishes for a start. But there are much worse things. They have all kinds of murky habits. You have got to get rid of them." But they've paid a month's rent." "Pay it back. Get them out." "How can I possibly do that?" "Invent something. Say you've got your mother-in-law coming to live with you. I'm serious." "But they're looking after my children who have mumps and measles." Rose felt herself close to fainting with sheer despair. "You'll just have to take some time off," Mrs. Joubert said impatiently. "Luckily, we've just gone to press." In a small, detached, ironic corner of her mind, Rose wondered if the time off would have been granted otherwise. "Don't come until next Monday. Tell them some story. Fix something, okay? And you'd better leave early today." Nonetheless, there was much clearing up to do after the scrambled press day. The January afternoon was darkening by the time Rose parked the Mini opposite her front door. The sight of Dr. Cobb's car arrogantly straddling the double lines across the road turned her cold with apprehension. "I'm afraid a lad's coming down with measles too," the doctor told her outside Bob's door. "This is really going to be a tricky time." I've left a lot of new medicine for him to take. Try an ice pack and lots of fluids. I'll be back later this evening. You don't think he should go into hospital? Rose tried to keep her voice level. My dear, they're packed to the gills. Still, don't worry. See you later. Don't worry, Rose thought, pressing both hands against her aching temples. 10 minutes afterwards, as she ran up the stairs with a jug of barley water, she found her way impeded by Mr. Colgate, fatly occupying most of the narrow landing. I'm taking these in to amuse him, he chirped gaily. She was too exhausted to pretend. No, he doesn't want anything like that, Mr. Colgate. He's far too sick. Yet, there was something rather repulsively fascinating about Mr. Colgate's puppets, which he held dangling from either hand. China, Bob had said, and she had thought he must be mistaken. But in fact, the puppets were made of ceramic, a series of bell-shaped pottery pieces, a large one for the body, with painted face, and smaller ones for the arms and legs, each slotting into the one above, threaded on leather thongs. They clinked slightly as they moved. The faces, though depicted by no more than half a dozen strokes of black and white paint, wore such expressions of malign hostility that it was easy to see why they had upset Bob. Thank heaven Titch had not seen them. He's too sick, Rose repeated firmly. Poor boy, Mr. Colgate sighed. It's hard when one is young to be so very ill. You're sure I couldn't show him just one puppet? I have a big one, bigger than these, which moves all by itself. I've trained it to do that. He liked that one. No thanks, Mr. Colgate. Mrs. Colgate opened the door and put her face round. She looked fatigued and frightened. For a moment, Rose thought she could hear a faint, high-pitched crying coming from the room behind her. Then she stepped out and closed the door. Ventriloquism, said her husband. Did you know I could throw my voice, my dear Rose? He twitched his face, and a squeaky voice came from among the rafters up above them. Let me out, let me out. Don't do that, Desmond, said his wife hastily. Tell me, where did you put the collecting bottle? I need it for... I'm trying to divert our dear Rose, Laura. Well, she isn't amused. Where did you leave the bottle? I dare say it's in the car, he replied pettishly. Where's the car? God knows if you don't, he snapped, and went into their room, slamming the door. For the instant that it was open, Rose thought she heard the crying again. Then there was a thump and silence. Am I going mad? She wondered, carrying the barley water into Bob. He was slightly delirious and pushed her away, crying, Don't you let them near me or I'll smash them. Titch, too, was worse that evening and complained of pains all round her neck, but she would still take fruit juice, which Bob refused. Rose, squeezing oranges in her kitchen, was interrupted by Mr. Colgate, who seemed aggrieved. I'm very fond of your children, he announced aggressively. That's kind of you, Mr. Colgate. I'm sure you are. Then why does your daughter scream like a maniac when I go into her room? She's very sick. She's only 8. She's not used to men. She's used to the doctor. That's different. She's known him for years. I would like to teach her to play clock patience. Any child her age can learn that. Mr. Colgate, I would rather you didn't go into her room just at present. He looked at Rose loweringly, but at this moment his wife came in, flustered, brushing snowflakes off her shabby headscarf. Desmond, I can't find the car. Can't you remember where we left it last? You were driving. No, I wasn't, she began, but he dragged her sharply out into the passage. Rose heard them squabbling. You must remember. Well, I don't. You were driving. Shut up. Try to think where you put it. I didn't put it anywhere. I've looked all over the town. If we don't find that bottle soon, it'll be... They're getting fractious. I don't hear anything. That's because you're deaf, Desmond. He was a bit deaf, Rose had noticed. Often she had to repeat things she said to him. Did you try in the alley next to the library where it says librarian only? No, I didn't. I think it might be there. Go and see. You go and quiet them down then. Put them in the bird cage. When the Colgates had departed, Rose took Titch her orange juice. She thought she could hear a kind of scuffle taking place in the Colgates' room, mixed with subdued curses. Just as she was carrying the empty beaker downstairs again, Mrs. Colgate came in through the front door. Evidently, her quest this time had been successful. She bore a heavy-looking gallon-sized flagon made of black glass. It was encased in a sort of basket-work, which was covered all over with beads, black, green, blue, red, and white. The beading formed letters, which ran criss-cross, up, down, and sideways, like a crossword puzzle. In her brief glimpse, Rose saw no word she recognized, but noticed the letters O-A-T-N-E-S. It was an extremely foreign-looking article. Perhaps the Colgates had brought it back with them from Tehran. What could they keep in it that was required with such urgency? Although the black glass looked massively thick, the frail Mrs. Colgate appeared to be able to carry it without too much difficulty, as if the contents were light. It could be oxygen, thought Rose, or crushed laurel leaves for killing moths. Why did they call it a collecting bottle? She went upstairs again to read aloud to Titch, who complained that she ached all over. The crying from the Colgates' room had ceased. Rose decided that she had imagined it. Dr. Cobb came back at 11 and said that Bob was holding his own. "You get a bit of sleep now, and have a look at him around 2. Call me if you're at all bothered," he said. "Try to sleep a little now." "Okay, you're very good," Rose muttered. The Colgates, according to evening custom, had gone out. Rose suppressed an urge to bolt the front door so that they could not get back in. She could not resist the temptation to peep into their room. The floor was still covered with things. The plastic garment bag hung from a rafter, swaying slightly. Near the door stood the large bird cage, covered by a square of red baize. Gingerly, Rose twitched the baize up and let it drop again, with a shudder of disgust. On the floor of the cage were 3 smallish, whitish, wrinkled things, huddled together, motionless. What could they have been? They resembled embryos with horrible little tapering, attenuated limbs. They reminded her vaguely of William Blake's paintings. They couldn't have been alive. They couldn't have been real, she told herself. It was just a pile of chamois leather or something like that, bits of crumpled plastic, perhaps. Tomorrow, she would give the Colgates notice to go, the first thing in the morning, as soon as she saw them. Trembling, she shut the door again, went to her own room, set the alarm for 2 a.m., and fell on the bed, fully clothed. She had thought she would never go to sleep, but she went off instantly, as if she had swallowed a knockout dose, and immediately began to dream. She dreamed that she was watching Desmond Colgate and her son play cards. The cards were laid out like gravestones all over a flat board, and the room was lit by 2 candles, one black, one white. Mr. Colgate pointed to the candles and said, "You remember what the Egyptians believed. We are split into 10 parts, of which this is the ka, or double, and that the ku, or spirit. You're paying attention, boy?" "Yes," Bob said sleepily. He was lolling back on the pillow, hardly able to keep his eyes open. "Very well. We shall play Devil's Bedpost," Colgate said, and he began moving the cards into a square formation. "The winner takes both candles, right?" "Don't play with him, Bob," Rose wanted to scream, but her voice remained trapped inside. Her lips would not open. The players began moving the cards about, murmuring incomprehensible terms. "I buy the devil. I cross the equator. Cold hand takes the tiger. Go now. Queen of the night takes 10. Suddenly, Colgate slapped all his cards down on the board, shouting, "Dead hand. I win." And picking up a black conical candle extinguisher, he snuffed out both flames and put the candles in his pocket. Rose thought she had woken herself by shrieking, but found
that it was the shrilling of the alarm in her ear that aroused her. She stumbled out of bed and quietly opened her bedroom door. On the landing, she was dismayed to see Desmond Colgate also fully clothed. He seemed to be coming from Bob's room and was carrying a flashlight which cast a small round pool of light before him on the floor. He did not observe Rose. He opened his own door and exclaimed in a harsh whisper, "Laura! Laura! The little brute got away! Where did you leave the bottle?" A sleepy voice answered, "It's back in the car." "Where's the bloody car?" "Don't you remember? You left it in the graveyard." He spun round, and Rose heard the thump of his feet down the stairs and the soft slam of the front door. Aghast, she stepped to the landing window, which also looked out onto the graveyard, thrust back the curtain, and saw, in bright moonlight against the snow, the Colgate's car drawn up askew just inside the gate. She was in time to see Colgate. He held the wicker-wrapped flask in one hand, what looked like a white towel in the other. He was dashing about among the gravestones, apparently in pursuit of some elusive and darting quarry. He made frantic flaps and lunges with the cloth, blundered into the stone slabs, tripped, picked himself up again, and stumbled on. But presently, dropping the bottle, he pressed both hands violently against his breastbone, as if coughing or choking, stood in this position anchored for several moments, then fell heavily onto the snow and lay still. Rose heard the shallow breathing behind her and turned to see Laura Colgate looking past her shoulder. "What is it? What is it?" she muttered apprehensively, pushing aside her dangling hair with tremulous hands. "Your husband's out in the graveyard, Mrs. Colgate," said Rose bleakly. "I think you had better go to him. He seems to have been taken ill." Whimpering in distress, the other woman shuffled down the stairs. "Desmond, Desmond, why wouldn't you wait for me?" she called plaintively, and the door slammed behind her. Rose waited a moment, saw her approach her husband's body, stoop and recoil with upflung hands, glancing suspiciously round her as if expecting crowds of onlookers. Rose turned and ran to her son's room. His window stood wide open. A scatter of cards lay over the quilt. Bob was sprawled in the bed, motionless, with his face to the wall. Rose, trying to keep her fingers steady on his wrist, could find no pulse. She ran down the stairs to the telephone. "Mum, I'm thirsty," came in a feeble croak from Titch's room. "Just a minute, love. Shan't be long." Rose began dialing the doctor's number. As she did so, she heard the front door close and Mrs. Colgate's dragging steps across the front hall.
New York, September the 30th, CP Flash. Ambassador Hollywell died here today. The end came suddenly as the ambassador was alone in his study. There is something ungodly about these night wire jobs. You sit up here, on the top floor of a skyscraper, and listen in to the whispers of a civilization. New York, London, Calcutta, Bombay, Singapore, they're your next-door neighbors after the street lights go dim and the world has gone to sleep. Alone in the quiet hours between 2 and 4, the receiving operators doze over their sounders and the news comes in. Fires and disasters and suicides. Murders, crowds, catastrophes. Sometimes an earthquake with a casualty list as long as your arm. The Nightwire man takes it down almost in his sleep, picking it off on his typewriter with one finger. Once in a long time, you prick up your ears and listen. You've heard of someone you knew in Singapore, or Halifax, or Paris long ago. Maybe they've been promoted, but more probably they've been murdered or drowned. Perhaps they just decided to quit and took some bizarre way out, made it interesting enough to get into the news. But that doesn't happen often. Most of the time you sit and doze and type. Tap, tap on your typewriter and wish you were home in bed. Sometimes, though, queer things happen. One did the other night, and I haven't got over it yet. I wish I could. You see, I handle a night manager's desk in a western seaport town. What the name is doesn't matter. There is, or rather there was, only one night operator on my staff, a fellow named John Morgan, about 40 years of age, I should say, and a sober, hard-working sort. He was one of the best operators I ever knew, what is known as a double man. That means he could handle 2 instruments at once and type the stories on different typewriters at the same time. He was one of the 3 men I ever knew who could do it consistently, hour after hour, and never make a mistake. Generally, we used only one wire at night, but sometimes, when it was late and the news was coming fast, the Chicago and Denver stations would open up a second wire, and then Morgan would do his stuff. He was a wizard, a mechanical, automatic wizard who functioned marvelously, but was without imagination. On the night of the 16th, he complained of feeling tired. It was the first and last time I had ever heard him say a word about himself, and I'd known him for 3 years. It was just 3 o'clock, and we were running only one wire. I was nodding over reports at my desk and not paying much attention to him when he spoke. "Jim," he said, "does it feel close in here to you?" "Why, no, John," I answered, "but I'll open a window if you like." "Never mind," he said, "I reckon I'm just a little tired." That was all he said, and I went on working. Every 10 minutes or so I would walk over and take a pile of copy that had stacked up neatly beside the typewriter as the messages were printed out in triplicate. It must have been 20 minutes after he spoke that I noticed he'd opened up the other wire and was using both typewriters. I thought it was a little unusual, as there was nothing very hot coming in. On my next trip, I picked up the copy from both machines and took it back to my desk to sort out the duplicates. The first wire was running out the usual sort of stuff, and I just looked over it hurriedly. Then I turned to the second pile of copy. I remembered it particularly because the story was from a town I'd never heard of, Zebico. Here's the dispatch. I saved a duplicate of it from our files. Zebico, September 16, CP, Bulletin. The heaviest mist in the history of the city settled over the town at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. All traffic has stopped, and the mist hangs like a pall over everything. Lights of ordinary intensity fail to pierce the fog, which is constantly growing heavier. Scientists here are unable to agree as to the cause, and the local weather bureau states that the like has never occurred before in the history of the city. At 7 p.m. last night, municipal authorities... More. That was all there was. Nothing out of the ordinary at a bureau headquarters. But as I say, I noticed the story because of the name of the town. It must have been 15 minutes later that I went over for another batch of copy. Morgan was slumped down in his chair and had switched his green electric light shade so that the gleam missed his eyes and hit only the top of the 2 typewriters. Only the usual stuff was in the right-hand pile. But the left-hand batch carried another story from Zebico. All press dispatches come in takes, meaning that parts of many different stories are strung along together, perhaps with but a few paragraphs of each coming through at a time. The second story was marked Add Fog. Here's the copy. At 7 p.m., the fog had increased noticeably. All lights were now invisible, and the town was shrouded in pitch darkness. As a peculiarity of the phenomenon, the fog is accompanied by a sickly odour, comparable to nothing yet experienced here. Below that, in customary press fashion, was the hour, 3:27, and the initials of the operator, J.M. There was only one other story in the pile from the second wire. Here it is. Second ad Zebiko fog. Accounts as to the origin of the mist differ greatly. Among the most unusual is that of the sexton of the local church, who groped his way to headquarters in a hysterical condition and declared that the fog originated in the village churchyard. It was first visible as a soft grey blanket clinging to the earth above the graves, he stated. Then it began to rise higher and higher. A subterranean breeze seemed to blow it in billows, which split up and then joined together again. Fog phantoms, writhing in anguish, twisted the mist into queer forms and figures, and then, in the very thick midst of the mass, something moved. I turned and ran from the accursed spot. Behind me, I heard screams coming from the houses bordering on the graveyard. Although the sexton's story is generally discredited, a party has left to investigate. Immediately after telling his story, the sexton collapsed and is now in a local hospital, unconscious. Queer story, wasn't it? Not that we aren't used to it, for a lot of unusual stories come in over the wire. But for some reason or other, perhaps because it was so quiet that night, the report of the fog made a great impression on me. It was almost with dread that I went over to the waiting piles of copy. Morgan didn't move, and the only sound in the room was the tap-tap of the sounders. It was ominous, nerve-wracking. There was another story from Zebiko in the pile of copy. I seized on it anxiously. New lead, Zebiko Fog, CP. The rescue party, which went out at 11 p.m. to investigate a weird story of the origin of a fog which, since late yesterday, has shrouded the city in darkness, has failed to return. Another and larger party has been dispatched. Meanwhile, the fog has, if possible, grown heavier. It seeps through the cracks in the doors and fills the atmosphere with a depressing odour of decay. It is oppressive, terrifying, bearing with it a subtle impression of things long dead. Residents of the city have left their homes and gathered in the local church where priests are holding services of prayer. The scene is beyond description. Grown folk and children are alike terrified, and many are almost beside themselves with fear. Amid the wisps of vapour, which partly veil the church auditorium, an old priest is praying for the welfare of his flock. They alternately wail and cross themselves. From the outskirts of the city may be heard cries of unknown voices. They echo through the fog in queer uncadenced minor keys. The sounds resemble nothing so much as wind whistling through a gigantic tunnel. But the night is calm, and there is no wind. The second rescue party, more. I am a calm man, and never in a dozen years spent with the wires have been known to become excited, but despite myself, I rose from my chair and walked to the window. Could I be mistaken? Or far down in the canyons of the city beneath me, did I see a faint trace of fog? Tcha! It was all imagination. In the press room, the click of the sounders seemed to have raised the tempo of their tune. Morgan alone hadn't stirred from his chair. His head had sunk between his shoulders. He tapped the dispatches out on the typewriters with one finger of each hand. He looked asleep. But no, endlessly, efficiently, the two machines rattled off line after line as relentlessly and effortlessly as death itself. There was something about the monotonous movement of the typewriter keys that fascinated me. I walked over and stood behind his chair, reading over his shoulder the type as it came into being, word by word. Here was another. Flash, Zebiko, CP. There will be no more bulletins from this office. The impossible has happened. No messages have come into this room for 20 minutes. We are cut off from the outside. and even the streets below us. I will stay here with the wire until the end. It is the end, indeed. Since 4 p.m. yesterday, the fog has hung over the city. Following reports from the sexton of the local church, 2 rescue parties were sent out to investigate conditions on the outskirts of the city. Neither party has ever returned. Nor was any word received from them. It is quite certain now that they will never return. From my instrument, I can gaze down on the city beneath me. From the position of this room on the 13th floor, nearly the entire city can be seen. Now I can see only a thick blanket of blackness where customarily are lights and life. I fear greatly that the wailing cries heard constantly from the outskirts of the city are the death cries of the inhabitants. They are constantly increasing in volume and are approaching the centre of the city. The fog hangs over everything. If possible, it is even heavier than before. But the conditions have changed. Instead of an opaque, impenetrable wall of odorous vapour, there now swirls and writhes a shapeless mass in contortions of almost human agony. Now and again, the mass parts and I catch a brief glimpse of the streets below. People are running to and fro, screaming in despair. A vast bedlam of sound flies up to my window, and above all is the immense whistling of unseen and unfelt winds. The fog has again swept over the city, and the whistling is coming closer and closer. It is now directly beneath me. God, an instant ago the mist opened and I caught a glimpse of the streets below. The fog is not simply vapour. It lives. By the side of each moaning and weeping human is a companion figure, an aura of strange and vari-coloured hues. How the shapes cling, each to a living thing. The men and women are down, flat on their faces. The fog figures caress them, lovingly. They are kneeling beside them. They are. But I dare not tell it. The prone and writhing bodies have been stripped of their clothing. They are being consumed, piecemeal. A merciful wall of hot, steamy vapour swept over the whole scene. I can see no more. Beneath me, the wall of vapour is changing colours. It seems to be lighted by internal fires. No, it isn't. I've made a mistake. The colours are from above, reflections from the sky. Look up, look up. The whole sky is in flames. Colours as yet unseen by men or demons. The flames are moving. They've started to intermix. The colours are rearranging themselves. They're so brilliant that my eyes burn, yet they're a long way off. Now, they've begun to swirl, to circle in and out, twisting in intricate designs and patterns. The lights are racing each with each, a kaleidoscope of unearthly brilliance. I have made a discovery. There is nothing harmful in the lights. They radiate force and friendliness, almost cheeriness. But by their very strength, they hurt. As I look, they are swinging closer and closer, 1,000,000 miles at each jump, millions of miles with the speed of light. Aye, it is light, the quintessence of all light. Beneath it, the fog melts into a jewelled mist, radiant, rainbow-coloured, of 1,000 varied spectra. I can see the streets. Why? They're filled with people. The lights are coming closer. They're all around me. I'm enveloped. The message stopped abruptly. The wire to Zebiko was dead. Beneath my eyes, in a narrow circle of light from under the green lampshade, the black printing no longer spun itself letter by letter across the page. The room seemed filled with a solemn quiet, a silence, vaguely impressionable, powerful. I looked down at Morgan. His hands had dropped nervelessly at his sides, while his body had hunched over peculiarly. I turned the lampshade back, throwing the light squarely in his face. His eyes were staring, fixed, filled with a sudden foreboding. I stepped beside him and called Chicago on the wire. After a second, the sounder clicked its answer. Why? But there was something wrong. Chicago was reporting that Wire 2 had not been used throughout the evening. Morgan, I shouted, Morgan, wake up. It isn't true. Someone's been hoaxing us. Why? In my eagerness, I grasped him by the shoulder. His body was quite cold. Morgan had been dead for hours. Could it be that his sensitized brain and automatic fingers had continued to record impressions even after the end? I shall never know, for I shall never again handle the night shift. Search in a world atlas discloses no town of Zebiko. Whatever it was that killed John Morgan will forever remain a mystery.
The Girl with the Hungry Eyes by Fritz Lieber. Oh, right, I'll tell you why the girl gives me the creeps. Why I can't stand to go downtown and see the mob slavering up at her on the tower with that pop bottle or pack of cigarettes or whatever it is beside her. Why I hate to look at magazines anymore, because I know she'll turn up somewhere in a brassiere or a bubble bath. Why I don't like to think of millions of Americans drinking in that poisonous half-smile. It's quite a story. More story than you're expecting. No, I haven't suddenly developed any long-haired indignation at the evils of advertising and the national glamour girl complex. That'd be a laugh for a man in my racket, wouldn't it? Though I think you'll agree that there's something a little perverted about trying to capitalize on sex that way. But it's okay with me. And I know we've had the face and the body and the look and whatnot else. So why shouldn't someone come along who sums it all up so completely that we have to call her the girl and blazon her on all the billboards from Times Square to Telegraph Hill? But the girl isn't like any of the others. She's unnatural. She's morbid. She's unholy. Oh, these are modern times, you say, and the sort of thing I'm hinting at went out with witchcraft. But you see, I'm not altogether sure myself what I'm hinting at, beyond a certain point. There are vampires, and not all of them suck blood. And there were the murders, if they were murders. Besides, let me ask you this. Why, when America is obsessed with the girl, don't we find out more about her? Why doesn't she rate a Time cover with a droll biography inside? Why hasn't there been a feature in Life or the Post, a profile in the New Yorker? Why hasn't Charm or Mademoiselle done a career saga? Not ready for it? Nuts. Why haven't the movies snapped her up? Why hasn't she been on Information Please? Why don't we see her kissing candidates at political rallies? Why isn't she chosen queen of some sort of junk or other at a convention? Why don't we read about her tastes and hobbies, her views of the Russian situation? Why haven't the columnists interviewed her in a kimono on the top floor of the tallest hotel in Manhattan and told us who her boyfriends are? Finally, and this is the real killer. Why hasn't she ever been drawn or painted? Oh no, she hasn't. If you knew anything about commercial art, you'd know that. Every blessed one of those pictures was worked up from a photograph. Expertly, of course. They've got the top artists on it. But that's how it's done. And now, I'll tell you the why of all that. It's because from the top to the bottom of the whole world of advertising, news and business, there isn't a solitary soul who knows where the girl came from, where she lives, what she does, who she is, even what her name is. You heard me. What's more, not a single solitary soul ever sees her, except one poor damn photographer who's making more money off her than he ever hoped to in his life, and who's scared and miserable as hell every minute of the day. No, I haven't the faintest idea who he is, or where he has his studio. But I know there has to be such a man, and I'm morally certain he feels just like I said. Yes, I might be able to find her if I tried. I'm not sure, though. By now, she probably has other safeguards. Besides, I don't want to. Oh, I'm off my rocker, am I? That sort of thing can't happen in the era of the atom. People can't keep out of sight that way, not even Garbo. Well, I happen to know they can. Because last year, I was that poor damn photographer I was telling you about. Yes, last year when the girl made her first poisonous splash right here in this big little city of ours. Yes, I know you weren't here last year, and you don't know about it. Even the girl had to start small, but if you hunted through the files of the local newspapers, you'd find some ads, and I might be able to locate you some of the old displays. I think Lovely Belt is still using one of them. I used to have a mountain of photos myself, until I burned them. Yes, I made my cut off her. Nothing like what that other photographer must be making, but enough so it still bought this whiskey. She was funny about money. I'll tell you about that. But first, picture me then. I had a 4th-floor studio in that rat hole in the Hauser building, not far from Ardley Park. I'd been working at the Marsh Mason studios until I'd gotten my belly full of it and decided to start in for myself. The Hauser building was awful. I'll never forget how the stairs creaked, but it was cheap, and there was a skylight. Business was lousy. I kept making the rounds of all the advertisers and agencies, and some of them didn't object to me too much personally, but my stuff never clicked. I was pretty near broke. I was behind on my rent. Hell, I didn't even have enough money to have a girl. It was one of those dark grey afternoons. The building was very quiet. I'd just finished developing some pics I was doing on speculation for Lovely Belt girdles and Budford's pool and playground. My model had left, a Miss Leon. She was a civics teacher at one of the high schools and modelled for me on the side, just lately on speculation too. After one look at the prints, I decided that Miss Leon probably wasn't just what Lovely Belt was looking for, or my photography either. I was about to call it a day. And then the street door slammed, 4 stories down, and there were steps on the stairs. And she came in. She was wearing a cheap, shiny black dress, black pumps, no stockings, and except that she had a grey cloth coat over one of them, those skinny arms of hers were bare. Her arms are pretty skinny, you know, or can't you see things like that anymore? And then the thin neck, the slightly gaunt, almost prim face, the tumbling mass of dark hair, and looking out from under it, the hungriest eyes in the world. That's the real reason she's plastered all over the country today, you know. Those eyes. Nothing vulgar, but just the same. They're looking at you with a hunger that's all sex and something more than sex. That's what everybody's been looking for since the year one. Something a little more than sex. Well, boys, there I was, alone with the girl in an office that was getting shadowy in a nearly empty building, a situation that a million male Americans have undoubtedly pictured to themselves with various lush details. How was I feeling? Scared. I know sex can be frightening, that cold heart thumping when you're alone with a girl and you feel you're going to touch her. But if it was sex this time, it was overlaid with something else. At least, I wasn't thinking about sex. I remember that I took a backward step and that my hand jerked so that the photos I was looking at sailed to the floor. There was just the faintest dizzy feeling, like something was being drawn out of me. Just a little bit. That was all. And then she opened her mouth and everything was back to normal. For a while. I see you're a photographer, mister, she said. Could you use a model? Her voice wasn't very cultivated. I doubt it, I told her, picking up the pics. You see, I wasn't impressed. The commercial possibilities of her eyes hadn't registered on me yet, by a long shot. What have you done? Well, she gave me a vague sort of story, and I began to check her knowledge of model agencies and studios and rates and whatnot, and pretty soon I said to her, Look here, you've never modelled for a photographer in your life. You just walked in here cold. Well, she admitted that was more or less so. All along through our talk, I got the idea that she was feeling her way like someone in a strange place. Not that she was uncertain of herself, or of me, but just of the general situation. And you think anyone can model? I asked her pityingly. Sure, she said. Look, I said, a photographer can waste a dozen negatives trying to get one halfway human photo of an average woman. How many do you think he'd have to waste before I got a real catchy, glamorous photo of her? I think I could do it, she said. Well, I should have kicked her out right then. Maybe I admired the cool way she stuck to her dumb little guns. Maybe I was touched by her underfed look. More likely, I was feeling mean on account of the way my pictures had been snubbed by everybody, and I wanted to take it out on her by showing her up. Okay, I'm going to put you on the spot, I told her. I'm going to try a couple of shots of you. Understand it's strictly on spec. If somebody should ever want to use a photo of you, which is about 1 chance in 2 million, I'll pay you regular rates for your time. Not otherwise. She gave me a smile. The first. That's swell by me, she said. Well, I took 3 or 4 shots, close-ups of her face since I didn't fancy her cheap dress, and at least she stood up to my sarcasm. Then I remembered I still had the Lovely Belt stuff, and I guess the meanness was still working in me because I handed her a girdle and told her to go behind the screen and get into it. And she did, without getting flustered, as I'd expected. And since we'd gone that far, I figured we might as well shoot the beach scene to round it out. And that was that. All this time, I wasn't feeling anything particular one way or the other, except every once in a while, I get one of those faint, dizzy flashes and wonder if there was something wrong with my stomach, or if I could have been a little bit careless with my chemicals. Still, I think the uneasiness was in me all the while. I tossed her a card and pencil. Write your name and address and phone, I told her, and made for the darkroom. A little later she walked out. I didn't call any goodbyes. I was irked because she hadn't fussed around or seemed anxious about her poses or even thanked me, except for that one smile. I finished developing the negatives, made some prints, glanced at them, decided they weren't a great deal worse than Miss Leon. On impulse, I slipped them in with the pictures I was going to take on the rounds next morning. By now, I'd worked long enough, so I was a bit fagged and nervous, but I didn't dare waste enough money on liquor to help that. I wasn't very hungry. I think I went to a cheap movie. I didn't think of the girl at all, except maybe to wonder faintly why in my present womanless state I hadn't made a pass at her. She had seemed to belong to a, distinctly more approachable,
social strata than Miss Leon. But then, of course, there were all sorts of arguable reasons for my not doing that. Next morning I made the rounds. My first step was Munch's brewery. They were looking for a Munch girl. Papa Munch had a sort of affection for me, though he razzed my photography. He had a good natural judgment about that too. 50 years ago, he might have been one of the shoestring boys who made Hollywood. Right now, he was out in the plant, pursuing his favourite occupation. He put down the beaded schooner, smacked his lips, gabbled something technical to someone about hops, wiped his fat hands on his big apron he was wearing, and grabbed my thin stack of pictures. He was about halfway through, making noises with his tongue and teeth, when he came to her. I kicked myself for even having stuck her in. "That's her," he said. "The photography's not so hot, but that's the girl." It was all decided. I wonder now why Papa Munch sensed what the girl had right away while I didn't. I think it was because I saw her first in the flesh, if that's the right word. At the time, I just felt faint. "Who is she?" he asked. One of my new models." I tried to make it casual. "Bring her out tomorrow morning," he told me, "and your stuff, we'll photograph her here. Here, don't look so sick," he added. "Have some beer." Well, I went away telling myself it was just a fluke, so that she'd probably blow it tomorrow with her inexperience and so on. Just the same, when I reverently laid my next stack of pictures on Mr. Fitch of Lovely Belt's rose-coloured blotter, I had hers on top. Mr. Fitch went through the motions of being an art critic. He leaned over backward, squinted his eyes, waved his long fingers, and said, "What do you think, Miss Willow? Here, in this light, of course. The photograph doesn't show the bias cut, and perhaps we could use the Lovely Belt imp instead of the angel. Still, the girl. Come over here, Binns." More finger-waving. "I want a married man's reaction." He couldn't hide the fact that he was hooked. Exactly the same thing happened at Budford's pool and playground, except that Da Costa didn't need a married man's say-so. "Hot stuff," he said, sucking his lips. "Oh boy, you photographers." I hot-footed it back to the office and grabbed up the card I'd given her to put down her name and address. It was blank. I don't mind telling you that the next 5 days were about the worst I ever went through in an ordinary way. When next morning rolled around and I still hadn't got hold of her, I had to start stalling. She's sick," I told Papa Munch over the phone. "She at a hospital?" he asked me. Nothing that serious," I told him. "Get her out here then. What's a little headache?" Sorry, I can't." Papa Munch got suspicious. "You really got this girl?" "Of course I have." "Well, I don't know. I'd think it was some New York model, except I recognize your lousy photography." I laughed. "Well, look, you get her here tomorrow morning. You hear?" "I'll try." "Try nothing. You get her out here." He didn't know half of what I tried. I went round to all the modelling employment agencies. I did some slick detective work at the photographic and art studios. I used up some of my last dimes putting advertisements in all 3 papers. I looked at high school yearbooks and at employee photos in local house organs. I went to restaurants and drugstores looking at waitresses, and to dime stores and department stores looking at clerks. I watched the crowds coming out of the movie theatres. I roamed the streets. Evenings, I spent quite a bit of time along Pickup Row. Somehow that seemed the right place. The 5th afternoon, I knew I was licked. Papa Munch's deadline, he'd given me several, but this was it, was due to run out at 6 o'clock. Mr. Fitch had already cancelled. I was at the studio window looking out at Ardley Park. She walked in. I'd gone over this moment so often in my mind that I had no trouble putting on my act. Even the faint dizzy feeling didn't throw me off. "Hello?" I said, hardly looking at her. "Hello," she said. "Not discouraged yet?" "No?" It didn't sound uneasy or defiant. It was just a statement. I snapped a look at my watch, got up and said curtly, "Look, here, I'm going to give you a chance. There's a client of mine looking for a girl, your general type. If you do a real good job, you might break into the modelling business." "We can see him this afternoon if we hurry," I said. I picked up my stuff. "Come on. And next time, if you expect favours, don't forget to leave your phone number." She said, not moving. "What do you mean?" I said. "I'm not going out to see any client of yours." "The hell you aren't," I said, "you little nut. I'm giving you a break." She shook her head slowly. "You're not fooling me, baby. You're not fooling me at all. They want me." And she gave me the second smile. At the time, I thought she must have seen my newspaper ad. Now, I'm not so sure. "And now I'll tell you how we're going to work," she went on. "You aren't going to have my name or address or phone number. Nobody is. And we're going to do all the pictures right here. Just you and me." You can imagine the roar I raised at that. I was everything. Angry, sarcastic, patiently explanatory, off my nut, threatening, pleading. I would have slapped her face off, except it was photographic capital. In the end, all I could do was phone Papa Munch and tell him her conditions. I knew I didn't have a chance, but I had to take it. He gave me a really angry bawling out and said "no" several times and hung up. It didn't worry her. "We'll start shooting at 10 o'clock tomorrow," she said. It was just like her, using that corny line from the movie magazines. About midnight, Papa Munch called me up. "I don't know what insane asylum you're renting this girl from," he said, "but I'll take her. Come round tomorrow morning, and I'll try to get it through your head just how I want the pictures, and I'm glad I got you out of bed." After that, it was a breeze. Even Mr. Fitch reconsidered, and after taking 2 days to tell me it was quite impossible, he accepted the conditions too. Of course, you're all under the spell of the girl, so you can't understand how much self-sacrifice it represented on Mr. Fitch's part when he agreed to forego supervising the photography of my model in the Lovely Belt Imp or Vixen, or whatever it was we finally used. Next morning, she turned up on time according to her schedule, and we went to work. I'll say one thing for her. She never got tired, and she never kicked at the way I fussed over shots. I got along okay, except I still had that feeling of something being shoved away gently. Maybe you felt it just a little, looking at her picture. When we finished, I found there were still more rules. It was about the middle of the afternoon. I started with her to get a sandwich and coffee. She said. "I'm going down alone. And look, baby, if you ever try to follow me, if you ever so much as stick your head out of that window when I go, you can hire yourself another model." You can imagine how all this crazy stuff strained my temper and my imagination. I remember opening the window after she was gone. I waited a few minutes first, and standing there getting some fresh air and trying to figure out what could be behind it, whether she was hiding from the police or was somebody's ruined daughter, or maybe had got the idea it was smart to be temperamental, or more likely Papa Munch was right, and she was partly nuts. But I had my pictures to finish up. Looking back, it's amazing to think how fast her magic began to take hold of the city after that. Remembering what came after, I'm frightened of what's happening to the whole country, and maybe the world. Yesterday I read something in Time about the girl's picture turning up on billboards in Egypt. The rest of my story will help show you why I'm frightened in that big, general way. But I have a theory too that helps explain, though it's one of those things that's beyond that certain point. It's about the girl. I'll give it to you in a few words. You know how modern advertising gets everybody's mind set in the same direction, wanting the same things, imagining the same things, and you know the psychologists aren't so skeptical of telepathy as they used to be. Add up the two ideas. Suppose the identical desires of millions of people focused on one telepathic person, say a girl, shaped her in their image.
Imagine her knowing the hiddenmost hungers of millions of men. Imagine her seeing deeper into those hungers than the people that had them, seeing the hatred and the wish for death behind the lust. Imagine her shaping herself in that complete image, keeping herself as aloof as marble. Yet imagine the hunger she might feel in answer to their hunger. But that's getting a long way from the facts of my story. And some of those facts are darn solid. Like money. We made money. That was the funny thing I was going to tell you. I was afraid the girl was going to hold me up. She really had me over a barrel, you know. But she didn't ask for anything but the regular rates. Later on, I insisted on pushing more money at her, a whole lot. But she always took it with that same contemptuous look, as if she were going to toss it down the first drain when she got outside. Maybe she did. At any rate, I had money. For the first time in months, I had money enough to get drunk, buy new clothes, take taxicabs. I could make a play for any girl I wanted to. I only had to pick. And so, of course, I had to go and pick. But first, let me tell you about Papa Munch. Papa Munch wasn't the first of the boys to try to meet my model, but I think he was the first to really go soft on her. I could watch the change in his eyes as he looked at her pictures. They began to get sentimental, reverent. Mama Munch had been dead for 2 years. He was smart about the way he planned it. He got me to drop some information which told him when she came to work, and then one morning he came pounding up the stairs a few minutes before. "I got to see her, Dave," he told me. I argued with him. I kidded him. I explained he didn't know just how serious she was about her crazy ideas. I even pointed out he was cutting both our throats. I even amazed myself by bawling him out. But he didn't take any of it his usual way. He just kept repeating, "But Dave, I've got to see her." The street door slammed. "That's her," I said, lowering my voice. "You've got to get out." He wouldn't, so I shoved him in the darkroom. "Keep quiet," I whispered. "I'll tell her I can't work today." I knew he'd try to look at her and probably come busting in, but there wasn't anything else I could do. The footsteps came to the 4th floor, but she never showed at the door. I got uneasy. "Get that bum out of there," she yelled suddenly from beyond the door. Not very loud, but in her commonest voice. "I'm going up to the next landing," she said, "and if that fat-bellied bum doesn't march straight down the street, he'll never get another picture of me except spitting in his lousy beer." Papa Munch came out of the darkroom. He was white. He didn't look at me as he went out. He never looked at her pictures in front of me again. That was Papa Munch. Now it's me I'm telling you about. I talked around the subject with her. I hinted. Eventually, I made my pass. She lifted my hand off her as if it were a damp rag. "No, baby," she said. "This is working time." "But afterward," I pressed, "the rules still hold." And I got what I think was the 5th smile. It's hard to believe, but she never budged an inch from that crazy line. I mustn't make a pass at her in the office because our work was very important and she loved it, and there mustn't be any distractions. And I couldn't see her anywhere else because if I tried to, I'd never snap another picture of her. And all this with more money coming in all the time, and me never so stupid as to think my photography had anything to do with it. Of course, I wouldn't have been human if I hadn't made more passes, but they always got the wet rag treatment, and there weren't any more smiles. I changed. I went sort of crazy and lightheaded, only sometimes I felt my head was going to burst, and I started to talk to her all the time. About myself. It was like being in a constant delirium that never interfered with business. I didn't pay any attention to that dizzy feeling. It seemed natural. I'd walk around and for a moment the reflector would look like a sheet of white-hot steel, or the shadows would seem like armies of moths, or the camera would be a big black coal car, but the next instant they'd come all right again. I think sometimes I was scared to death of her. She'd seemed the strangest, most horrible person in the world, but other times. And I talked. It didn't matter what I was doing, lighting her, posing her, fussing with props, snapping my pictures, or where she was on the platform behind the screen, relaxing with a magazine. I kept up a steady gab. I told her everything I knew about myself. I told her about my first girl. I told her about my brother Bob's bicycle. I told her about running away on a freight and the licking Pa gave me when I came home. I told her about shipping to South America in the blue sky at night. I told her about Betty. I told her about my mother dying of cancer. I told her about being beaten up in a fight in an alley behind a bar. I told her about Mildred. I told her about the first picture I ever sold. I told her how Chicago looked from a sailboat. I told her about the longest drunk I was ever on. I told her about Marsh Mason. I told her about Gwen. I told her about how I met Papa Munch. I told her about hunting her. I told her about how I felt now. She never paid the slightest attention to what I said. I couldn't even tell if she heard me. It was when we were getting our first nibble from national advertisers that I decided to follow her when she went home. Wait, I can place it better than that. Something you remember from the out-of-town papers, those maybe murders I mentioned. I think there were 6. I say maybe because the police could never be sure they weren't heart attacks. But there's bound to be suspicion when attacks happen to people whose hearts have been okay, and always at night when they're alone and away from home, and there's a question of what they were doing. The 6 deaths created one of those mystery poisoner scares, and afterwards there was a feeling that they hadn't really stopped but were being continued in a less suspicious way. That's one of the things that scares me now. But at the time, my only feeling was relief that I decided to follow her. I made her work until dark one afternoon. I didn't need any excuses. We were snowed under with orders. I waited until the street door slammed. Then I ran down. I was wearing rubber-soled shoes. I'd slipped on a dark coat she'd never see me in, and a dark hat. I stood in the doorway until I spotted her. She was walking by Ardley Park towards the heart of town. It was one of those warm fall nights. I followed her on the other side of the street. My idea for tonight was just to find out where she lived. That would give me a hold on her. She stopped in front of a display window of Everly's department store, standing back from the flow. She stood there, looking in. I remembered we'd done a big photograph of her for Everly's to make a flat model for the lingerie display. That was what she was looking at. At the time, it seemed all right to me that she should adore herself, if that's what she was doing. When people passed, she'd turn away a little or drift back farther into the shadows. Then a man came by alone. I couldn't see his face very well, but he looked middle-aged. He stopped and stood looking in the window. She came out of the shadows and stepped up beside him. How would you boys feel if you were looking at a poster of the girl and suddenly she was there, beside you, her arm linked with yours? This fellow's reaction showed as plain as day. A crazy dream had come to life for him. They talked for a moment, then he waved a taxi to the curb. They got in and drove off. I got drunk that night. It was almost as if she'd known I was following her and had picked that way to hurt me. Maybe she had. Maybe this was the finish. But the next morning, she turned up at the usual time, and I was back in the delirium, only now with some new angles added. That night, when I followed her, she picked a spot under a streetlight opposite one of the Munch Girl billboards. Now it frightens me to think of her lurking that way. After about 20 minutes, a convertible slowed down, going past her, backed up, swung into the curb. I was closer this time. I got a good look at the fellow's face. He was a little younger, about my age. Next morning, the same face looked up at me from the front page of the paper. The convertible had been found parked on a side street. He had been in it. As in the other maybe murders, the cause of death was uncertain. All kinds of thoughts were spinning in my head that day, but there were only 2 things I knew for sure.
that I'd got the first real offer from a national advertiser and that I was going to take the girl's arm and walk down the stairs with her when we quit work. She didn't seem surprised. "You know what you're doing," she said. "I know." She smiled. "I was wondering when you get round to it." I began to feel good. I was kissing everything goodbye, but I had my arm around hers. It was another of those warm fall evenings. We cut across into Ardley Park. It was dark there, but all around the sky was a sallow pink from the advertising signs. We walked for a long time in the park. She didn't say anything, and she didn't look at me, but I could see her lips twitching, and after a while her hand tightened on my arm. We stopped. We'd been walking across the grass. She dropped down and pulled me after her. She put her hands on my shoulders. I was looking down at her face. It was the faintest sallow pink from the glow in the sky. The hungry eyes were dark smudges. I was fumbling with her blouse. She took my hand away, not like she had in the studio. "I don't want that," she said. "First, I'll tell you what I did afterward. Then, I'll tell you why I did it. Then, I'll tell you what she said." What I did was run away. I don't remember all of that because I was dizzy and the pink sky was swinging against the dark trees, but after a while I staggered into the lights of the street. The next day, I closed up the studio. The telephone was ringing when I locked the door, and there were unopened letters on the floor. I never saw the girl again, in the flesh, if that's the right word. I did it because I didn't want to die. I didn't want the life drawn out of me. There are vampires, and the ones that suck blood aren't the worst. If it hadn't been for the warning of those dizzy flashes and Papa Munch and the face in the morning paper, I'd have gone the way the others did. But I realized what I was up against while there was still time to tear myself away. I realized that wherever she came from, whatever shaped her, she's the quintessence of the horror behind the bright billboard. She's the smile that tricks you into throwing away your money and your life. She's the eyes that lead you on and then show you death. She's the creature you give everything for and never really get. She's the being that takes everything you've got and gives nothing in return. When you yearn towards her face on the billboards, remember that. She's the lure. She's the bait. She's the girl. And this is what she said. "I want you. I want your high spots. I want everything that's made you happy and everything that's hurt you bad. I want your first girl. I want the shiny bicycle. I want that licking. I want the pinhole camera. I want Betty's legs. I want the blue sky filled with stars. I want your mother's death. I want your blood on the cobblestones. I want Mildred's mouth. I want the first picture you sold. I want the lights of Chicago. I want the gin. I want Gwen's hands. I want your wanting me. I want your life. Feed me, baby. Feed me." The Music of Erich Zann by H P Lovecraft. I have examined maps of the city with the greatest care, yet have never again found a Rue d'Auxerre. These maps have not been modern maps alone, for I know that names change. I have, on the contrary, delved deeply into all the antiquities of the place, and have personally explored every region of whatever name which could possibly answer to the street I knew as the Rue d'Auxerre. But despite all I have done, it remains a humiliating fact that I cannot find the house, the street, or even the locality where, during the last months of my impoverished life as a student of metaphysics at the university, I heard the music of Erich Zann. That my memory is broken, I do not wonder, for my health, physical and mental, was gravely disturbed throughout the period of my residence in the Rue d'Auxerre. and I recall that I took none of my few acquaintances there, but that I cannot find the place again is both singular and perplexing, for it was within a half-hour's walk of the university, and was distinguished by peculiarities which could hardly be forgotten by anyone who had been there. I have never met a person who has seen the Rue d'Auxerre. The Rue d'Auxerre lay across a dark river, bordered by precipitous brick, blear-windowed warehouses, and spanned by a ponderous bridge of dark stone. It was always shadowy along that river, as if the smoke of neighbouring factories shut out the sun perpetually. The river was also odorous with evil stenches which I have never smelled elsewhere, and which may some day help me to find it, since I should recognise them at once. Beyond the bridge were narrow cobbled streets with rails, and then came the ascent, at first gradual, but incredibly steep, as the Rue d'Auxerre was reached. I have never seen another street as narrow and steep as the Rue d'Auxerre. It was almost a cliff, closed to all vehicles, consisting in several places of flights of steps, and ending at the top in a lofty ivied wall. Its paving was irregular, sometimes stone slabs, sometimes cobblestones, and sometimes bare earth with struggling greenish-grey vegetation. The houses were tall, peaked-roofed, incredibly old and crazily leaning backward, forward, and sideways. Occasionally an opposite pair, both leaning forward, almost met across the street like an arch, and certainly they kept most of the light from the ground below. There were a few overhead bridges from house to house across the street. The inhabitants of that street impressed me peculiarly. At first I thought it was because they were all silent and reticent, but later decided it was because they were all very old. I do not know how I came to live on such a street, but I was not myself when I moved there. I had been living in many poor places, always evicted for want of money, until at last I came upon that tottering house in the Rue d'Auxerre kept by the paralytic Blando. It was the third house from the top of the street, and by far the tallest of them all. My room was on the 5th story, the only inhabited room there since the house was almost empty. On the night I arrived, I heard strange music from the peaked garret overhead, and next day asked old Blando about it. He told me it was an old German viol player, a strange, dumb man who signed his name as Erich Zann, and who played evenings in a cheap theatre orchestra, adding that Zann's desire to play in the night after his return from the theatre was the reason he had chosen this lofty and isolated garret room, whose single gable window was the only point on the street from which one could look over the terminating wall at the declivity and panorama below. Thereafter, I heard Zann every night, and although he kept me awake, I was haunted by the weirdness of his music. Knowing little of the art myself, I was yet certain that none of his harmonies had any relation to music I had heard before, and concluded that he was a composer of highly original genius. The longer I listened, the more I was fascinated, until, after a week, I resolved to make the old man's acquaintance. One night, as he was returning from his work, I intercepted Zann in the hallway and told him I would like to know him and be with him when he played. He was a small, lean, bent person with shabby clothes, blue eyes, grotesque, satellite face, and nearly bald head, and at my first words seemed both angered and frightened. My obvious friendliness, however, finally melted him, and he grudgingly motioned to me to follow him up the dark, creaking and rickety attic stairs. His room, one of only two in the steeply pitched garret, was on the west side, toward the high wall that formed the upper end of the street. Its size was very great, and seemed the greater because of its extraordinary barrenness and neglect. Of furniture there was only a narrow iron bedstead, a dingy washstand, a small table, a large bookcase, and an iron music rack, and 3 old-fashioned chairs. Sheets of music were piled in disorder about the floor. The walls were of bare boards and had probably never known plaster, whilst the abundance of dust and cobwebs made the place seem more deserted than inhabited. Evidently Erich Zann's world of beauty lay in some far cosmos of the imagination. Motioning me to sit down, the dumb man closed the door, turned the large wooden bolt, and lighted a candle to augment the one he had brought with him. He now removed his vial from its moth-eaten covering, and taking it, seated himself in the least uncomfortable of the chairs. He did not employ the music rack, but offering no choice and playing from memory, enchanted me for over an hour with strains I had never heard before, strains which must have been of his own devising. To describe their exact nature is impossible for one unversed in music. They were a kind of fugue, with recurrent passages of the most captivating quality, but to me were notable for the absence of any of the weird notes I had overheard from my room below on other occasions. Those haunting notes I had remembered, and had often hummed and whistled inaccurately to myself. So when the player at length laid down his bow, I asked him if he would render some of them. As I began my request, the wrinkled, satyr-like face lost the bored placidity it had possessed during the playing, and seemed to show the same curious mixture of anger and fright which I had noticed when first I accosted the old man. For a moment, I was inclined to use persuasion, regarding rather lightly the whims of senility, and even tried to awaken my host's weirder mood by whistling a few of the strains to which I had listened the night before. I didn't pursue this course for more than a moment. For when the dumb musician recognized the whistled air, his face grew suddenly distorted with an expression wholly beyond analysis, and his long, cold, bony right hand reached out to stop my mouth and silence the crude imitation. As he did this, he further demonstrated his eccentricity by casting a startled glance toward the lone curtained window, as if fearful of some intruder. A glance doubly absurd, since the garret stood high and inaccessible above all the adjacent roofs, this window being the only point on the steep street, as the concierge had told me, from which one could see over the wall at the summit. The old man's glance brought Blando's remark to my mind, and with a certain capriciousness I felt a wish to look out over the wide and dizzying panorama of moonlit roofs and city lights beyond the hilltop, which of all the dwellers in the Rue d'Auxerre only this crabbed musician could see. I moved towards the window, and would have drawn aside the nondescript curtains, when, with a frightened rage even greater than before, the dumb lodger was upon me again, this time motioning with his head towards the door, as he nervously strove to drag me thither with both hands. Now thoroughly disgusted with my host, I ordered him to release me, and told him I would go at once. His clutch relaxed, and as he saw my disgust and offence, his own anger seemed to subside. He tightened his relaxing grip, but this time in a friendly manner, forcing me into a chair, then, with an appearance of wistfulness, crossing to the littered table, where he wrote many words with a pencil in the laboured French of a foreigner. The note which he finally handed me was an appeal for tolerance and forgiveness. Zann said that he was old, lonely, and afflicted with strange fears and nervous disorders connected with his music and with other things. He had enjoyed my listening to his music, and wished I would come again and not mind his eccentricities. But he could not play to another his weird harmonies, and could not bear hearing them from another. Nor could he bear having anything in his room touched by another. He had not known until our hallway conversation that I could overhear his playing in my room, and now asked me if I would arrange with Blando to take a lower room where I wouldn't hear him in the night. He would, he wrote, defray the difference in rent. As I sat deciphering the execrable French, I felt more lenient towards the old man. He was a victim of physical and nervous suffering, as was I, and my metaphysical studies had taught me kindness. In the silence there came a slight sound from the window. The shutter must have rattled in the night wind, and for some reason I started almost as violently as did Erich Zann. So when I had finished reading, I shook my host by the hand and departed as a friend. The next day, Blando gave me a more expensive room on the third floor, between the apartments of an aged moneylender and the room of a respectable upholsterer,
There was no one on the 4th floor. It was not long before I found that Zann's eagerness for my company was not as great as it had seemed while he was persuading me to move down from the 5th story. He did not ask me to call on him, and when I did call, he appeared uneasy and played listlessly. This was always at night. In the day he slept and would admit no one. My liking for him did not grow, though the attic room and the weird music seemed to hold an odd fascination for me. I had a curious desire to look out of that window, over the wall, and down the unseen slope at the glittering roofs and spires which must lie outspread there. Once, I went up to the garret during theatre hours when Zann was away, but the door was locked. What I did succeed in doing was to overhear the nocturnal playing of the dumb old man. At first, I would tiptoe up to my old 5th floor. Then, I grew bold enough to climb the last creaking staircase to the peaked garret. There, in the narrow hall, outside the bolted door with the covered keyhole, I often heard sounds which filled me with an indefinable dread, the dread of vague wonder and brooding mystery. It was not that the sounds were hideous, for they were not, but that they held vibrations suggesting nothing on this globe of earth, and at certain intervals they assumed a symphonic quality which I could hardly conceive as produced by one player. Certainly, Erich Zann was a genius of wild power. As the weeks passed, the playing grew wilder, whilst the old musician acquired an increasing haggardness and furtiveness pitiful to behold. He now refused to admit me at any time and shunned me whenever we met on the stairs. Then, one night, as I listened at the door, I heard the shrieking viol swell into a chaotic babble of sound, a pandemonium which would have led me to doubt my own shaking sanity had there not come from behind that barred portal a piteous proof that the horror was real, the awful, inarticulate cry which only a mute can utter, and which rises only in moments of the most terrible fear or anguish. I knocked repeatedly at the door but received no response. Afterward, I waited in the black hallway, shivering with cold and fear, till I heard the poor musician's feeble effort to rise from the floor by the aid of a chair. Believing him just conscious after a fainting fit, I renewed my rapping, at the same time calling out my name reassuringly. I heard Zann stumble to the window and close both shutter and sash, then stumble to the door which he falteringly unfastened to admit me. This time his delight at having me present was real, for his distorted face gleamed with relief while he clutched at my coat as a child clutches at its mother's skirts. Shaking pathetically, the old man forced me into a chair whilst he sank into another, beside which his viol and bow lay carelessly on the floor. He sat for some time inactive, nodding oddly, but having a paradoxical suggestion of intense and frightened listening. Subsequently, he seemed to be satisfied, and crossing to a chair by the table, wrote a brief note, handed it to me, and returned to the table, where he began to write rapidly and incessantly. The note implored me in the name of mercy, and for the sake of my own curiosity, to wait where I was while he prepared a full account in German of all the marvels and terrors which beset him. I waited, and the dumb man's pencil flew. It was perhaps an hour later, while I still waited, and while the old musician's feverishly written sheets still continued to pile up, that I saw Zann start, as from the hint of a horrible shock. Unmistakably, he was looking at the curtained window and listening shudderingly. Then, I half fancied I heard the sound myself, though it was not a horrible sound, but rather an exquisitely low and infinitely distant musical note, suggesting a player in one of the neighbouring houses, or in some abode beyond the lofty wall over which I had never been able to look. Upon Zann the effect was terrible, for dropping his pencil, suddenly he rose, seized his viol, and commenced to rend the night with the wildest playing I had ever heard from his bow, save when listening at the barred door. It would be useless to describe the playing of Erich Zann on that dreadful night. It was more horrible than anything I had overheard, because I could now see the expression of his face and could realize that this time the motive was stark fear. He was trying to make a noise to ward something off or drown something out. What? I couldn't imagine. Awesome, though I felt it must be. The playing grew fantastic, delirious, and hysterical, yet kept to the last the qualities of supreme genius which I knew this strange old man possessed. I recognized the air. It was a wild Hungarian dance popular in the theatres, and I reflected for a moment that this was the first time I had ever heard Zann play the work of another composer. Louder and louder, wilder and wilder mounted the shrieking and whining of that desperate viol. The player was dripping with an uncanny perspiration and twisted like a monkey, always looking frantically at the curtained window. In his frenzied strains, I could almost see shadowy satyrs and bacchanals dancing and whirling insanely through seething abysses of clouds and smoke and lightning. And then I thought I heard a shriller, steadier note that was not from the viol, a calm, deliberate, purposeful, mocking note from far away in the west. At this juncture, the shutter began to rattle in a howling night wind which had sprung up outside, as if in answer to the mad playing within. Zann's screaming viol now outdid itself, emitting sounds I had never thought a viol could emit. The shutter rattled more loudly, and fastened and commenced slamming against the window. Then the glass broke shiveringly under the persistent impact, and the chill wind rushed in, making the candles sputter and rustling the sheets of paper on the table where Zann had begun to write out his horrible secret. I looked at Zann and saw that he was past conscious observation. His blue eyes were bulging, glassy and sightless, and the frantic playing had become a blind, mechanical, unrecognizable orgy that no pen could even suggest. A sudden gust, stronger than the others, caught up the manuscript and bore it toward the window. I followed the flying sheets in desperation, but they were gone before I reached the demolished panes. Then I remembered my old wish to gaze from this window, the only window in the Rue d'Auxerre, from which one might see the slope beyond the wall and the city outspread beneath. It was very dark, but the city's lights always burned, and I expected to see them there amidst the rain and wind. Yet, when I looked from that highest of all gable windows, looked while the candles sputtered and the insane viol howled with the night wind, I saw no city spread below, and no friendly lights gleamed from remembered streets, but only the blackness of space illimitable, unimagined space, alive with motion and music, and having no semblance of anything on earth. And as I stood there, looking in terror, the wind blew out both the candles in that ancient peaked garret, leaving me in savage and impenetrable darkness, with chaos and pandemonium before me, and the demon madness of that night baying viol behind me. I staggered back in the dark without the means of striking a light, crashing against the table, overturning a chair, and finally groping my way to the place where the blackness screamed with shocking music. To save myself and Erich Zann, I could at least try, whatever the powers opposed to me. Once, I thought some chill thing brushed me, and I screamed. But my scream could not be heard above that hideous viol. Suddenly, out of the blackness, the madly sawing bow struck me, and I knew I was close to the player. I felt a head touch the back of Zann's chair, and then found and shook his shoulder in an effort to bring him to his senses. He did not respond, and still the viol shrieked on without slackening. I moved my hand to his head, whose mechanical nodding I was able to stop, and shouted in his ear that we must both flee from the unknown things of the night. But he neither answered me, nor abated the frenzy of his unutterable music, while all through the garret strange currents of wind seemed to dance in the darkness and babble. When my hand touched his ear, I shuddered, though I knew not why, till I felt the still face, the ice-cold, stiffened, unbreathing face. His glassy eyes bulged uselessly into the void. And then, by some miracle finding the door and the large wooden bolt, I plunged wildly away from that glassy-eyed thing in the dark, and from the ghoulish howling of that accursed viol, whose fury increased even as I plunged. Leaping, floating, flying down those endless stairs through the dark house, racing mindlessly out into the narrow, steep, and ancient street of steps and tottering houses, clattering down steps and over cobbles to the lower streets and the putrid canyon-walled river, panting across the great dark bridge to the broader, healthier streets and boulevards we know. All these are terrible impressions that linger with me, and I recall that there was no wind, and that the moon was out, and that all the lights of the city twinkled. Despite my most careful searches and investigations, I have never since been able to find the Rue d'Auxsale. But I am not wholly sorry, either for this or for the loss in undreamable abysses of the closely written sheets which alone could have explained the music of Erich Zann.
The Monkey's Paw by W. W. Jacobs. 1. Without, the night was cold and wet, but in the small parlour of Laburnum Villa the blinds were drawn and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess, the former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical changes, putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady, knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark at the wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a fatal mistake after it was too late, was amiably desirous of preventing his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. "Check. I should hardly think that he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White with sudden and unlooked-for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. Pathways a bog, and the roads a torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses in the road are let, they think it doesn't matter." "Never mind, dear," said his wife soothingly. "Perhaps you'll win the next one." Mr. White looked up sharply just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he hid a guilty grin in his thin grey beard. "There he is," said Herbert White as the gate banged to loudly, and heavy footsteps came toward the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste, and opening the door was heard condoling with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, so that Mrs. White said tut-tut and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, beady of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The Sergeant Major shook hands and, taking the proffered seat by the fire, watched contentedly while his host got out whiskey and tumblers and stood a small copper kettle on the fire. At the 3rd glass his eyes got brighter, and he began to talk, the little family circle regarding with eager interest this visitor from distant parts, as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of wild scenes and doughty deeds, of wars and plagues and strange peoples. 21 years of it, said Mr. White, nodding at his wife and son. When he went away, he was a slip of a youth in the warehouse. Now look at him.
"You don't look to have taken much harm," said Mrs. White politely. "I'd like to go to India myself," said the old man, "just to look around a bit, you know." "Better where you are," said the sergeant major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass and, sighing softly, shook it again. "I should like to see those old temples and fakirs and jugglers," said the old man. "What was that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris?" "Nothing," said the soldier hastily. "Leastways, nothing worth hearing." "Monkey's paw?" said Mrs. White curiously. "Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps," said the sergeant major offhandedly. His three listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips and then set it down again. His host filled it for him. "To look at," said the sergeant major, fumbling in his pocket, "it's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy." He took something out of his pocket and proffered it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. "And what is there special about it?" inquired Mr. White as he took it from his son, and having examined it, placed it upon the table. "It had a spell put on it by an old fakir," said the sergeant major, "a very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. He put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it. His manner was so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their light laughter jarred somewhat. "Well, why don't you have 3, sir?" said Herbert White cleverly. The soldier regarded him in the way that middle age is wont to regard presumptuous youth. "I have," he said quietly, and his blotchy face whitened. "And did you really have the 3 wishes granted?" asked Mrs. White. "I did," said the sergeant major, and his glass tapped against his strong teeth. "And has anybody else wished?" persisted the old lady. "The first man had his 3 wishes, yes," was the reply. "I don't know what the first 2 were, but the third was for death. That's how I got the paw." His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group. "If you had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now then, Morris," said the old man at last. "What'd you keep it for?" The soldier shook his head. "Fancy, I suppose," he said slowly. "I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It's caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale, some of them, and those who do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterward." "If you could have another 3 wishes," said the old man, eyeing him keenly, "would you have them?" "I don't know," said the other. "I don't know." He took the paw and, dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off. "Better let it burn," said the soldier solemnly. "If you don't want it, Morris," said the other, "give it to me." "I won't," said his friend doggedly. "I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man." The other shook his head and examined his new possession closely. "How do you do it?" he inquired. "Hold it up in your right hand and wish aloud," said the sergeant major, "but I warn you of the consequences." "Sounds like the Arabian Nights," said Mrs. White, as she rose and began to set the supper. "Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me?" Her husband drew the talisman from pocket, and then all 3 burst into laughter as the sergeant major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm. "If you must wish," he said gruffly, "wish for something sensible." Mr. White dropped it back into his pocket and, placing chairs, motioned his friend to the table. In the business of supper, the talisman was partly forgotten, and afterward the 3 sat listening in an enthralled fashion to a second instalment of the soldier's adventures in India. "If the tale about the monkey's paw is not more truthful than those he's been telling us," said Herbert, as the door closed behind their guest, just in time for him to catch the last train, "we shan't make much out of it." "Did you give him anything for it, father?" inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely. "A trifle," said he, colouring slightly. "He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me again to throw it away." "Likely," said Herbert with pretended horror. "Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Wish to be an emperor, father, to begin with. Then you can't be henpecked." He darted round the table, pursued by the maligned Mrs. White, armed with an antimacassar. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it dubiously. "I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact. he said slowly. "It seems to me I've got all I want." "If you only cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you?" said Herbert with his hand on his shoulder. "Well, wish for £200 then. That'll just do it." His father, smiling shamefacedly at his own credulity, held up the talisman as his son, with a solemn face somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords. "I wish for £200, said the old man distinctly. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran towards him. "It moved," he cried with a glance of disgust at the object as it lay on the floor. "As I wished, it twisted in my hand like a snake." "Well, I don't see the money," said his son as he picked it up and placed it on the table. "And I bet I never shall." "It must have been your fancy, father," said his wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. "Never mind, though, there's no harm done, but it gave me a shock all the same." They sat down by the fire again while the two men finished their pipes. Outside, the wind was higher than ever, and the old man started nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. A silence unusual and depressing settled upon all three, which lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the night. "I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed," said Herbert, as he bade them good night, "and something horrible squatting on top of the wardrobe watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains." He sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire and seeing faces in it. The last face was so horrible and so simian that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that with a little uneasy laugh he felt on the table for a glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver he wiped his hand on his coat and went up to bed. 2. In the brightness of the wintry sun next morning, as it streamed over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosaic wholesomeness about the room, which it had lacked on the previous night, and the dirty, shriveled little paw was pitched up on the sideboard with a carelessness which betokened no great belief in its virtues. "I suppose all old soldiers are the same," said Mrs. White. "The idea of our listening to such nonsense. How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could £200 hurt you, father?" "Might drop on his head from the sky," said the frivolous Herbert. "Morris said the things happened so naturally," said his father, "that you might, if you so wished, attribute it to coincidence." "Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert as he rose from the table. "I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man, and we shall have to disown you." His mother laughed and, following him to the door, watched him down the road, and returning to the breakfast table was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity, all of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor prevent her from referring somewhat shortly to retired sergeant majors of bibulous habits when she found that the post brought a tailor's bill. "Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home," she said as they sat at dinner. "I dare say," said Mr. White, pouring himself out some beer. "But for all that, the thing moved in my hand, that I'll swear to." "You thought it did," said the old lady soothingly. "I say it did," replied the other. "There was no thought about it. I just— What's the matter?" His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, peering in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the £200, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed, and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate, and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then with sudden resolution flung it open, and walked up the path. Mrs. White at the same moment placed her hands behind her, and hurriedly unfastening the strings of her apron, put that useful article of apparel beneath the cushion of her chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively and listened in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room and her husband's coat, a garment which he usually reserved for the garden. She then waited as patiently as her sex would permit for him to broach his business, but he was at first strangely silent. "I was asked to call," he said at last, and stooped and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers. "I come from Bourne Meggins." The old lady started. Is anything the matter? She asked breathlessly. Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it? Her husband interposed. There, mother, he said hastily. Sit down and don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir. And he eyed the other wistfully. I'm sorry, began the visitor. Is he hurt? Demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed in assent. Badly hurt, he said quietly, but he's not in any pain. Oh, thank God, said the old woman, clasping her hands. Thank God for that, thank. She broke off suddenly as the sinister meaning of the assurance dawned upon her, and she saw the awful confirmation of her fears in the other's perverted face. She caught her breath, and turning to her slower-witted husband, laid her trembling old hand upon his. There was a long silence. He was caught in the machinery, said the visitor at length, in a low voice. Caught in the machinery? Repeated Mr. White in a dazed fashion. Yes. He sat staring blankly out at the window, and taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it, as he had been wont to do in their old courting days, nearly 40 years before. He was the only one left to us, he said, turning gently to the visitor. It is hard, the other coughed, and rising, walked slowly to the window. The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss, he said without looking round. I beg that you will understand I am only their servant and merely obeying orders. There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring, and her breath inaudible. On the husband's face was a look such as his friend the sergeant may have carried into his first action. I was to say that Morn Meggins disclaim all responsibility, continued the other. They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services, they wish to present you with a certain sum as compensation. Mr. White dropped his wife's hand, and rising to his feet gazed with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words. How much? £200 was the answer, and conscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put out his hands like a sightless man, and dropped, a senseless heap, to the floor. 3. In the huge new cemetery, some 2 miles distant, the old people buried their dead and came back to a house steeped in shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of expectation as though of something else to happen, something else which was to lighten this load, too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and expectation gave place to resignation, the hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes miscalled apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about, and their days were long to weariness. It was about a week after that, the old man, waking suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in bed and listened. Come back, he said tenderly. You'll be cold. It's colder for my son, said the old woman, and wept afresh. The sound of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm, and his eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully and then slept until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke him with a start. The paw, she cried wildly. The monkey's paw. He started up in alarm. Where is it? What's the matter? She came stumbling across the room towards him. I want it, she said quietly. You've not destroyed it? It's in the parlour on the bracket, he replied, marvelling. Why? She cried and laughed together, and bending over kissed his cheek. I only just thought of it, she said hysterically. Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it? Think of what? He questioned. The other 2 wishes, she replied rapidly. We've only had one. Was that not enough? He demanded fiercely. No, she cried triumphantly. We'll have one more. Go down and get it quickly, and wish our boy alive again. The man sat up in bed and flung the bedclothes from his quaking limbs. Good God, you're mad, he cried aghast. Get it, she panted. Get it quickly and wish, oh, my boy, my boy. Her husband struck a match and lit the candle. Get back to bed, he said unsteadily. You don't know what you're saying. We had the first wish granted, said the old woman feverishly. Why not the second? A coincidence, stammered the old man. Go and get it and wish, cried his wife, quivering with excitement. The old man turned and regarded her, and his voice shook. He's been dead 10 days. And besides, I would not tell you else, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, how now? Bring him back, cried the old woman, and dragged him toward the door. Do you think I fear the child I've nursed? He went down in the darkness and felt his way to the parlour, and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and a horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him, ere he could escape from the room, seized upon him, and he caught his breath as he found that he had lost the direction of the door. His brow cold with sweat, he felt his way round the table and groped along the wall until he found himself in the small passage with the unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. Wish, she cried in a strong voice. It's foolish and wicked, he faltered. Wish, repeated his wife. He raised his hand. I wish my son alive again. The talisman fell to the floor, and he regarded it fearfully. Then he sank, trembling, into a chair as the old woman with burning eyes walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with the cold, glancing occasionally at the figure of the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burned below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls, until, with a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to his bed, and a minute or two afterward the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time screwing up his courage, he took the box of matches and, striking one, went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs the match went out, and he paused to strike another, and at the same moment a knock, so quiet and stealthy as to be scarcely audible, sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand and spilled in the passage. He stood motionless, his breath suspended until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room and closed the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" cried the old woman, starting up. "A rat," said the old man in shaking tones. "A rat. It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed listening. A loud knock resounded through the house. "It's Herbert," she screamed. "It's Herbert." She ran to the door, but her husband was before her, and catching her by the arm, held her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely. "It's my boy, it's Herbert," she cried, struggling mechanically. "I forgot it was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let go, I must open the door." "For God's sake, don't let it in," cried the old man, trembling. "You're afraid of your own son," she cried, struggling. "Let me go. I'm coming, Herbert, I'm coming." There was another knock, and another. The old woman with a sudden wrench broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing and called after her appealingly as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle back, and the bottom bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then, the old woman's voice strained and panting. "The bolt," she cried loudly. "Come down, I can't reach it." But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If he could only find it before the thing outside got in. A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberated through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it down in the passage against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came slowly back, and at the same moment he found the monkey's paw and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking ceased suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair drawn back, and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him the courage to run down to her side and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp flickering opposite shone on a quiet and deserted road.
The Owl by Anatole le Braz. In those days, I mean during the era of King Louis Philippe, I made wooden shoes for a living. Our work team camped in the Gurunhoel mountain range on a slope leading into town. Surrounding us was a magnificent forest of beech trees which have since been turned into shoes. Between all of us cousins, as we were accustomed to call ourselves, we comprised a sort of village of 5 or 6 huts. Mine stood next to the ruins of an old chapel, and here I lived with my wife, God bless her, and our 4 children, who are now scattered about the world. The only sections of the chapel still standing are a portion of wall, a dilapidated altar overrun with brambles, and here and there the bases of columns buried beneath a thick layer of moss, weeds, and dead leaves. But towards the eastern side, and behind the altar, was one great window through which light fell on the choir, standing nearly intact at the end of a passageway, a frame for the old stones and ancient glass. Here in the evenings after work, I loved to come and sit peacefully on the edge of this stone sculpture and smoke my pipe and think, remote from the women's chatter and the gleeful noise of the children. There were nests of owls amongst the ruins, and late one afternoon, I don't remember how, as I was hoisting myself up to my usual seat, I startled one of these nocturnal creatures. As it fled its hole, it made such a strange sound that one might have mistaken it for someone moaning. The setting sun cast a sharp glare of winter light upon the ruins. Shocked and blinded by the dying crimson glow, the owl landed in my lap. I'd never seen one so close, only on barn doors where fearful peasants sometimes crucified them. Totally bewildered by its predicament, the owl tottered on the edge of my lap and would have pitched downwards from our lofty perch, but I grasped its wings gently. I don't believe I've ever held anything in my hands so soft and silky, so warm and trembling. I turned the bird away from the light to spare him the bright stabbing glare of the setting sun. I looked into the owl's eyes and they transfixed me. Have you ever studied the eyes of an owl? They are dim and yet like huge mirrors. You think you can see vaguely all sorts of mysterious things deep within. They are like the twin openings of a bottomless abyss, and seemingly many miles down to their depths one imagines, one perceives great stirrings of shadows and light, undiscovered continents and oceans, processions of crowds and people who come and go like the speechless, melancholy phantoms who people our dreams. Deeply, deeply I gazed into the owl's eyes, but it studied me as well. Trembling even though its sad, compelling stare never wavered from my face. Who knows what thoughts troubled the frail creature? Did it fear that I too, in fear, would nail it to the side of one of the surrounding beeches? In an effort to reassure the owl, and perhaps myself as well, I smoothed its feathers and said, "Peace, peace, you poor beast. I'm not a bad person. I don't wish to harm you." And it was true. We shoemakers live in the woods, in quiet solitude amidst the sacred silence of nature. Though we wield axes and fell trees, we are serene souls who love birds that keep us company as we work, singing to us as if we were their guests and they, our hosts, were anxious to soothe and entertain us in our toil. The owl does not sing and does not show itself, but still I know the sound of its mournful melody in the depths of the night, and I sense it perching on the roof of my hut, moving me towards solemn thoughts, remembering sometimes my long-dead ancestors, who, according to legend, occasionally take the form of an owl in order to remind the living to respect those who are long past. For me, such thoughts are often in my mind. The life hereafter preoccupies me.
more than life itself. I stroked the owl's russet grey tinged feathers and spoke my thoughts to it in a low, soothing tone, imagining that it might be as old as the beech trees along the path, that once the owl saw the chapel standing where now only stones cover the ground, that once it heard the bells summoning the people to saints' pardon. All the while that I spoke to it, the owl looked at me with its great eyes with their immobile pupils flecked with gold, pupils that seemed like stars against the blue velvet of the dark universe. "Come," I said to myself aloud, "let us return this poor blind creature to its rightful home." I pulled back the veil of hanging ivy which hid the nest from which the owl had tumbled forth, and as I did, I realized that the bird's home was not some chance cavity in the wall, but one of the compartments of an old cupboard, the kind one sees in churches to the right of the choir and generally used for storing sacred vials. 2 such vials were still there, one for wine, one for water, both covered with dirt and shrouded in layer upon layer of spider webs, which probably preserved them from the erosion of time. Next to the sacred vials lay a book. It was an enormous missal, very old and bound with metal clasps, stained with mould and corroded by humidity, but some of the gold edging still shone through. The sight of the book made me forget the frightened owl, who by then had taken refuge in the secluded corner of the cupboard. I was tempted by the missal. I knew a rather eccentric English gentleman in Belle Isle who collected books of this type, paying their weight in gold, and even more when they were very old. Surely the missal no longer belonged to anyone. And yet, as I hid it underneath my jacket, I felt curiously evil, or at least greedy. I left my customary perch like a robber sneaking away from the scene of his crime, and as I did, the owl hooted mournfully, like a soul wailing the loss of salvation. Christmas time was near. The night before the holiday, our camp leader asked me, "Would you like to go to Belle Isle tonight? There's a shipment of shoes requested at Roll-Even, the store in the Grand Rue. You'd be in time to attend midnight mass at the village church." I have always been a good Christian, but to my shame, I accepted enthusiastically, not because of the midnight mass, but because I would have the opportunity to seek out my English friend and sell him the missal. Alone in my hut, I took the book from its hiding place, wrapped it in a piece of cloth, and slid it into the inside pocket of my jacket. After supper, with the cart loaded and my horse harnessed, I snapped the whip and began my journey. I was in high spirits. I have heard tales of travellers who set forth on Christmas Eve and met with ill luck, but nothing of the sort occurred to me, for there was the alluring promise of great profit at the end of my ride. The cold was biting. I wrapped myself in my coarse wool mantle, clamping the reins between my knees, my hands buried in my coat pockets. My horse was the most gentle and intelligent animal one could imagine. He understood the language of Brittany, as well as I or any of my cousins. All it took was one word for him to speed up his pace or slow down. He took the descending slope of the Gurenhuel at a trot. It was a clear night. A layer of hoarfrost powdered the countryside. The swaying of the cart rocked me gently, and I was lost in thought, speculating on the price the missal would bring, wondering what gifts I should buy for my wife and children. I pictured in my mind's eye my loved ones' surprise and joy when I brought them such presents as only rich children receive. And yet the closer I got to Belle Isle, the less the prospect pleased me. An inarticulate anxiety began to nag at me, the kind of odd uneasiness one finds when seriously contemplating an action that one knows in one's heart to be wrong. A sudden sound startled me. Behind me, out of the chilly darkness of the night, I heard a prolonged moan, a plaintive murmur sad enough to melt the soul. I heard it again, and yet again, and each time
it was longer and more heavily laden with grief. I jerked erect, pushed my cover aside, grabbed the reins and lashed out at my horse, who took off at full speed and plunged into the heart of the forest. Gigantic trees lined the path, their entangled barren branches woven into a ceiling, shutting out the sky. On either side of the road, black tree trunks hemmed us in. Behind them were more trunks, thousands of bare trunks. I, who had always considered myself a child of the forest, born in its shadow, lulled in its ancient arms, nourished at its soft-scented breast, I, who had always lived in the woods and drew my sustenance from her noble body and blood, I, for the first time, was afraid. The large, familiar beeches leaned over in a menacing manner I never knew before. Their branches seemed to reach out to pluck at me and stop my horse. The trees were a horde of mute ghosts glowering down with merciless intensity. And yes, they had eyes, one of them. Look, on each shaft at the top of the tallest branch, 2 pupils gleaming large and round, immobile, glaring with a pale, colourless light. My horse was just as frightened as I. He stopped abruptly in his tracks, his legs stiff, the hairs of his mane standing on end. Did I hear his heart beating wildly against his ribs? Or was it mine, thundering as if it would burst? I shook so hard that I dropped the reins and was too terrified to think of setting foot outside the cart to pick them up. I sat in agonized expectation, icy drops of sweat trickling over me, my throat clutched tight with fear. God spare me from ever having to live through such unspeakable moments of dreadful anticipation again. And then a large shape wheeled away from one of the trees and hung in space a moment above the road before landing softly on the side of the cart. A snowflake could not have made less noise. I gazed into 2 bright eyes I had mistaken for the eyes of the tree, and an old formula came to mind, a charm a sorcerer once taught me to ward off the evil eye. White or black? I asked faintly. Good or evil? From God or the devil? Matthias, do you not recognize me? A weak, doleful voice asked. I am the owl from the ruins of Saint-Méllard. You helped me then, and now I shall save you. You think you are on the road to Belle Isle, but I tell you that you are on the road to hell. There is an old legend which says that on the eve of our Saviour's birth, dumb beasts are given the power of speech. Was this why the owl spoke to me, calling me by name? Or was he some long-dead forebear guiding me away from sin? And yet I told the bird, I did no wrong, none that I know of. You have a weight beneath your arm. I blushed with shame. I robbed no one. An old book found in the ruins of a wall. Is that such a great sin? Listen, Matthias, said the bird. Once there was a parish at Saint-Méllard. 100 years ago today, a priest celebrated the midnight mass. When he was done, and the congregation dispersed to their homes, the priest was just taking off his ornaments, happy at the thought of a warm fire awaiting him in the presbytery, when a beggar woman appeared in the vestry, asking him to give her confession and communion. But the priest irritably replied, Return tomorrow morning, brigadier, for I will be here from 9 on from confession, and you may take communion at the high mass. The old woman's eyes brimmed with tears, but not daring to insist, she bowed humbly and left. The next day at dawn, a road labourer found her wrapped in a shroud of snow, lying dead in the ditch. A terrible thing, I muttered, but what has it to do with me? Listen, Matthias, and you shall know. It was the priest's fault that she did not die in a state of grace. In time it came his turn to appear before the throne of God, and God said, For the sin that you committed, as long as there are 2 stones remaining of the chapel at Saint-Méllard,
you shall provide communion on Christmas Eve to all lost souls. The wind soughed sadly through the beeches like a choir of spectres seeking the words of some long-forgotten hymn. Here is Christmas Eve, Matthias. Soon the midnight bells will ring. The priest is at his post, the company of the damned assembled. The sacred vials soon to be filled, but the great missal, the book, Matthias, is missing. The priest will not be able to perform his service, and who knows, perhaps he will have to begin his 100 years of penance all over again. But you who stole the missal, you, Matthias Cerveno, are in far greater danger. That which belongs to the dead becomes an instrument of hellfire in the hands of the living. With trembling fingers, I took the book from my pocket. Here it is, I muttered. I return it to you. I am an owl and cannot carry so heavy a burden. You must take it back to where you found it. I hope it is to my everlasting credit that I did not hesitate even for a moment. I immediately got out of the cart, retrieved the reins, clambered back in, and invited my horse to retrace our steps. No longer were the trees terrifying spectres, for now I knew them again, the friendly assortment of elms and beeches, chestnuts and oaks whose majesty protected and nurtured me all my life. Once more, the night had the divine calm of the holy time to come, and in my heart too there was gentle peace abiding. When we reached the neighbourhood of our camp, I tethered my horse to a gate-post and entered the ruins. As I did, I heard a great fluttering behind me, and turning, saw that there was a huge flock of owls perched on the surrounding branches, staring down at me with eyes so filled with misery that I felt no fear, but only an immeasurable pity. I returned the missal to its old home, made the sign of the cross as I passed in front of the altar, and returned to my cart. I got back in and took the reins, ready to begin my journey anew. But just then, I heard voices arising from the depths of the destroyed chapel. One voices singing praises to the Son of God. I looked back, but no longer saw the owls. Kneeling in the ruins of the sanctuary was a crowd of people intoning a nativity hymn, while a priest with white hair extended his arms, and an acolyte brought him a great, gilt-edged, open missal. I flicked the reins, and my horse took off in a gallop in the direction of Belle Isle. The bells of the Guren-Howell district, of Plongouver, of Lougwenel, and 20 more parishes pealed forth in the milky brightness of the night beneath the sparkling stars. I arrived at Belle Isle just in time to enter the church that was lit with as many lights as a cathedral, and there I attended Mass.
The Queen of Spades by Aleksander Sergeyevich Pushkin. At the house of Narumov, a cavalry officer, the long winter night had been passed in gambling. At 5 a.m, breakfast was served to the weary players. The winners ate with relish. The losers, on the contrary, pushed back their plates and sat brooding gloomily. Under the influence of the good wine, however, the conversation then became general. "Well, Surin," said the host inquiringly. "Oh, I lost as usual. My luck is abominable. No matter how cool I keep, I can never win." "How is it, Herman, that you never touch a card?" remarked one of the men, addressing a young officer of the engineering corps. "Here you are with the rest of us at 5 o'clock in the morning, and you've neither played nor bet all night." "Play interests me greatly," replied the person addressed, but I hardly care to sacrifice the necessaries of life for uncertain superfluities." "Herman is a German, therefore economical, that explains it," said Tomsky. "But the person I can't quite understand is my grandmother, the Countess Anna Fedorovna." "Why?" inquired a chorus of voices. "I can't understand why my grandmother never gambles." "I don't see anything very striking in the fact that a woman of 80 refuses to gamble," objected Narumov. "Have you never heard her story?" "No." "Well, then listen to it. To begin with, 60 years ago, my grandmother went to Paris, where she was all the fashion. People crowded each other in the streets to get a chance to see the Muscovite Venus, as she was called. All the great ladies played faro then. On one occasion, while playing with the Duke of Orleans, she lost an enormous sum. She told her husband of the debt, but he refused outright to pay it. Nothing could induce him to change his mind on the subject, and my grandmother was at her wit's end. Finally, she remembered a friend of hers, Count Saint-Germain. You must have heard of him, as many wonderful stories have been told about him. He is said to have discovered the elixir of life, the philosopher's stone, and many other equally marvellous things. He had money at his disposal, and my grandmother knew it. She sent him a note asking him to come to see her. He obeyed her summons and found her in great distress. She painted the cruelty of her husband in the darkest colours, and ended by telling the Count that she depended upon his friendship and generosity. "I could lend you the money," replied the Count after a moment of thoughtfulness, "but I know that you wouldn't enjoy a moment's rest until you had returned it. It would only add to your embarrassment. There is another way of freeing yourself." "But I have no money at all," insisted my grandmother. "There is no need of money. Listen to me." The Count then told her a secret which any of us would give a good deal to know. The young gamesters were all attention. Tomsky lit his pipe, took a few whiffs, and continued. The next evening, grandmother appeared at Versailles at the Queen's gaming table. The Duke of Orleans was the dealer. Grandmother made some excuse for not having brought any money and began to punt. She chose 3 cards in succession, again and again, winning every time, and was soon out of debt. "A fable," remarked Hermann. "Perhaps the cards were marked." "I hardly think so," replied Tomsky with an air of importance. "So you have a grandmother who knows 3 winning cards, and you haven't found out the magic secret?" "I must say I have not. She had 4 sons, one of them being my father, all of whom are devoted to play. She never told the secret to one of them, but my uncle told me this much on his word of honour. Chaplitsky, who died in poverty after having squandered millions, lost at one time at play nearly 300,000 roubles. He was desperate, and grandmother took pity on him. She told him the 3 cards, making him swear never to use them again. He returned to the game, staked 50,000 roubles on each card, and came out ahead, after paying his debts. As day was dawning, the party now broke up, each one draining his glass and taking his leave. The Countess, Anna Fedorovna, was seated before her mirror in the dressing-room. 3 women were assisting her toilet. The old Countess no longer made the slightest pretensions to beauty, but she still clung to all the habits of her youth, and spent as much time at her toilet as she had done 60 years before. At the window, a young girl, her ward, sat at her needlework. "Good afternoon, grandmother," cried a young officer who had just entered the room. "I have come to ask a favour of you." "What, Pavel?" "I want to be allowed to present one of my friends to you, and to take you to the ball on Tuesday night." "Take me to the ball and present him to me there." After a few more remarks, the officer walked up to the window where Lisaveta Ivanovna sat. "Whom do you wish to present?" asked the girl. "Narumov. Do you know him?" "No." "Is he a soldier?" "Yes." "An engineer?" "No. Why do you ask?" The girl smiled and made no reply. Pavel Tomsky took his leave and left to herself. Lisaveta glanced out of the window. Soon a young officer appeared at the corner of the street. The girl blushed and bent her head low over her canvas. This appearance of the officer had become a daily occurrence. The man was totally unknown to her, and as she was not accustomed to coquetting with the soldiers she saw on the street, she hardly knew how to explain his presence. His persistence finally roused an interest entirely strange to her. One day she even ventured to smile upon her admirer, for such he seemed to be. The reader need hardly be told that the officer was no other than Hermann, the would-be gambler, whose imagination had been strongly excited by the story told by Tomsky of the 3 magic cards. "Ah," he thought, "if the old Countess would only reveal the secret to me, why not try to win her goodwill and appeal to her sympathy?" With this idea in mind, he took up his daily station before the house, watching the pretty face at the window and trusting to fate to bring about the desired acquaintance. One day, As Lisaveta was standing on the pavement about to enter the carriage after the Countess, she felt herself jostled, and a note was thrust into her hand. Turning, she saw the young officer at her elbow. As quick as thought, she put the note in her glove and entered the carriage. On her return from the drive, she hastened to her chamber to read the missive in a state of excitement mingled with fear. It was a tender and respectful declaration of affection, copied word for word from a German novel. Of this fact, Lisa was of course ignorant. The young girl was much impressed by the missive, but she felt that the writer must not be encouraged. She therefore wrote a few lines of explanation, and at the first opportunity dropped it with the letter out of the window. The officer hastily crossed the street, picked up the papers, and entered the shop to read them. In no wise daunted by this rebuff, he found the opportunity to send her another note in a few days. He received no reply, but evidently understanding the female heart, he persevered, begging for an interview. He was rewarded at last by the following. "Tonight we go to the ambassador's ball. We shall remain until 2:00. I can arrange for a meeting in this way. After our departure, the servants will probably all go out or go to sleep. At 11:30, enter the vestibule boldly, and if you see anyone, inquire for the Countess. If not, ascend the stairs, turn to the left, and go on until you come to a door which opens into her bedchamber. Enter this room, and behind a screen you will find another door leading to a corridor. From this, a spiral staircase leads to my sitting room. I shall expect to find you there on my return." Hermann trembled like a leaf as the appointed hour drew near. He obeyed instructions fully, and as he met no one, he reached the old lady's bedchamber without difficulty. Instead of going out of the small door behind the screen, however, he concealed himself in a closet to await the return of the old Countess. The hours dragged slowly by. At last he heard the sound of wheels. Immediately lamps were lighted, the servants began moving about. Finally, the old woman tottered into her room, completely exhausted. Her women removed her wraps and proceeded to get her in readiness for the night. Hermann watched the proceedings with a curiosity not unmingled with superstitious fear. When at last she was attired in cap and gown, the old woman looked less uncanny than when she wore her ball dress of blue brocade. She sat down in an easy chair beside a table, as she was in the habit of doing before retiring, and her women withdrew. As the old lady sat swaying to and fro, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, Hermann crept out of his hiding place. At the slight noise, the old woman opened her eyes and gazed at the intruder with a half-dazed expression. "Have no fear, I beg of you," said Hermann in a calm voice. "I have not come to harm you, but to ask a favour of you instead." The Countess looked at him in silence, seemingly without comprehending him. Hermann thought she might be deaf, so he put his lips close to her ear and repeated his remark. The listener remained perfectly mute. "You could make my fortune without it costing you anything," pleaded the young man. "Only tell me the 3 cards which are sure to win, and—" Hermann paused as the old woman opened her lips as if about to speak. "It was only a jest, I swear to you. It was only a jest," came from the withered lips. "There was no jesting about it. Remember Chaplitsky, who, thanks to you, was able to pay his debts." An expression of interior agitation passed over the face of the old woman, and she relapsed into her former apathy. "Will you tell me the names of the magic cards or not?" asked Hermann after a pause. There was no reply. The young man then drew a pistol from his pocket, exclaiming, "You old witch, I'll force you to tell me." At the sight of the weapon, the Countess gave a second sign of life. She threw back her head and put out a hand, as if to protect herself. Then they dropped, and she sat motionless. Hermann grasped her arm roughly and was about to renew his threats when he saw that she was dead. Seated in her room, still in her ball dress, Lisaveta gave herself up to her reflections. She had expected to find the young officer there, but she felt relieved to see that he was not. Strangely enough, that very night at the ball, Tomsky had rallied her about her preference for the young officer, assuring her that he knew no more than she supposed he did. "Of whom are you speaking?" she'd asked in alarm, fearing her adventure had been discovered. "Of the remarkable man," was the reply. "His name's Hermann." Lisa made no reply. "This Hermann," continued Tomsky, "is a romantic character. He has the profile of a Napoleon and the heart of a Mephistopheles. It's said he has at least 3 crimes on his conscience, but how pale you are! It's only a slight headache. But why do you talk to me of this Herman? Because I believe he has serious intentions concerning you. Where has he seen me? At church, perhaps, or on the street? The conversation was interrupted at this point to the great regret of the young girl. The words of Tomsky made a deep impression upon her, and she realized how imprudently she had acted. She was thinking of all of this and a great deal more when the door of her apartment suddenly opened and Herman stood before her. She drew back at sight of him, trembling violently. "Where have you been?" she asked in a frightened whisper. "In the bedchamber of the Countess." "She's dead," was the calm reply. "My God, what are you saying?" cried the girl. "Furthermore, I believe that I was the cause of her death." The words of Tomsky flashed through Lisa's mind. Herman sat down and told her all. She listened with a feeling of terror and disgust. So those passionate letters, that audacious pursuit, were not the result of tenderness and love. It was money that he desired. The poor girl felt that she had, in a sense, been an accomplice in the death of her benefactress. She began to weep bitterly. Herman regarded her in silence. "You are a monster!" exclaimed Lisa, drying her eyes. "I didn't intend to kill her. The pistol wasn't even loaded." "How are you going to get out of the house?" inquired Lisa. "It's nearly daylight." "I intended to show you the way to a secret staircase while the Countess was asleep, as we would have had to cross her chamber. Now I'm afraid to do so." "Direct me, and I'll find the way alone," replied Herman. She gave him minute instructions and a key with which to open the street door. The young man pressed the cold, inert hand, then went out. The death of the Countess had surprised no one, as it had long been expected. Her funeral was attended by everyone of note in the vicinity. Herman mingled with the throng without attracting any especial attention. After all the friends had taken their last look at the dead face, the young man approached the bier. He prostrated himself on the cold floor and remained motionless for a long time. He rose at last with a face almost as pale as that of the corpse itself and went up the steps to look into the casket. As he looked down, it seemed to him that the rigid face returned his glance mockingly, closing one eye. He turned abruptly away, made a false step, and fell to the floor. He was picked up, and at the same moment Lisaveta was carried out in a faint. Herman did not recover his usual composure during the entire day. He dined alone at an out-of-the-way restaurant and drank a great deal in the hope of stifling his emotion. The wine only served to stimulate his imagination. He returned home and threw himself down on his bed without undressing. During the night he awoke with a start. The moon shone into his chamber, making everything plainly visible. Someone looked in at the window, then quickly disappeared. He paid no attention to this, but soon he heard the vestibule door open. He thought it was his orderly returning late, drunk as usual. The step was an unfamiliar one, and he heard the shuffling sound of loose slippers. The door of his room opened, and a woman in white entered. She came close to the bed, and the terrified man recognized the Countess. "I have come to you against my will," she said abruptly, "but I was commanded to grant your request. The 3, 7, and ace in succession are the magic cards. 24 hours must elapse before the use of each card, and after the 3 have been used, you must never play again." The phantom then turned and walked away. Herman heard the outside door close and again saw the form pass the window. He rose and went out into the hall where his orderly lay asleep on the floor. The door was closed. Finding no trace of a visitor, he returned to his room, lit his candle, and wrote down what he had just heard. 2 fixed ideas cannot exist in the brain at the same time any more than 2 bodies can occupy the same point in space. The 3, 7, and ace soon chased away the thoughts of the dead woman and all other thoughts from the brain of the young officer. All his ideas merged into a single one, how to turn to advantage the secret paid for so dearly. He even thought of resigning his commission and going to Paris to force a fortune from conquered fate. Chance rescued him from his embarrassment. Czekalinsky, a man who had passed his whole life at cards, opened a club at St. Petersburg. His long experience secured for him the confidence of his companions, and his hospitality and genial humour conciliated society. The gilded youth flocked around him, neglecting society, preferring the charms of Pharaoh to those of their sweethearts. Narumov invited Hermann to accompany him to the club, and the young man accepted the invitation only too willingly. The two officers found the apartments full. Generals and statesmen played whist. Young men lounged on sofas, eating ices or smoking. In the principal salon stood a long table, at which about 20 men sat playing Pharaoh, the host of the establishment being the banker. He was a man of about 60, grey-haired and respectable. His ruddy face shone with genial humour, his eyes sparkled, and a constant smile hovered around his lips. Narumov presented Hermann. The host gave him a cordial handshake, begged him not to stand upon ceremony, and returned to his dealing. More than 30 cards were already on the table. Czekalinsky paused after each coup to allow the punters time to recognize their gains or losses, politely answering all questions and constantly smiling. After the deal was over, the cards were shuffled and the game began again. "Permit me to choose a card," said Hermann, stretching out his hand over the head of a portly gentleman to reach a livret. The banker bowed without replying. Hermann chose a card and wrote the amount of his stake upon it with a piece of chalk. "How much is that?" asked the banker. "Excuse me, sir, but I do not see well." 40,000 roubles, said Hermann coolly. All eyes were instantly turned upon the speaker. "He's lost his wits," thought Narumov. "Allow me to observe," said Czekalinsky with his eternal smile, "that your stake is excessive." "What of it?" replied Hermann, nettled. "Do you accept it or not?" The banker nodded in assent. "I have only to remind you that the cash will be necessary. Of course your word is good, but in order to keep the confidence of my patrons, I prefer the ready money." Hermann took a bank cheque from his pocket and handed it to his host. The latter examined it attentively, then laid it on the card chosen. He began dealing, to the right a 9, to the left a 3. "The 3 wins," said Hermann, showing the card he held. A 3. A murmur ran through the crowd. Czekalinsky frowned for a second only, then his smile returned. He took a roll of bank bills from his pocket and counted out the required sum. Hermann received it and at once left the table. The next evening saw him at the place again. Everyone eyed him curiously, and Czekalinsky greeted him cordially. He selected his card and placed upon it his fresh stake. The banker began dealing, to the right a 9, to the left a 7. Hermann then showed his card a 7 spot. The onlookers exclaimed, and the host was visibly disturbed. He counted out 94,000 roubles and passed them to Hermann, who accepted them without showing the least surprise, and at once withdrew. The following evening he went again. His appearance was a signal for the cessation of all occupation, everyone being eager to watch the developments of events. He selected his card, an ace. The dealing began, to the right a queen, to the left an ace. "The ace wins," remarked Hermann, turning up his card without glancing at it. "Your queen is killed," remarked Czekalinsky quietly. Hermann trembled. Looking down, he saw not the ace he had selected, but the queen of spades. Hermann trembled. Looking down, he saw not the ace he had selected, but the queen of spades. He could scarcely believe his eyes. It seemed impossible that he could have made such a mistake. As he stared at the card, it seemed to him that the queen winked one eye at him mockingly. "The old woman!" he exclaimed involuntarily. The croupier raked in the money while he looked on in stupid terror. When he left the table, all made way for him to pass. The cards were shuffled, and the gambling went on. Hermann became a lunatic. He was confined at the hospital in Obukhov, where he spoke to no one, but kept constantly murmuring in a monotonous tone, "The 3, 7, ace. The 3, 7, queen."
The Story of Salome by Amelia B. Edwards. A few years ago, no matter how many, I, Harcourt Blunt, was travelling with my friend Coventry Turner, and it was on the steps of our hotel that I received from him the announcement, he sent one to me, that he was again in love. "I tell you, Blunt," said my fellow traveller, "she's the loveliest creature I ever beheld in my life." I laughed outright. "My dear fellow," I replied, "you've so often seen the loveliest creature you ever beheld in your life." But I'm in earnest now, for the first time." "And you have so often been in earnest for the first time. Remember the innkeeper's daughter at Cologne? A pretty housemaid whom no training could have made presentable. Then there was the beautiful American at Interlaken. Yes, and the bella Marchese at Prince Torlinia's ball. Not one of them worthy to be named in the same breath with my imperial Venetian. Come with me to the Merceria and be convinced. By taking a gondola to St. Mark's Place, we shall be there in a quarter of an hour." I went, and he raved of his new flame all the way. She was a Jewess. He would convert her. Her father kept a shop in the Merceria. What of that? He dealt only in the costliest Oriental merchandise and was as rich as Rothschild. As for any probable injury to his own prospects, why need he hesitate on that account? What were prospects when weighed against the happiness of one's whole life? Besides, he was not ambitious. He didn't care to go into Parliament. If his uncle Sir Geoffrey cut him off without a shilling, what then? He had a moderate independence of which no one living could deprive him, and what more could any reasonable man desire? I listened, smiled, and was silent. I knew Coventry Turner too well to attach the smallest degree of importance to anything that he might say or do in a matter of this kind. To be distractedly in love was his normal condition. We had been friends from boyhood, and since the time when he used to cherish a hopeless attachment to the young lady behind the counter of the tart shop at Harrow, I had never known him fancy-free, for more than a few weeks at a time. He had gone through every phase of no less than 3 grandes passions during the 5 months that we had now been travelling together, and having left Rome about 11 weeks before, with every hope laid waste, and a heart so broken that it could never by any possibility be put together again, he was now, according to the natural course of events, just ready to fall in love again. We landed at the Draghetto San Marco. It was a cloudless morning toward the middle of April, just 10 years ago. The ducal palace glowed in the hot sunshine. The boatmen were clustered, gossiping about the Molo. The orange vendors were busy under the arches of the Piazzetta. The flaneurs were already eating ices and smoking cigarettes outside the cafes. There was an Austrian military band, strapped, buckled, mustachioed and white-coated, playing just in front of St. Mark's, and the shadow of the great bell tower slept all across the square. Passing under the low, round archway leading to the Merceria, we plunged at once into that cool labyrinth of narrow, intricate and picturesque streets where the sun never penetrates, where no wheels are heard and no beast of burden is seen, where every house is a shop, and every shop front is open to the ground as in an oriental bazaar, where the upper balconies seem almost to meet overhead and are separated by only a strip of burning sky, and where more than 3 people cannot march abreast in any part. Pushing our way as best we might through the motley crowd that here chatters, cheapens, buys, sells, and perpetually bustles to and fro, we came presently to a shop for the sale of Eastern goods. A few glass jars filled with spices and some pieces of stuff untidily strewed the counter next the street. But within, dark and narrow though it seemed, the place was crammed with costliest merchandise. Cases of gorgeous oriental jewellery, embroideries and fringes of massive gold and silver bullion, precious drugs and spices, exquisite toys in filigree, miracles of carving in ivory, sandalwood and amber, jewelled yataghans, scimitars of state rich with barbaric pearl and gold, bales of cashmere shawls, China silks, India muslins, gauzes and the like filled every inch of available space from floor to ceiling, leaving only a narrow lane from the door to the counter and a still narrower passage to the rooms behind the shop. We went in. A young woman who was sitting reading on a low seat behind the counter laid aside her book and rose slowly. She was dressed wholly in black, I cannot describe the fashion of her garments. I only know that they fell about her in long, soft, trailing folds, leaving a narrow band of fine cambric visible at the throat and wrists, and that, however graceful and unusual this dress may have been, I scarcely observed it, so entirely was I taken up with the admiration of her beauty. For she was indeed very beautiful. Beautiful in a way that I had not anticipated. Coventry Turner, with all his enthusiasm, had failed to do her justice. He had raved of her eyes, her large, lustrous, melancholy eyes, of the transparent paleness of her complexion, of the faultless delicacy of her features, but he had not prepared me for the unconscious dignity, the perfect nobleness and refinement that informed her every look and gesture. My friend requested to see a bracelet at which she had been looking the day before. Proud, stately, silent, she unlocked the case in which it was kept and laid it before him on the counter. He asked permission to take it over to the light. She bent her head, but answered not a word. It was like being waited upon by a young empress. Turner took the bracelet to the door and affected to examine it. It consisted of a double row of gold coins linked together at intervals by a bean-shaped ornament studded with pink coral and diamonds. Coming back into the shop, he asked me if I thought it would please his sister, to whom he had promised a remembrance of Venice. "It's a pretty trifle," I replied, "but surely remembrance of Venice should be a Venetian manufacture. This, I suppose, is Turkish." The beautiful Jewess looked up. We spoke in English, but she understood and replied, "È greco, signore," she said coldly. At this moment, an old man came suddenly forward from some dark counting-house at the back, a grizzled, bearded, eager-eyed Shylock with a pen behind his ear. "Go in, Salome, go in, my daughter," he said hurriedly. "I will serve these gentlemen." She lifted her eyes to his for one moment, then moved silently away and vanished in the gloom of the room beyond. We saw her no more. We lingered a while, looking over the contents of the jewel cases, but in vain. Then Turner bought his bracelet, and we went out again into the narrow streets and back to the open daylight of the Gran Piazza. "Well," he said breathlessly, "what do you think of her?" "She's very lovely." "Lovelier than you expected?" "Much lovelier, but what?" "The sooner you succeed in forgetting her, the better." He vowed, of course, that he never would and never could forget her. He would hear of no incompatibilities, listen to no objections, believe in no obstacles. That the beautiful Salome was herself not only unconscious of his passion and indifferent to his person, but ignorant of his very name and station, were facts not even to be admitted on the list of difficulties. Finding him thus deaf to reason, I said no more. It was all over, however, before the week was out. "Look here, Blunt," he said, coming up to me one morning in the coffee room of our hotel, just as I was sitting down to answer a pile of home letters. "Would you like to go on to Trieste tomorrow? There, don't look at me like that. You can guess how it is with me. I was a fool ever to suppose she would care for me. A stranger, a foreigner, a Christian. Well, I'm horribly out of sorts anyhow, and I wish I was 1,000 miles off at this moment." We travelled on together to Athens, and there parted, Turner being bound for England and I for the East. My own tour lasted many months longer. I went first to Egypt and the Holy Land, then joined an exploring party on the Euphrates, and at length, after just 12 months of Oriental life, found myself back again at Trieste about the middle of April in the year following that during which occurred the events I have just narrated. There I found that batch of letters and papers to which I had been looking forward for many weeks past, and amongst the former, one from Coventry Turner. This time he was not only irrecoverably in love, but on the eve of matrimony. The letter was rapturous and extravagant enough. The writer was the happiest of men. His destined bride the loveliest and most amiable of her sex. The future a paradise. The past a melancholy series of mistakes. As for love, he had never, of course, known what it was until now. And what a beautiful Salome. Not one word of her from beginning to end. He had forgotten her as utterly as if she had never existed. And yet how desperately in love and how desperately in despair he was 1 little year ago. Ah, yes, but then it was one little year ago, and who that had ever known Coventry Turner would expect him to remember La plus grande des grandes passions for even half that time? I slept that night at Trieste and went on the next day to Venice. Somehow I couldn't get Turner and his love affairs out of my head. I remembered our visit to the Merceria. I was haunted by the image of the beautiful Jewess. Was she still so lovely? Did she still sit reading in her wonted seat by the open counter, with the gloomy shop reaching away behind, and the cases of rich robes and jewels all around? An irresistible impulse prompted me to go to the Merceria and see her once again. I went. It had been a busy morning with me, and I didn't get there until between 3 and 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The place was crowded. I passed up the well-remembered street, looking out on both sides for the gloomy little shop with its unattractive counter, but in vain. When I had gone so far that I thought I must have passed it, I turned back. House by house, I retraced my steps to the very entrance, and still couldn't find it. Then, concluding that I had not gone far enough at first, I turned back again till I reached a spot where several streets diverged. Here I came to a standstill, for beyond this point I knew I had not passed before. It was now only too evident that the Jew no longer occupied his former shop in the Merceria, and that my chance of discovering his whereabouts was exceedingly slender. I could not inquire of his successor because I couldn't identify the house. I found it impossible even to remember what trades were carried on by his neighbours on either side. I was ignorant of his very name. Convinced, therefore, of the inutility of making any further effort, I gave up the search, and comforted myself by reflecting that my own heart was not made of adamant, and that it was perhaps better for my peace not to see the beautiful Salome again. I was destined to see her again, however, and that, ere many days had passed over my head. A year of more than ordinarily fatiguing Eastern travel had left me in need of rest, and I had resolved to allow myself a month's sketching in Venice and its neighbourhood before turning my face homewards. As, therefore, it is manifestly the first object of a sketcher to select his points of view, and as no more luxurious machine than the Venetian gondola were ever invented for the use of man, I proceeded to employ the first days of my stay in endless boatings to and fro, now exploring all manner of canals and canaletti, rowing out in the direction of the Murano, now making for the islands beyond San Pietro Castello, and in the course of these pilgrimages, noting down an infinite number of picturesque sights, and smoking an infinite number of cigarettes. It was, I think, about the 4th or 5th day of this pleasant work when my gondolier proposed to take me as far as the Lido. It wanted about 2 hours to sunset, and the great sandbank lay not more than 3 or 4 miles away, so I gave the word, and in another moment we had changed our route and were gliding farther and farther from Venice at each dip of the oar. Then the long, dull, distant ridge that had all day bounded the shallow horizon rose gradually above the placid level of the lagune, assumed a more broken outline, resolved itself into hillocks and hollows of tawny sand, showed here and there a patch of parched grass and tangled brake, and looked like the coasts of some inhospitable desert beyond which no traveller might penetrate. My boatman made straight for a spot where some stakes at the water's edge gave token of a landing place, and here, though with some difficulty for the tide was low, ran the gondola aground. I landed. My first step was among graves. "È il cimitero giudaico, signore," said my gondolier with a touch of his cap. The Jewish cemetery, the ghetto of the dead. I remembered now to have read or heard long since how the Venetian Jews, cut off in death as in life from the neighbourhood of their Christian rulers, had been buried from immemorial time upon this desolate waste. I stooped to examine the headstone at my feet. It was but a shattered fragment, crusted over with yellow lichens, and eaten away by the salt sea air. I passed on to the next, and the next. Some were completely matted over with weeds and brambles. Some were half buried in the drifting sand. Of some, only a corner remained above the surface. Here and there a name, a date, a fragment of heraldic carving or part of a Hebrew inscription was yet legible, but all were more or less broken and defaced. Wandering on thus among graves and hillocks, ascending at every step and passing some 3 or 4 glassy pools overgrown with gaunt-looking reeds, I presently found that I had reached the central and most elevated part of the Lido, and that I commanded an uninterrupted view on every side. On the one hand lay the broad, silent lagune bounded by Venice and the Euganean hills. On the other, stealing up in long lazy folds and breaking noiselessly against the endless shore, the blue Adriatic. An old man gathering shells on the seaward side, a distant gondola on the lagune, were the only signs of life for miles around. Standing on the upper ridge of this narrow barrier, looking upon both waters and watching the gradual approach of what promised to be a gorgeous sunset, I fell into one of those wandering trains of thought in which the real and unreal succeed each other as capriciously as in a dream. I remembered how Goethe here conceived his vertebral theory of the skull, how Byron, too lame to walk, kept his horse on the Lido, and here rode daily to and fro, how Shelley loved the wild solitude of the place, wrote of it in Julian and Madalo, listened, perhaps from this very spot, to the madhouse bell on the island of San Giorgio. Then I wondered if Titian had ever come hither from his gloomy house on the other side of Venice to study the gold and purple of these western skies, if Othello had walked here with Desdemona, if Shylock was buried yonder, and Lear, whom he loved when he was a bachelor. And then, in the midst of my reverie, I came suddenly upon another Jewish cemetery. Was it indeed another, or but an outlying portion of the first? It was evidently another, and a more modern one. The ground was better kept, the monuments were newer. Such dates as I had succeeded in deciphering on the broken sepulchres lower down were all of the 14th and 15th centuries, but the inscriptions upon these bore reference to quite recent interments. I went on a few steps farther. I stopped to copy a quaint Italian couplet on one tomb, to gather a wild forget-me-not from the foot of another, to put aside a bramble that trailed across a third. And then I became aware for the first time of a lady sitting beside the grave not a dozen yards from the spot on which I stood. I had believed myself so utterly alone and was so taken by surprise that for the first moment I could have almost persuaded myself that she also was of the stuff that dreams are made of. She was dressed from head to foot in the deepest mourning, her face turned from me, looking towards the sunset, her cheek resting in the palm of her hand. The grave by which she sat was obviously recent. The scant herbage round about had been lately disturbed, and the marble headstone looked as if it had not yet undergone a week's exposure to wind and weather. Persuaded that she had not observed me, I lingered for an instant looking at her. Something in the grace and sorrow of her attitude, something in the turn of her head and the flow of her sable draperies arrested my attention. Was she young? I fancied so. Did she mourn a husband, a lover, a parent? I glanced towards the headstone. It was covered with Hebrew characters, so that had I even been nearer, it could have told me nothing. But I felt that I had no right to stand there, a spectator of her sorrow, an intruder on her privacy. I proceeded to move noiselessly away. At that moment she turned and looked at me. It was Salome. Salome, pale and worn as if from some deep and wasting grief, but more beautiful, if that could be, than ever. Beautiful with a still more spiritual beauty than that of old, with cheeks so wan, and eyes so unutterably bright and solemn that my very heart seemed to stand still as I looked upon them. For 1 second I paused, half fancying, half hoping that there was recognition in her glance, then, not daring to look or linger longer, turned away. When I had gone far enough to do so without discourtesy, I stopped and gazed back. She had resumed her former attitude and was looking over towards Venice and the setting sun. The stone by which she watched was not more motionless. The sun went down in glory, the last flush faded from the domes and bell towers of Venice, the western peaks changed from rose to purple, from gold to grey. A scarcely perceptible film of mist became all at once visible upon the surface of the laguna, and overhead The first star trembled into light. I waited and watched till the shadows had so deepened that I could no longer distinguish one distant object from another. Was that the spot? Was she still there? Was she moving? Was she gone? I couldn't tell. The more I looked, the more uncertain I became. Then, fearing to miss my way in the fast-gathering twilight, I struck down toward the water's edge and made for the point at which I had landed. I found my gondolier fast asleep with his head on a cushion and his bit of gondola carpet thrown over him for a counterpane. I asked if he had seen any other boat put off from the Lido since I left. He rubbed his eyes, started up, and was awake in a moment. "Perbacco, signore, I have been asleep," he said apologetically. "I have seen nothing." "Did you observe any other boat moored hereabouts when we landed?" "Non, signore." "And you have seen nothing of a lady in black?" He laughed and shook his head. "Consolatevi, signore," he said archly. "She will come tomorrow." Then, finding that I looked grave, he touched his cap and with a gentle "Scusate, signore," took his place at the stern, and there waited. I bade him row to my hotel, and then, leaning dreamily back in my little dark cabin, I folded my arms, closed my eyes, and thought of Salome. How lovely she was, how infinitely more lovely than even my first remembrance of her. How was it that I had not admired her more that day in the Merceria? Was I blind, or had she become indeed more beautiful? It was a sad and strange place in which to meet her again. By whose grave was she watching? By her father's? Yes, surely by her father's. He was an old man when I saw him, and in the course of nature had not long to live. He was dead. Hence my unavailing search in the Merceria. He was dead. His shop was let to another occupant. His stock in trade was sold and dispersed. And Salome, was she left alone? Had she no mother, no brother, no lover? Would her eyes have had that look of speechless woe in them if she had had any very near or dear tie left on earth? Then I thought of Coventry Turner and his approaching marriage. Did he ever really love her? I doubted it. True love, saith an old song, can ne'er forget, but he had forgotten, as though the past had been a dream. And yet he was earnest while it lasted, would have risked all for her sake if she would have listened to him. Ah, if she had listened to him. And then I remembered that he had never told me the particulars of that affair. Did she herself reject him, or did he lay his suit before her father, and was he rejected only because he was a Christian? I had never cared to ask these things while we were together, but now I would have given the best hunter in my stables to know every minute detail connected with the matter. Pondering thus, travelling over the same ground again and again, wondering whether she remembered me, whether she was poor, whether she was indeed alone in the world, how long the old man had been dead, and 100 other things of the same kind, I scarcely noticed how the watery miles glided past, or how the night closed in. One question, however, recurred oftener than any other. How was I to see her again? I arrived at my hotel. I dined at the table d'hôte. I strolled out after dinner to my favourite cafe in the piazza. I dropped in for half an hour into Fenice, and I heard one act of an extremely poor opera. I came home restless, uneasy, wakeful, and sitting for hours before my bedroom fire, asked myself the same perpetual question. How was I to see her again? Fairly tired out at last, I fell asleep in my chair, and when I awoke, the sun was shining upon my window. I started to my feet. I had it now. It flashed upon me as if it came with the sunlight. I had but to go again to the cemetery, copy the inscription upon the old man's tomb, ask my learned friend Professor Nicolai of Padua to translate it for me, and then, once in possession of names and dates, the rest would be easy. In less than an hour, I was once more on my way to the Lido. I took a rubbing of the stone. It was the quickest way and the surest, for I knew that in Hebrew everything depended on the pointing of the characters, and I feared to trust my own untutored skill. This done, I hastened back, wrote my letter to the professor, and dispatched both letter and rubbing by the midday train. The professor was not a prompt man. On the contrary, he was a preeminently slow man, dreamy, indolent, buried in Oriental lore. From any other correspondent one might have looked for a reply in the course of the morrow, but from Nicolai of Padua It would have been folly to expect one under 2 or 3 days. And in the meanwhile, there were churches and palaces to be seen, sketches to be made, letters of introduction to be delivered. It was, at all events, of no use to be impatient. And yet I was impatient, so impatient that I could neither sketch nor read nor sit still for 10 minutes together. Possessed by an uncontrollable restlessness, I wandered from gallery to gallery, from palace to palace, from church to church. The imprisonment of even a gondola was irksome to me. I was, as it were, impelled to be moving and doing, and even so the day seemed endless. The next was even worse. There was just the possibility of a reply from Padua, and the knowledge of that possibility unsettled me for the day. Having watched and waited for every post from 8 to 4, I went down to the traghetto of St. Mark's and was there hailed by my accustomed gondolier. He touched his cap and waited for orders. "Where to, signore?" he asked, finding that I remained silent. "To the Lido." It was an irresistible temptation, and I yielded to it, but I yielded in opposition to my judgment. I knew that I ought not to haunt the place. I had resolved that I would not, and yet I went. Going along, I told myself that I had only come to reconnoitre. It was not unlikely that she might be going to the same spot about the same hour as before, and in that case I might overtake her gondola by the way, or find it moored somewhere along the shore. At all events, I was determined not to land. But we met no gondola beyond San Pietro Castello, saw no sign of one along the shore. The afternoon was far advanced, the sun was near going down. We had the Lagune and the Lido to ourselves. My boatman made for the same landing place, and moored his gondola at the same stake as before. He took it for granted that I meant to land, and I landed. After all, however, it was evident that Salome could not be there, in which case I was guilty of no intrusion. I might stroll in the direction of the cemetery, taking care to avoid her, if she were anywhere about, and keeping well away from that part where I'd last seen her. So I broke another resolve, and went up towards the top of the Lido. Again, I came to the salt pools and the reeds, again stood with the sea upon my left hand and the Lagune upon my right, and the endless sandbank reaching on for miles between the two. Yonder lay the new cemetery. Standing thus, I overlooked every foot of the ground. I could even distinguish the headstone of which I had taken the rubbing the morning before. There was no living thing in sight. I was, to all appearance, as utterly alone as Enoch Arden on his desert island. Then I strolled on, a little nearer, and a little nearer still, and then, contrary to all my determinations, I found myself standing upon the very spot, beside the very grave, which I had made my mind on no account to approach. The sun was now just going down, had gone down indeed, behind a bank of golden-edged cumuli, and was flooding earth, sea, and sky with crimson. It was at this hour that I saw her. It was upon this spot that she was sitting. A few scant blades of grass had sprung up here and there upon the grave. Her dress must have touched them as she sat there. Her dress, perhaps her hand. I gathered one and laid it carefully between the leaves of my notebook. At last I turned to go, and turning, met her, face to face. She was distant about 6 yards and advancing slowly towards the spot on which I was standing. Her head drooped slightly forward. Her hands were clasped together. Her eyes were fixed upon the ground. It was the attitude of a nun. Startled, confused, scarcely knowing what I did, I took off my hat and drew aside to let her pass. She looked up, hesitated, stood still, gazed at me with a strange, steadfast, mournful expression, then dropped her eyes again, passed me without another glance, and resumed her former place and attitude beside her father's grave. I turned away. I would have given worlds to speak to her, but I had not dared, and the opportunity was gone. Yet I might have spoken. She looked at me with so strange and piteous an expression in her eyes, continued looking at me, as long as one might have counted 5. I might have spoken. I surely might have spoken, and now, it was impossible. She had fallen into the old thoughtful attitude with her cheek resting on her hand. Her thoughts were far away. She had forgotten my very presence. I went back to the shore more disturbed and uneasy than ever. I spent all the remaining daylight in rowing up and down the margin of the Lido, looking for her gondola, hoping at all events to see her put off, to follow her perhaps across the waste of waters. But the dusk came quickly on, and then darkness, and I left at last without having seen any further sign or token of her presence. Lying awake that night, tossing uneasily upon my bed and thinking over the incidents of the last few days, I found myself perpetually recurring to that long, steady, sorrowful gaze with which she fixed upon me in the cemetery. The more I thought of it, the more I seemed to feel that there was in it some deeper meaning than I, in my confusion, had observed at the time. It was such a strange look, a look almost of entreaty, of asking for help or sympathy, like the dumb appeal in the eyes of a sick animal. Could this really be? What, after all, more possible than that, left alone in the world, with perhaps not a single male relation to advise her, she found herself in some position of present difficulty, and knew not where to turn for help. All this might well be. She had even perhaps some instinctive feeling that she might trust me. Ah, if she would indeed trust me. I had hoped to receive my Paduan letter by the morning delivery, but morning and afternoon went by as before, and still no letter came. As the day began to decline, I was again on my way to the Lido, this time for the purpose and with the intention of speaking to her. I landed and went direct to the cemetery. It had been a dull day. Laguna and sky were both one leaden, uniform grey, and a mist hung over Venice. I saw her from the moment I reached the upper ridge. She was walking slowly to and fro among the graves, like a stately shadow. I had felt confident somehow that she would be there. And now, for some reason that I could not have defined for my life, I felt equally confident that she expected me. Trembling and eager, yet half dreading the moment when she should discover my presence, I hastened on, printing the loose sound at every noiseless step. A few moments more and I should overtake her, speak to her, hear the music of her voice, that music which I remembered so well, though a year had gone by since I last heard it. But how should I address her? What had I to say? I knew not. I had no time to think. I could only hurry on till, within some 10 feet of her trailing garments, stand still when she turned, and uncover before her as if she were a queen. She paused and looked at me, just as she had paused and looked at me the evening before, with the same sorrowful meaning in her eyes, with even more than the same entreating expression. But she waited for me to speak. I did speak. I can't recall what I said. I only know that I faltered something of an apology, mentioned that I had had the honour of meeting her before, many months ago, and trying to say more, trying to express how thankfully and proudly I would devote myself to any service, however humble, however laborious. I failed both in voice and words and broke down utterly. Having come to a stop, I looked up and found her eyes still fixed upon me. "You are a Christian," she said. A trembling came upon me at the first sound of her voice. It was the same voice, distinct, melodious, scarce louder than a whisper, and yet it was not quite the same. There was a melancholy in the music, and if I may use a word which after all fails to express my meaning, a remoteness that fell upon my ear like the plaintive cadence in an autumnal wind. I bent my head and answered that I was. She pointed to the headstone of which I had taken a rubbing of a day or two before. "A Christian soul lies there," she said, "laid in earth without one Christian prayer, with Hebrew rites, in a Hebrew sanctuary. Will you, stranger, perform an act of piety towards the dead?" "The Signora has but to speak," I said, "and all that she wishes shall be done. Read one prayer over this grave. Trace a cross upon this stone." "I will." She thanked me with a gesture, slightly bowed her head, drew her outer garment more closely round her, and moved away to a rising ground at some little distance. I was dismissed. I had no excuse for lingering, no right to prolong the interview, no business to remain there one moment longer, so I left her there, nor once looked back until I reached the last point from which I knew I should be able to see her. But when I turned for that last look, she was no longer in sight. I had resolved to speak to her, and this was the result. A stranger interview never surely fell to the lot of man. I had said nothing that I meant to say, had learnt nothing that I sought to know. With regards to her circumstances, her place of residence, her very name, I was no wiser than before. And yet I had, perhaps, no reason to be dissatisfied. She had honoured me with her confidence, and entrusted to me a task of some difficulty and importance. It now only remained for me to execute that task as thoroughly and as quickly as possible. That done, I might fairly hope to win some place in her remembrance by and by, perhaps in her esteem. Meanwhile, the old question rose again. Whose grave could it be? I had settled this matter so conclusively in my own mind from the first that I could scarcely believe even now that it was not her father's. Yet that he should have died a secret convert to Christianity was incredible. Whose grave could it be? A lover's? A Christian lover's? Alas, it might be. Or a sister's. In either of these cases, it was more than probable that Salome was herself a convert. But I had no time to waste in conjecture. I must act, and act promptly. I hastened back to Venice as fast as my gondolier could row me, and as we went along I promised myself that all her wishes should be carried out before she visited the spot again. To at once secure the services of a clergyman who would go with me to the Lido at early dawn, and there read some portion at least of the burial service, and at the same time to engage a stonemason to cut the cross, to have all done before she or anyone should have approached the place the next day, was my especial object, and that object I was resolved to carry out, though I had to search Venice through before I laid my head upon the pillow. I found my clergyman without difficulty. He was a young man occupying rooms in the same hotel and on the same floor as myself. I had met him each day at the table d'hôte and conversed with him once or twice in the reading room. He was a North countryman, had not long since taken orders, and was both gentlemanly and obliging. He promised in the readiest manner to do all that I required, and to breakfast with me at 6 the next morning, in order that we might reach the cemetery by 8. To find my stonemason, however, was not so easy, and yet I went to work methodically enough. I began with the Venetian directory, then copied a list of stonemasons' names and addresses, and then took a gondola a due rame and started upon my voyage of discovery. But a night's voyage of discovery among the intricate back canaletti of Venice is not so very easy, and no very safe enterprise. Narrow, tortuous, densely populated, often blocked by huge hay, wood, and provision barges, almost wholly unlighted, and so perplexingly alike that no mere novice in Venetian topography need ever hope to distinguish one from another, they baffle the very gondoliers, and are a terra incognita to all but the dwellers therein. I succeeded, however, in finding 3 of the places entered on my list. At the first I was told that the workman of whom I was in quest was working by the week somewhere over by Murano, and would not be back again till Saturday night. At the second and third, I found the men at home, supping with their wives and children at the end of the day's work, but neither would consent to undertake my commission. One, after a whispered consultation with his son, declined reluctantly. The other told me plainly that he dared not do it, and that he did not believe I should find a stonemason in Venice who would be bolder than himself. The Jews, he said, were rich and powerful, no longer an oppressed people, no longer to be insulted even in Venice with impunity. To cut a Christian cross upon a Jewish headstone in the Jewish cemetery will be a sort of sacrilege, and punishable, no doubt, by the law. This sounded like truth, so finding that my rowers were by no means confident of their way, and that the canaletti were dark as the catacombs, I prevailed upon the stonemason to sell me a small mallet and a couple of chisels, and made my mind to commit the sacrilege myself. With this single exception, all was done next morning, as I had planned to do. My new acquaintance breakfasted with me, accompanied me to the Lido, read such portions of the burial service as seemed proper to him, and then, having business in Venice, left me to my task. It was by no means an easy one. To a skilled hand it would have been perhaps the work of half an hour, but it was my first effort, and rude as the thing was, a mere grooved attempt at a Latin cross about 2.5 inches in length, cut close at the bottom of the stone, where it could be easily concealed by a little piling of the sand, It took me nearly 4 hours to complete. While I was at work, the dull grey morning grew duller and greyer. A thick sea fog drove up from the Adriatic, and a low moaning wind came and went like the echo of a distant requiem. More than once I started, believing that she had surprised me there, fancying I saw the passing of a shadow, heard the rustling of a garment, the breathing of a sigh. But no, the mists and the moaning wind deceived me. I was alone. When at length I got back to my hotel, it was just 2:00. The hall porter put a letter into my hand as I passed through. One glance at that crabbed superscription was enough. It was from Padua. I hastened to my room, tore open the envelope, and read these words: Caro Signore, the rubbing you send is neither ancient nor curious, as I fear you suppose it to be. Altro, it is of yesterday. It merely records that one Salome, the only and beloved child of a certain Isaac da Costa, died last autumn on the 18th of October, aged 21 years, and that by the said Isaac da Costa this monument is erected to the memory of her virtues and his grief. I pray you, caro signore, to receive the assurance of my sincere esteem. Nicolai, Padua, April 27th, 1857. The letter dropped from my hand. I seemed to have read without understanding it. I picked it up, went through it again, word by word, sat down, rose up, took a turn across the room, felt confused, bewildered, incredulous. Could there then be two Salomes? Or was there some radical and extraordinary mistake? I hesitated. I knew not what to do. Should I go down to the Merceria to see whether the name of da Costa was known in the quartier, or find out the registrar of births and deaths for the Jewish district, or call upon the principal rabbi and learn from him who this second Salome had been, and in what degree of relationship she stood towards the Salome whom I knew? I decided upon the last course. The chief rabbi's address was easily obtained. He lived in an ancient house on the Giudecca, and there I found him, a grave, stately old man with a grizzled beard reaching nearly to his waist. I introduced myself and stated my business. I came to ask if he could give me any information respecting the late Salome da Costa, who died on the 18th October last and was buried on the Lido. The rabbi replied that he had no doubt he could give me any information I desired, as he had known the lady personally and was the intimate friend of her father. Can you tell me, I asked, whether she had any dear friend or female relative of the same name, Salome? The rabbi shook his head. I think not, he said. I remember no other maiden of that name. Pardon me, but I know there was another, I replied. There was a very beautiful Salome living in a merceria when I was last in Venice, just this time last year. Salome da Costa was very fair, said the rabbi, and she dwelt with her father in the merceria. Since her death, he hath removed to the neighbourhood of the Rialto. This Salome's father was a dealer in Oriental goods, I said hastily. Isaac da Costa is a dealer in Oriental goods, replied the old man very gently. We are speaking, my son, of the same persons. Impossible. He shook his head again. But she lives, I exclaimed, becoming greatly agitated. She lives. I've seen her. I've spoken to her. I saw her only last evening. Nay, he said compassionately, this is some dream. She of whom you speak is indeed no more. I saw her only last evening, I replied. Where did you suppose you beheld her? On the Lido. On the Lido. When she spoke to me, I heard her voice, heard it as distinctly as I hear my own this moment. The rabbi stroked his beard thoughtfully and looked at me. You think you heard her voice, he ejaculated. That is strange. What said she? I was about to answer. I checked myself. A sudden thought flashed upon me. I trembled from head to foot. Have you any reason for supposing that she died a Christian? I faltered. The older man started and changed colours. That is a strange question, he stammered. Why do you ask it? Yes or no, I cried wildly. Yes or no? He frowned, looked down, hesitated. I admit, he said after a moment or two, I admit that I may have heard something tending that way. It may be that the maiden cherished some secret doubt, yet she was no professed Christian. Laid in earth without one Christian prayer, with Hebrew rites in a Hebrew sanctuary, I repeated to myself. But I marvel how you come to have heard of this, continued the rabbi. It was known only to her father and myself. Sir, I said solemnly, I know now that Salome da Costa is dead. I have seen her spirit thrice, haunting the spot where... My voice broke. I could not utter the words. Last evening, at sunset, I resumed, was the third time. Never doubting that I indeed beheld her in the flesh, I spoke to her. She answered me. She told me this. The rabbi covered his face with his hands, and so remained for some time, lost in meditation. Young man, he said at length, your story is strange, and you bring strange evidence to bear upon it. It may be, as you say, it may be that you are the dupe of some waking dream. I know not. He knew not, but I knew only too well. I knew now why she had appeared to me clothed with such unearthly beauty. I understood now that look of dumb entreaty in her eyes, that tone of strange remoteness in her voice. The sweet soul could not rest amid the dust of its kinfolk, unhouselled, unanointed, unannealed, lacking even one Christian prayer above its grave. And now, was it all over? Should I never see her more? Never, never. How I haunted the Lido at sunset for many a month, till spring had blossomed into autumn, and autumn had ripened into summer. How I wandered back to Venice year after year at the same season, while yet any vestige of that wild hope remained alive. How my heart has never throbbed, my pulse never leaped, for love of mortal woman since that time, are details into which I need not enter here. Enough that I watched and waited, but that her gracious spirit appeared to me no more. I wait still, but I watch no longer. I know now that our place of meeting will not be here.